They also lamented the tragedy of the deaths of the people on the plane. Reporters had been busy. They had human interest vignettes on many of the victims. Each host seemed to have his own idea about who might be behind the attack, but they kept their speculations generalized, no doubt to skirt the libel laws. Chong did learn that 2 separate Islamic jihadist groups had claimed responsibility. After 3 days on the road, Chong rolled into Seattle. It was raining lightly as usual. After a comfortable night in a hotel, he drove to SeaTac Airport and parked in the long-term lot. The car he had parked here he had purchased 2 months ago for cash from a guy who had an ad in the newspaper. It still had the old license plate on it. A green Chevy with fairly high miles. It was dirty as Chong walked up to it. Tires still good. He unlocked it, threw his small bag in the back seat, and got in. He picked up the passenger side mat and felt around. Yes, the credential case was still there. He pulled it out, checked to ensure he wasn't being watched, then opened it. The passport and driver's license were there, along with $1,000 in cash. The passport and driver's license were real enough, but the name was not Chong's. He put the case in his inside pocket and automatically took another look around. Dum-te-dum. Chong inserted the key into the ignition and twisted it. The bomb under the hood contained 6 sticks of dynamite, more than enough to blow the front end of the vehicle to smithereens and drive enough dashboard pieces and engine parts aft into Chong to kill him instantly. He never felt a thing as bits of flying windshield glass, plastic, and metal flayed his face to the bone. The cars parked nearby were heavily damaged by the blast. The fireball rose spectacularly as bits and pieces rained down on parked cars for 100 yards in every direction. Fish was 2 blocks away at a bar when he felt the concussion and saw the rising cloud, which spread into a glowing mini-mushroom in the wet gray sky. He looked at his watch and took another sip of beer. The man beside him, who had supplied the dynamite and detonator and pointed out the green Chevy, said, "You are very good at what you do." Fish glanced at him and sipped the last of his beer. "Our mutual friend said you would wire the money immediately, by the close of business today." "The money will be there." "It had better. I know where you live, and of course so does our mutual friend." Fish scrutinized the man's face. Apparently satisfied, he rose from the table and walked out of the bar. He didn't look back. The Chinese agent took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He felt nervous around Fish. The man wasn't normal. Of course, any man who made his living killing people would, by definition, not be normal. But great missions made it necessary to use many different kinds of people. Fish would not betray him. He knew that. Nor would he betray Fish. He was what the American law would classify as a co-conspirator, and would be equally as guilty as Fish. That fact was his protection from Fish, the reason the assassin didn't kill him after he collected his money. Of course, Fish had no knowledge of why the man in the green Chevy had to die. The Chinese agent had been very careful not to even hint about the reason for the hit, nor did Fish ask. The reason he suspected was because Fish wasn't curious. The assassin just didn't care. He reviewed the operation again. Chong's preparations had been carefully watched. The dynamite and detonator were stolen, so a chemical trace would reveal nothing. The capacitor and wires were equally untraceable. Fish had left no fingerprints. The explosion and resulting fire had taken care of any stray DNA Fish might have left in the car. All in all, a clean hit. All the men who had brought down Air Force One were dead. The FBI would soon hit a wall that prevented them from going any further on their trail. The man signaled the waiter for another glass of wine, and through the window watched the smoke rising from SeaTac's long-term parking lot. Chong had been an assassin, too. Such men usually ended badly. Perhaps when this was over, something could be done about Fish, as insurance. Chapter 12. If everyone is thinking alike, then somebody isn't thinking. George S. Patton. Thanksgiving was at the Graftons with all the trimmings. Turkey and ham, stuffing and gravy and corn, with pumpkin pie with ice cream and Cool Whip for dessert. I ate until I thought I would pop. I visited with Grafton's daughter, Amy, and her husband, Peter, and cooed over the grandbaby. I drank a bit too much red wine, then retired to the guest room to watch some football. Fell asleep during the game. Life does go on even when you think the world has stopped spinning. The next day, Friday, Grafton called me into his office and motioned me toward a chair. He passed me 3 small brown envelopes. I opened one. It contained 6 X-rays of someone's mouth. The forensic examiner got these, Grafton explained, from the guys in the burned van. Dental experts say these teeth were worked on by Russian dentists. Far be it from me to dispute the experts. So where does that get us? These may have been the drone operators who crashed Air Force One. May? That is as good as we're going to get. Russians. So what do the Russian spooks say about all this? Grafton leaned back in his chair and propped a foot up on an open lower desk drawer. The Russian embassy is promising complete, total cooperation, which means nothing. I suspect that in a week or 2 or 3, they will send a note to state saying, "Sorry about that, we can't identify them." Okay. In any event, I think a backdoor approach might be worthwhile. Janos Helene, the number 2 in the SVR, wants to meet me in Zurich. I can't go. I want you to meet with him. Listen to what he has to say. We not only want to know who these people are or were, we want to know all about their associates and the men who controlled them. The SVR, Sluzhba Venezhny Razvedki, was the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, the bureaucratic successor to the foreign intelligence arm of the Soviet-era KGB. I didn't ask him how he learned that Helene wanted to talk to him. I figured the less I knew about the machinations of the top level of the international intelligence business, the better. What I didn't know I couldn't tell, hint at, or testify about. Ignorance may not be bliss, but they can't convict you for it. I had met Helene before. He was a tall, rangy Russian dude whose extreme competence erased whatever doubts you might have had about how good the SVR really was. I kinda suspected he was almost as smart, capable, and ruthless as Jake Grafton, but without the Admiral's scruples. Grafton and Helene had crossed paths several times in the past. The problem was, for Helene, that his bosses didn't know about many of his extracurricular activities. It went without saying that Grafton expected me to use every wit I had to ensure that Helene's little secrets remained his little secrets. Knowing Grafton, he might say it anyway. When do I leave? Tomorrow morning. Go see about airplane tickets and a hotel. Fake passport? Yes. Where and when do I meet Helene? I'll tell you tomorrow. Off I trotted to the ID office. The agency maintains thousands of fake identities for moments like this, with real credit cards, addresses, driver's licenses, and the other paper bits that prove we are real people. All I needed was an identity that would withstand a quick check, not one I would have to live with. My new name was Harold W. Cass from Indianapolis, Indiana. The W stood for Wallace. I hated the name Harold and decided if necessary I would be Wally to my new friends. From there I went to the travel office, Zurich, Switzerland, air reservations and hotel for Harold W. Cass. Maybe if I had to wait a few days for Helene, I could ski down an Alp. Fool that I was, I remember thinking, at last, an easy job for a change. A nice hotel, a comfy bed, good food, toilet paper. Ah, all with Uncle Sugar's dollars. God bless American taxpayers. Saturday morning, when I dropped Grafton at Langley, I went over to my place and closed up the joint for a couple of weeks. I packed some winter clothes and debated about my ski boots, which I hadn't worn in years. Decided to rent some in Switzerland. Ditto skis. When I got back to Langley, I went to the travel office, picked up my tickets and some expense account money, then zipped over to the director's office. I had to wait to see Grafton. He was up to his eyeballs in it. Any message for Helene? I would take it as a personal favor if he could give us anything to help on the identity of the men who dropped Air Force One. Anything. Grafton tugged at an earlobe. "You'll meet one of Eileen's private agents. I don't think she's SVR. I think she's a volunteer working solely for Eileen. As you know, he runs his own little intelligence network. I don't think the SVR knows about that. If they did, Eileen would be dead." The hair on the back of my neck prickled as he talked, and I felt a sudden flash of heat. "Her?" I managed. It came out a whisper. "Yep, her. Anna Modine." That name didn't just ring a bell. It exploded in my head. A few years ago, I had been desperately in love with Anna Modine. Then she disappeared. Several weeks later, I received one postcard. Hadn't heard from her since. Obviously, Jake Grafton had. He knew where she was, or the CIA did, which was the same thing since Grafton was now running it. I sat thinking about things while Grafton busied himself with paper on his desk. Finally, I blurted, "I don't want to do this." He glanced up. "You know her and she trusts you. She was Eileen's choice as a go-between. Find someone else. I don't want to go." He looked me squarely in the eyes. "I didn't ask you to go. I told you to." I started to say something I would regret, and managed to choke it off before it hit the air. "Make sure no one follows you or sees you meeting Modine or Eileen." So this was secret agent shit. If it cost Anna her life, I was going to be partly responsible. I counted to 10. Then I counted 10 more. Finally, I nodded. Grafton's face softened. "Tommy, this is the life Anna Modine has chosen. She knows the risks as well as you do. Probably better. Keep your eyes and ears open and your brain working. I hope Eileen will tell us something that his government wouldn't share in the ordinary course of business. It's a possibility anyway." I nodded again. "You will write nothing down. Commit everything to memory and ask any questions you think apropos. Then come home." "Where do I meet Anna?" "I don't know. She works at a bank." He named it. "Devise an approach that ensures no one observes you meeting her. She will tell you how to meet Eileen or take you to him." "Yes, sir." "Any questions?" "Nope." "Get gone. I have work to do." I closed the door behind me. I parked my car in the lot and walked into the Dulles Airport terminal 3 hours before flight time. With the endless security lines at Dulles and the mobs of people, you must plan for the worst. After my morning interview with Grafton, it would have been a damned bitter pill to tell him I missed my flight because I wasn't a professional. Screw that. I was going to be on that plane if I had to ride in a wheel well. I checked my luggage and got a boarding pass, then headed for the security line with my little carry-on. There was a bookstore on the way, so I glanced at my watch, saw I had a few minutes, and decided to buy something to read on the plane. I didn't need to sit on that damn flying bus for 8 hours thinking about Anna Modine. I grabbed the latest Stephen Hunter paperback and a copy of the Washington Examiner and the Washington Post, both of which had big spreads about the progress of the investigation into the crash of Air Force One. I queued up behind a fat lady, waited while she paid for 2 handfuls of candy and chips with a debit card, then paid cash for my loot, waited for the clerk to bag it, and headed for the door. That's when a man walking by in the corridor caught my eye. It was him, the dumpster diver, sure as shooting. Amazing. Of all the millions of people in the Washington area. Well, people get in car wrecks every day. You just don't know when it will be your day. He was pulling a little overnight bag, one like mine, strolling along at a good pace at a 90-degree angle going to my right. I could see his head moving back and forth, eyes scanning. Decent dark slacks, leather shoes, a gray jacket. Wearing sunglasses indoors. No hat. I was only 20 feet behind him as he stepped on the escalator. I waited for someone to get on in front of me, then stepped on. Down we went to the luggage carousels. He went over to number 18 and stood where he could watch the people gathering around. I stayed back, put a pillar between us, and tried to keep an eye on him by watching his reflection in the lost luggage window behind him. The thought occurred to me that guys who ride airplanes hither and yon don't often pay their bills by collecting tin cans from other people's trash and selling them by the pound. My mind was racing. I would like to see what car he got into, get the license number. With that, assuming the car wasn't stolen, he was toast. The FBI could investigate him until they got sick of it. Of course, getting a squint at his ID would be even better, assuming it wasn't fake. I was weighing it, trying to decide what to do, when I risked a glance around the pole. He wasn't there. I ran my eyes over the crowd, found him on the other side of the carousel. He had moved and he was scanning the crowd. I took a step back, and he spotted me, looked right at me. Our eyes met for just a second, but he recognized me. I saw it on his face. He began moving, heading for the tunnel that led to the pickup area. I abandoned my overnight bag, book, and newspapers and went after him. Decided to take him down and look at his ID. It wasn't a conscious thought, but it was there. He was my meat. He walked quickly, strode, past families and couples and singles pulling luggage. He was quick, so I broke into a trot. He disappeared down the tunnel. I ran. People kept getting in front of me. I dodged and juked like an NFL tailback, hit one guy and went sprawling. Got up and charged on into the tunnel that went under the passenger drop-off area. Saw my guy limbed against the light going out. I gave it all I had. He was running along the sidewalk toward the taxi stand when I emerged. I charged toward him. He stopped and grabbed a policeman, pointed at me. I was running full tilt toward them and wasn't hard to spot. The cop stepped in front of me and I took him out with a good stiff arm and kept going. My guy was 50 feet in front of me and losing the race. I was going to get that son of a bitch. No way could he have a weapon after the unemployables of Homeland Security had searched and x-rayed him. I was 6 inches taller, 30 pounds heavier, and a whole hell of a lot meaner than he was. I was going to put him in the hospital. I slowly overhauled him on the sidewalk. Our audience was people in dashikis, Orthodox Jews, Muslims in head rags, and Hindu women wearing spots, plus the drivers of the cars loading them and their stuff. I'll say this for the bastard. He could run. He was shoving people out of the way, which sort of cleared a path for me. He veered into traffic and dodged a car that I went over by leaping on the hood. Then I had him, tackled him. With him on his stomach, I gave him a kidney punch that would have felled an ox. The air went out of him and he went limp. I was dragging him erect when the cops got me. There were 4 of them and they had nightsticks and mace. They grabbed arms and legs and put me on the ground. 4 against 1 isn't fair. I think there were 4, but there may have been a dozen. One of them popped me across the right kidney with that stick, and that about did it for me. I struggled to breathe as they slammed my face against the concrete. They rolled me over, a cop on each limb. "Hold still, you bastard, you're going straight to the hospital." I stopped struggling and tried to talk. "I'm a CIA officer chasing a suspected bomber. Don't let him—" One of them punched me in the stomach. Then they rolled me over and cuffed me while one of them helped himself to my wallet. When they finally pulled me erect, the dumpster diver wasn't in sight. That's when I remembered that I was Wally Cass from Indianapolis. They had a lockup in the basement of the terminal, and that's where they took me. "You want to make a phone call, Cass, before we slam the door behind you and throw away the key?" "Yeah." I called the director's office. Needless to say, I got the receptionist, old tight-lips Jennifer. "This is Carmellini. Is Grafton there?"
"More Russian plans for world domination?"
"No, trifle. Let me talk to the boss."
"He's in a meeting."
"Tell him I got arrested at Dulles. I'll hold." After a while, I heard his voice. "Arrested," he said. I started to explain and got about halfway through it when Grafton started to laugh. Actually, it was a snicker, or chuckle. He was snorting and trying to choke it off. "I'm in the dungeon at Dulles, asshole," I roared. "Get someone over here to get me out." I slammed the phone down. "Who was that you were talking to?" the cop watching me asked. "The director of the CIA." "Right." He raised an eyebrow. "We get guys like you 10 times a week. You may be king shit in Indianapolis, Cass, but you're just mouse shit here. Empty your pockets, turn them inside out, and give me your belt and shoelaces." As I did, he added, "If you had a lick of sense, you'd have called a lawyer." I settled into my own private cell. The place smelled of disinfectant and urine, the eau de jour of all the lockups I have ever been in. Willie Varner would toss his cookies after one good sniff. My back hurt like hell. I'd been in there an hour when a grizzled sergeant with a scarred face came for me. "You really are a spook," he said in amazement. "Did the president call?" "Your assistant director dropped by." "May his tribe increase." "You wouldn't have been arrested if you hadn't, and you are really a bunch of damn fools. If you had bothered to ask why I was chasing someone, you might have made a significant arrest. As it is, he made a clean getaway. Congratulations. The next assassination in D.C., I hope you bastards choke on it." That certainly wasn't a nice thing to say. Maybe they didn't deserve it, but I was kind of pissed by then. "The man running from me left a carry-on somewhere," I told the sergeant. "If you paragons of law enforcement get your act together, maybe you can find it, and my stuff, and maybe I can spot him on the videotape of people in the terminal." Fish stood behind a car in the long-term parking lot, a huge affair of 100 or so acres, packed with cars, and tried to catch his breath. The big man, some kind of athlete, running him down, and he didn't have a weapon. Just off the plane, with no way to defend himself against a man 6 inches taller and 30 or 40 pounds heavier who ran like a deer. He glanced back over his shoulder and saw that face, the square jaw, the look, and he knew ice-cold terror for the first time in his life. So he had run. What to do now? He had a car parked somewhere in this flat monument to the air age, but they made videotapes of every license plate that went through the toll booths, and he had driven his own car. He tried to calm down and list his options. Time was pressing. Soon the man who chased him would get the police interested and they would start searching this lot. He had to be gone by then. Being gone meant wheels, since Dulles was 25 miles from downtown Washington. He could steal a license plate and put it on his own car, but he didn't have a screwdriver. He could break into someone's car and steal that. But again, no screwdriver or pocket knife to strip the ignition wires. He could go catch a bus downtown, take a taxi, steal a police car. A man walking toward him pulling a suitcase decided him. He let the man pass while he played with his cell phone. Then, when he was 20 feet ahead, pocketed the cell phone and fell in behind him. A black guy wearing a suit, maybe 160 or 170 pounds. After walking another 100 yards and changing rows, the man pulled a set of keys from his pocket. Up ahead, a car flashed its lights. Now it beeped. More lights flashing. The guy was playing with the fob as he walked, some kind of mid-sized sedan. Fish lengthened his stride, came up behind the man silently and quickly as he reached his car, grabbed the man and slammed his head against the sheet metal of the car, denting it. The man went down, dropping the keys. Fish picked them up, then opened the car door and looked inside. Yes, the ticket to get out of the parking lot was over the visor. He scanned around, no one watching. Used a button on the key fob to open the trunk and lifted the man into it. Slammed the lid and looked around. No one staring or pointing or screaming. He pushed the guy's suitcase onto the back seat, then got into the driver's seat and put on his seatbelt. Inserted the key in the ignition, started the car, put it in reverse and carefully backed out of the parking space. The car had been in the lot 4 days. Fish paid the lady with cash, then headed for Washington. As he drove, he thought about the man who had chased him. He recognized him, the guy who gave him a pizza when he was casing the Grafton building the day before the internet crashed. That guy recognized him in the airport. Fish assumed the meeting had been by chance, a coincidence, one of those things. He went over the situation again. The cops would scarf up his carry-on bag with his fingerprints and enough DNA to trace his family tree. Maybe he could get some help to deal with that. The guy in the trunk could just stay there. He would abandon the car, wipe the steering wheel and door latch and trunk lid and walk away. His real problem was the guy who chased him. True, he didn't see him plant the bomb in Grafton's apartment, but he put him there the day before, and he had chased him with mayhem on his mind. That guy. He was going to have to do something about that guy. Fish sighed. His heart rate was back to normal. He kept his eyes on traffic and drove carefully, and thought about being scared. He had peeped into the pit, and didn't like what he saw. My flight to Switzerland left without me. When it pushed back, I was still in the airport cop's office looking at videotapes. And I found him. By 6 o'clock that evening, we had reviewed enough videotapes to determine that our John Doe had flown in on a flight from Seattle. The airline provided the passenger list, and we sat staring at it. Which one was he? I tried to decide why our dumpster diver didn't exit the secure area down the escalator to the baggage carousels, and concluded that he had probably missed the sign. I knew the Dulles terminal intimately since I was in and out of there at least 6 times a year, so that was a mistake I wouldn't make. These things happen to people unfamiliar with the terminal. Tourists from the provinces drop dead at Dulles every day when their bladders burst because they can't find a restroom. Armed with his photo, the airport cops went to interview the airline personnel. One policeman sheepishly turned over the bag with my book and newspaper, and my carry-on, all of which were rescued by some family from Scranton on their way home from France. The dumpster diver's carry-on wasn't found. Someone had probably helped himself, or herself. Washington is that kind of town. I called Jake Grafton on his cell. He listened until I ran down and said, "Schedule another flight. If they won't bump someone for tomorrow's, call me." "Yes, sir." "Nice try, Tommy." "Thanks." I went to the head to pee and didn't see blood. The cop who used a stick on my kidney would be disappointed. I had used my fist on the dumpster man. I hoped he was pissing red. The FBI was there taking custody of the tape with the face of our friendly suspected bomber on it when I left the terminal. I limped out to the long-term lot, rescued my Benz, and went home to my closed-up apartment. Fixed myself a frozen dinner and a tall bourbon and thought about things. My back ached and my face was slightly swollen, bruised and abraded from intimate contact with the street. There was a ripped place in my shirt, which had a few spots of blood on it. My blood. My trousers and sport coat were ruined. I looked like a sailor after a Saturday night drunk. About 9 that night, I called the airline and got myself on tomorrow's flight to Switzerland. There were several empty seats, the lady on the phone said. She had a nice voice.
"Are you on business or vacation?"
she asked. "Vacation," I lied.
"Have you ever been to Switzerland before?"
She chirped. Yes, that was the truth. I tell it occasionally for variety.
"It's a gorgeous country. I'm sure you know that. You're going to have a wonderful vacation."
"I'm thinking of quitting my job and moving there," I said. "I know a thing or two about U.S. tax laws. Some bank might hire me as a consultant." After we finished our tete-a-tete, I filled up a freezer bag with ice from my back and poured myself another drink. Found myself thinking about Anna Modine. That evening, Choi Li and Zhang Ping ate at the Chan's Chinese restaurant. Choi ate there several times a week. The menu was in Chinese characters and English, which was a touch for the locals who were looking for something authentic. The cuisine actually tasted similar to real Chinese fare, or close enough if you were Chinese and missing home badly. The owner, Sally's father, spoke a bit of Cantonese and stopped to talk to Choi and Zhang. The waiters were Americans, black and white, and didn't speak a word of the language. Choi chatted them up, drew out their stories, and gave extravagant tips. That worried Zhang, but Choi waved it away. "This is America," he said, and moved on to another subject. Zhang regarded the restaurant people with open suspicion. Oh, he knew people had been bailing out of China for several centuries in search of a better life elsewhere. But for a patriot like Zhang, that fact and those people rankled. China was their heritage, who they were, and they had deserted. It was just another little irritant about life in America. Not speaking the language, Zhang felt like a stranger all the time, and that disconcerted him. It also made him underestimate the acuity of the people he met, which was a grave mistake for a clandestine agent. He never gave it a thought. All Zhang had to do was hold on, make sure the Americans didn't find the bomb, or if they did, start the countdown and run for it. This countdown, The experts assured him that he had 24 hours to leave the area, after he initiated the detonation signal with a radio transmitter. Zhang didn't believe it. If he had been running the operation, the explosion would happen immediately after the capacitor charged, which took half a minute. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't. If it didn't, keep on fighting. If it did, well, life had been a hell of a trip. When they were eating, Sally came from the kitchen and sat down beside Choi. Of course, he introduced Zhang, his cousin. Through Choi, Zhang gave his cover story in answer to friendly, innocent questions. There was no way out of it. She chatted some. Then Choi said in English to Sally, "Could I pick you up tonight when you get off work?"
"Of course,"
she said. She bussed Choi on the cheek and went back to the kitchen. Zhang didn't know what had been said, but he had seen the glow on Sally's face. That was a woman in love. When they finished dinner, Choi chatted up Sally's father, complimenting him extravagantly, and tipped the waiter, a skinny black man, the same way. Zhang climbed back into the SUV and told Choi to drop him at his building, which was fine with Choi because he looked at his watch. "What did you say to Miss Chan?"
"That I'd pick her up when she got off work."
Zhang nodded. That explained her look. She and Choi were going to be lovers tonight. When Choi was out of sight, Zhang climbed into his pickup truck and drove to the overlook near the entrance to the tunnel that led under the estuary. It was dark by then, no stars or moon, with a good breeze down the bay. There was a carrier in. Zhang used binoculars to study the lights of the carrier tied to the pier. She was a huge ship, over 1,000 feet long, 95,000 tons displacement. She was lit up as if it were Chinese New Year. He scanned the water that he could see. No boats moving. Nothing that was not the same as it always was. But there should be a harbor patrol boat. Zhang waited. 20 minutes later, it came down the Elizabeth River into view, moving slowly with a spotlight playing about on the water. Tomorrow he would buy a laptop computer that he could use to download the triggering algorithm from the internet. He would wait another week and buy a boat. He would need Choi's help with both purchases. If the man became suspicious, he would have to be terminated. To be on the safe side, he would also need to kill Sally Chan. Since they were lovers, Choi had perhaps told her things he shouldn't. If he disappeared, she might go to the authorities. After he killed Choi, Zhang would be on his own. Zhang sat in the darkness with his binoculars, watching the carrier, and thinking about how he would accomplish his mission without Choi Lee. Chapter 13. Worry is the interest paid by those who borrow trouble. George Washington. Jake Grafton had been calling Schultz's office to report progress or the lack thereof in investigating the crash of Air Force One as ordered. He never got through to the man and ended up talking to an EA. So, after a day or so, he just had one of his EAs call Schultz's EA. Sunday morning, he was summoned. He was getting dressed to take Callie to church. She wanted to go a couple of times a month, so she sent him to the bedroom to change from the slacks and sport coat he ordinarily wore to work and had donned this morning.
"Your new gray suit,"
she said,
"with a white shirt and your new purple tie."
"Hey, this is a working lunch," he protested.
"It's after church."
She had picked out the suit, which had been tailored to fit. He went and changed. After church, the sedan with 2 bodyguards dropped Callie back at the condo and took Jake off to the White House. He felt like the best-dressed man in the room when he greeted his colleagues and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Lewis Warren. Sal Molina, wearing his usual sport coat from Sears, inspected Grafton's suit closely. "Wish I could afford a rig like that," he said. "Eat your heart out." Jake plopped down beside Molina and started looking at the paper piled in front of him. The menu was soup and salad. The soup was pretty good, tomato with peppers, so Grafton caged another bowl from Molina, who didn't want his. While he ate, he looked the group over. All the usual suspects were there: Homeland Security, FBI, and a gaggle of staffers. Plus Jürgen Schultz, of course. Schultz was a Harvard professor on sabbatical, loaning his brain and whatever it contained to the government to benefit his fellow Americans. Someday, when the exigencies of politics pressed hard enough, presumably Schultz would go back to Harvard to teach a few classes a week to grad students and write a profitable big book about his adventures in Washington. It was a working lunch, which meant they talked and ate at the same time. The big news came from the FBI man, Harry Estep, over the soup. A van had exploded in the SeaTac Airport long-term parking lot Saturday morning. One man dead. His teeth said he was a Russian. Some fingers were found with intact fingertips. More fingerprints came off his luggage, which was in the car. The prints had been sent to Interpol and Russian police authorities to see if someone could put a name, face, and history to him. "Who blew up the van?" Someone who was not impressed asked. "We don't know," Harry Estep said with his chin jutting a little. "We're investigating." "What did they use?" The questioner persisted. It was a honcho from the NSA. "Forensics says dynamite. American manufacture. 5 or 6 sticks at least." "I think the Post this morning had a story on the van." "I think so too," Estep shot back. The pieces of the drone recovered in the field near the remains of Air Force One proved it to be a military drone, a Raven. None had been reported stolen, so the Army was conducting an inventory. That would take several more days. Meanwhile, of course, the trail of whoever stole it and the controller was growing colder. Still, Estep said, when they knew where the drone came from, the people who had access to them would be given intense scrutiny. Vehicles were being traced, and people remembered people, but without hard descriptions or driver's licenses with names, the going was slow. Denver area motel and hotel records had been exhaustively checked, and possibilities were being eliminated one by one. The airport security guard who survived had been working with police artists to try to reconstruct the face of the man who shot him. Estep passed around the picture. It was so generic that it could have been anybody, Jake Grafton decided. About the only thing the witness was sure of was that the face he saw was clean-shaven and white, and the guy had a big gun. This was all good, solid police work, and in time a picture of what happened and a chronology might emerge. How much light it would shed on who and why remained to be seen. Tommy Carmellini's adventure the previous evening at Dulles Airport was not mentioned by Harry Estep. Jake Grafton knew the FBI knew about it, so he didn't mention it either. Vice Admiral Arlen Curry spoke for the intelligence community. NSA was mining telephone and internet intercepts for clues. Another week would be needed at least. Army and naval intelligence had no clues. Satellite surveillance had come up with a few photos of DIA at the time of the shoot-down, but all they proved was that there was a van off the end of the duty runway that the president's plane had passed over. Schultz broke in. "Admiral Grafton, what about foreign plots?" "We have found no connection yet to any nation or group, sir. Of course, we are still reviewing information from our sources. 2 al-Qaeda clerics, one in Iraq and one in Pakistan, have claimed responsibility, but they lack credibility. Their claims made them popular in their mosques for a few days, though." By the time they had finished their salads, the agenda of the meeting had been covered. Schultz kept them there for another 20 minutes, firing questions. It was a waste of time, Grafton thought. Schultz soldiered on. "People," he said. "The lack of progress in this investigation is totally unacceptable. Answers are out there buried under some rock or other. Your job is to turn over rocks and find those answers. Use some brains and common sense to figure out which rocks to look under. Keep me informed 3 times a day." Then he got up from the table, and so did everyone else. I have mixed emotions about Zurich. It's a modern European city, very civilized, with substantial buildings and views of the Alps and a gorgeous lake. They have nice hotels with running water, ceramic conveniences, plentiful toilet paper, and decent restaurants. Every year when I filled out a company dream sheet of foreign places where I would like to be stationed, Switzerland was always number 2, right under Paris. I don't know why I bothered. I had never been sent anywhere I wanted to go, except Paris once as an illegal. If all there was to eternally neutral Switzerland was Swiss army knives, expensive watches, ski towns, and yodelers in the high meadows, no one would give the place much thought. But the Swiss long ago figured out how to profit from the troubles of others. They armor-plated banking secrecy, so Swiss banks were the place where Europe's Jews deposited their wealth in the face of the Nazi Holocaust. Drug cartels and terrorists transferred money to and fro, and people from all over the globe hid their wealth to escape the local taxmen or unhappy soon-to-be ex-spouses or ex-partners. Someone once observed that the Swiss banking industry was a state-sanctioned criminal conspiracy. In any event, the Swiss bankers' passion for secrecy and flexible ethics had drawn the attention of most of the world's intelligence services for many years, and would probably continue to do so. In light of all that, I was reasonably certain that Anna Modine was Janos Ilin's spy in one of these Zurich strongholds. When I had known her several years back, she had just finished spying on a bank in Cairo that was used to finance Muslim terrorism. She convinced me she wasn't SVR, but was a volunteer agent for Janos Ilin, whom she thought one of the few true Russian patriots. Be that as it may, Ilin himself was in the beating heart of the beast. Currently, he was the number 2 dude at the SVR, and I had no doubt that if tobacco or cutthroat politics didn't kill him, one of these days he'd be the top dog. I sat on a park bench in Zurich that early winter day, watching the gray bank building where Anna Modine worked, and thought about these things. And thought about Anna. Wondered how she thought about me. Did she miss me? Regret that she walked away? I sure did. But like jilted lovers since the dawn of time who rejected suicide, I kept on living, and time scarred over the wound. Whole days went by, nights even, when I didn't think of her. Snow started falling, pushed by a chilly breeze. I snuggled deeper into my mid-calf-length coat and arranged the wool scarf around my neck. The coat and scarf were new, as were the hat and gloves. This exterior outfit was purchased this morning so I would blend into the Swiss professional crowd. I kept my eyes moving. If anyone was watching me, I wanted to know it. My urban anonymity seemed to be intact. Even the pigeons ignored me. Maybe Anna's status as an unofficial spy was a distinction without a difference, considering the turmoil that has racked Russia repeatedly since communism collapsed, and the new ex-communists swallowed capitalism whole. Spies are spies. I ought to know. I work for a spy agency. Believe me, in the spy business, the right hand rarely knows what the left hand is doing. It's also kind of tough at times figuring out who the good guys are. Me, I was lucky. I had faith in Jake Grafton, who was as close to an American warrior saint as I was ever likely to meet. I think Anna felt the same way about Helene. Maybe what Anna and I had in common was the need to believe in something, or someone. That thought made me slightly uncomfortable. Perhaps I should take religious vows and join a monastery, if I could find one that didn't do vows of chastity. Money I might possibly be able to live without, but not sex. Better yet, maybe I ought to be seeing a shrink on a regular basis. It might be informative to know what was actually happening inside my head, but I doubted if the shrink would tell me. They had their little secrets just as I had mine. Not that I would ever tell them mine. When the wage slaves began to dribble out of the money temple, I watched for Anna. Saw her, and my hard little heart gave an extra thump. I rose and followed. Following someone through a city you don't know well is iffy at best. If they jump a bus or taxi, you gotta be quick. And even then, if you don't want your rabbit to burn you, it takes luck. She queued up at a local bus stop, so I hoofed it back down the street and found a taxi. Got it, tried English on the driver, and he answered with a heavy German accent. The bus passed us, so I said, "Follow that bus." He was dubious. I got out a wad of Swiss francs and waved them, so he pulled up behind it. I saw Anna get on. Away we went slowly, stopping here and there on the way to a suburb. People got off, people got on. Anna stayed on the bus, so we stayed behind it. "You follow someone, yes?" "Yeah, I'm a spy." "Funny man." A bag of laughs. Why? My wife is on the bus. I think she's meeting another man. He nodded sagely. Wives very... After a bit he added, how you say, difficult. Yeah. I figured we had gone about 3 miles when Anna got off in an area of high-rise apartment buildings. I paid off the cabbie, gave him a nice tip, and got out when she was a block ahead of me. She never looked behind her. Either she didn't think anyone was following her, or she didn't care. The entrance was a glass door with rows of names and buttons on the right side. There she was, Anna Modine, 6E. I was tempted to push the button, but stood there thinking about it. If she lived with someone, he or she might be there, and Grafton had been emphatic that no one was to see us together. At some point, paranoia becomes a way of life if you're a spy. I suppose that's good life insurance, even if it doesn't do much for your personal or love life. On the other hand, hers was the only name on the flat. It was a chance I refused to take. I wasn't going to be the one who blew her cover or put her life in jeopardy. I strolled away. The next morning I was out front when Anna exited the building. I watched her walk to the bus stop. Even though I was about 50 yards away, I had no doubt it was her. I knew her figure and walk. A knot of people gathered there, 4 from her building. Others exited and headed for cars, or stood on the sidewalk until people picked them up. The bus came along, and Anna and her building mates climbed aboard. I went to the entrance of Anna's building and waited. In a moment, a woman came out. I caught the door and entered. Let the door close behind me. There was no desk, so no receptionist or doorman. All self-service. Other people came down in the elevator. I entered the stairwell and climbed up to the 6th floor, being careful to remember that in Europe, the first floor is the one above the main floor. Seated myself in the stairwell and waited. Thought about Anna. Tried to figure out how I felt about her. Gave up finally and felt sorry for both of us. At 10 o'clock, I figured that anyone who lived with Anna was out if they were going out, so I went out onto the floor and found 6E. Knocked. Loudly. No answer. Got out my picks and went to work on the lock. It took about a minute for me to open it. No one came into the hallway while I was working. Nothing could be simpler. Actually, I felt like an idiot. I would have had the lock in 20 seconds if I hadn't been so clumsy. My mind wasn't on the job, which is a big no-no in this business. People who don't pay attention get arrested a lot, or wake up dead. I opened the door, completing the crime. I made sure it shut behind me. Once inside, I scanned the place, saw that I was in a small living room with a television, sound system, and closet. I walked on, checking every room. 1 bedroom with a closet, a bathroom with a tub, a small kitchen with dining nook. That was it. From the evidence, only 1 person lived there. I shed the coat and gloves and got busy searching. I was only interested in whatever she might have hidden that she didn't want found, so merely scanned the cupboards, small refrigerator, and closets. Everything else I gave my full attention. I know how to search a place, and I did it right. Putting everything back as it was made the job last longer, but I had all day. She had no photos of anyone, which I thought was kind of sad. Not a parent, child, or man. No one. No letters from anyone. A few books were among her few personal possessions. A Bible in Russian and 1 in German. I carefully went through her clothes closet and dresser. Even went through the trash. 2 hours later, I was convinced there was nothing hidden in the apartment. I scanned the fridge, decided that nothing there looked appetizing, and settled on a package of freeze-dried soup in the cupboard. Just add water and bring to a boil, then serve. There was a half-full bottle of Italian red wine with a cork stuck in it that I appropriated. I poured myself a full glass and sipped it while I waited for the soup to warm. Wondered how Anna spent her evenings and weekends. I hadn't even seen a crossword puzzle or library book. She had some CDs to listen to, and maybe she watched television some. After I had the soup, I sat in her most comfortable chair and worked on the wine. Felt as if I were invading her privacy, looking at a corner of an empty life that she wouldn't want me to see, if she had a choice. I felt sad. Wanted to leave, but didn't. I had a job to do, too. Was I still in love with Anna? I thought not. Time doesn't just heal wounds. It kills passion. When Sarah Houston showed up for her first day of work at the CIA, before she did the usual checking-in things, including forms and photos and fingerprints, she was escorted straight to Jake Grafton's office. "Hey, Sarah, sit down, please." She looked around distractedly, taking in the wall-to-wall carpet, the flags, the paintings on the wall, then settled into a chair.
"Admiral,"
she said. "Thanks for coming to work here. We really need your help."
As if I had a choice.
She didn't, of course. Her real name was Zelda Hudson. She had once been involved in the theft of a nuclear-powered attack submarine. Grafton had laid hands on her, actually saved her from her co-conspirators, and she had been convicted of numerous felonies. Later, Grafton had sprung her from the clutches of the federal prison system with a presidential order and could get her sent back with a telephone call. None of that would appear in the agency's personnel records. "After a bit," he said, "I'll have one of the EAs take you down to personnel for all the usual forms, photos, fingerprints, and so forth. They'll give you an ID and access to some of our computer systems. We'll skip the polygraph exam. I would appreciate it if you stayed in character from this moment on, as Sarah Houston, federal wage slave." She grunted, which was about what Grafton expected. Houston was one heck of a hacker and data miner. If you wanted a computer genius of the first order of magnitude, you wanted Sarah Houston. If you wanted nice, you needed to keep on looking. The Admiral handed her the file that contained the memo on Chinese hacking of the U.S. Navy's operational schedules. He waited until she read it, including Mario Tomazic's handwritten margin comments. "That is your first assignment," he said. "I want to know everything you can discover about what the Chinese have seen, what they know, what they don't know. Anything, everything."
"You're going to give me access to the Navy's computers?"
"Heck no. Hack your way in."
"What if I get caught?"
"Don't get caught."
"Okay."
"Then I want you to hack into the Chinese Navy's computers. I want to read their stuff."
"The Chinese have an entire organization engaged in computer espionage and counter-espionage,"
Sarah Houston objected.
"Hundreds, perhaps thousands of people. Thousands of really smart people. There's just one of me."
"Yeah, but you're the one I've got." She stared into those cold gray eyes which stared right back, unblinking, pinning her. Finally, she lowered her eyes and said,
"Terrific.
As of today, you are on my staff. We'll get you an office and all the rest of it, and you settle in and get after it. I would like a report as soon as you get your bearings." She took a deep breath and nodded, put the file back on the desk. Grafton buzzed the receptionist. "Send Anastasia Roberts in, please." He introduced the two women, told Roberts to take Houston to personnel. Then he stood and stuck his hand out at Houston. "Welcome aboard." She took it, and her lips twisted as she tried to smile.
"Thank you, Admiral."
Out in the hallway, Roberts asked,
"Is this the first time you've met Admiral Grafton?" "No,"
Sarah Houston said without emotion.
"We go back a ways. He's very nice to work for,"
Roberts opined. Houston snorted silently. Anastasia Roberts obviously had never seen Jake Grafton in action. She didn't bother to reply. Roberts dropped the subject and started into the trivia of how one worked for an agency where everything everyone did was a deep secret. Apparently Roberts didn't know Houston had just come from the NSA, an equally mysterious bureaucracy, and Sarah didn't make an effort to enlighten her. Roberts had no need to know. The sun had set and the twilight was about gone when I heard the key in the door. I was sitting in darkness in a chair with my back to a window. The door swung open, and Anna Modine stepped in. She closed the door, locked it, then turned around and saw me. In the dim light coming through the windows, she apparently couldn't recognize me. She didn't panic, didn't say a word, merely reached for the wall switch and turned on the light. "Hello, Anna." She put a hand on the wall to steady herself.
"Tommy?"
"Yep." I stood and stepped toward her.
My God,
she whispered, and wrapped her arms around me, put her head on my shoulder. I hugged her fiercely. That's when I knew. I still loved her. We were sitting in the darkness of Anna's apartment, with only the lights from the street coming in, as we sipped the last of the red wine. Rain began streaking the window. There was so much to ask, and yet no real place to start. We did long silences.
How did you find me?
She finally asked. The CIA found you, somehow. Jake Grafton sent me here with a message for you to pass to Eileen. Are you still in communication with him?
Yes,
she said. I need to talk to him.
He's not yet in Switzerland.
When?
The day after tomorrow, I think.
I smiled.
Oh, Tommy,
She stopped abruptly, rose from her chair, and went to the bathroom. After a while, she came back. In the subdued light, it was hard to tell, but I thought she might have been crying. She started back for the chair, but I reached for her and pulled her down to the couch beside me. Her presence was a tangible thing. I held her hand. It was warm and firm, and it clung tightly to mine. After a while, she said,
Are you hungry?
We can eat something here, I said. Grafton didn't want us to be seen together. She grimaced.
No, I refuse. We will go out, to a restaurant with light and music and laughter. We will eat a fine dinner and drink champagne. I am tired of wasting my life sitting in this—
She gestured.
This prison.
I wasn't going to argue. She rose from the couch, picked up her purse, and said,
Come.
The rain had changed to snow when we exited her building. We walked the streets holding hands as the flakes came fast and thick. Her shoulder kept bumping into mine. She smiled. Her eyes were bright and glistening, and snowflakes melted on her eyelashes. She held my right hand for a while, then switched sides and held my left. The restaurant was gay, bright lights and a 4-piece jazz band. We got a table in a corner away from the band where we could talk without shouting. I ordered a bottle of French champagne and we sipped it, talking about little things. I let my eyes roam around occasionally, scrutinizing the patrons at the other tables. After a while, we ordered. Before our food came, she went to the ladies, took her purse. While she was gone, I checked out the other patrons of the restaurant again, looked over the waitstaff. Anna was known here, apparently a regular patron. If someone was keeping tabs on her, this was the place. So I looked, got out of sorts a little. In our line of work, it was impossible to ever take a day off. Caution became ingrained, and I was disobeying Grafton, which wasn't a thing to be taken lightly. When she returned, as she walked between the tables, she glanced around, taking people in, looking for familiar faces. It was a habit. Finally, she sat and said, with her hand in front of her mouth,
I left a message in a drop.
Okay.
It may be more than a few days.
I shrugged. Grafton said to see Eileen, and I fully intended to obey that order. If I don't get home before Christmas, I told her, I'll send Grafton a postcard. Having a wonderful time. Glad you aren't here. She laughed. I had always liked her laugh.
Maybe he'll fire you,
she murmured. Then I won't ever have to go home. We lingered over dinner, listened to jazz and sipped champagne and drank Calvados afterward. I charged the meal to American taxpayers. We walked back to her place through the snow, which was at least an inch deep. I glanced behind us occasionally for tails. We didn't have anyone following us on foot that I could see. I said, I have a hotel room. I don't want to compromise your cover. She didn't say a word, just gripped my hand tighter. When I got her home, she pulled me into her apartment and locked the door. She brushed the snow from my hair and eyebrows, ran her fingers along my cheeks. I helped her out of her coat and scarf. Her cheeks were warm and her eyes shining. Her lips were cool. We began shedding clothes on the way to the bedroom. She went to sleep in my arms. I held her, listening to her breathe, and thought about things. About Anna Modine and Tommy Carmellini and spies and nations and all kinds of stuff. I was thinking about the two of us when I drifted off. On Willoughby Spit, rain beat on the window and wind howled through the half-inch gap between the sill and the sash. Lieutenant Commander Zhang sat in a chair near the window in his room, looking out into the darkness of Hampton Roads, watching the lights of a ship move slowly from left to right. She was apparently heading for the mouth of Chesapeake Bay and the open sea beyond. On this stormy night, he knew that this curved arm of sand sticking out into the bay, Willoughby Spit, had been formed over the centuries, millennia probably, by the action of the surf and the wind. Grains of sand were moved and dropped one by one. Zhang pulled the blanket around his shoulders and opened his laptop. Automatically, he checked the battery. Fully charged. He had downloaded the algorithm, and now he opened the program and looked at it. He would need a few pieces of computer hardware, which he had been told were available in any computer store. Now all he needed was a boat, one with a typical civilian radar. He closed the laptop and automatically caressed it. He felt the chill of that early winter wind. The thought that this was probably his last winter occurred to him. Less than 4 weeks now. 27 or 8 days, then nothing. Zhang didn't believe in an afterlife. No man knows anything from the time before his birth. We come from nothing and go back to the same state when life is over. Death is not a tragedy, not a disaster, but the natural order of things. After life, rest. Unlike all these people in the Norfolk Hampton Roads area, about 1.5 million of them, Zhang was the only one who knew death was coming. 27 or 8 days from now. Oh, we all know we are mortal, but even if we are fatally ill, the death moment is unknown. The evil day is somewhere out there in the unpredictable, unknowable, amorphous future, someplace else, when we are older, when life is at low ebb, when our children's children are adults. Someday, when we are more ready. He again felt the chill. Finally, he turned out the light beside him and sat in the darkness, listening to the rain's steady beat on the window glass. And the wind. Chapter 14. The art of war is simple enough. Find out where your enemy is, get at him as soon as you can, and keep moving on. Ulysses S. Grant. The next morning, Jake was at work at 7:30. As usual these days, FBI liaison Zoe Carey was waiting in the reception area to give him his morning briefing on the investigations of the murders of Tomazic, Reinick, and Maxwell. He waved her into the office and asked, as he took off his suit coat and put it on a hanger, "What has the FBI learned since yesterday that I don't know about?"
"Nothing, sir."
Grafton spun to face her. "Bullshit. Either the FBI is stonewalling you or they are incompetent. Which is it?"
"The priority is the attempted assassination of the president,"
Carey shot back. She was still standing, looking at Grafton from halfway across the room.
"We only have so many agents."
Grafton walked over to his desk and parked a cheek on the front of it. She found herself looking into those cold gray eyes as he examined her face. The scar on his temple, an old bullet wound, some said, was a reddish hue as he spoke. "The director of the FBI was murdered, gunned down on a street in the nation's capital, and the FBI isn't moving heaven and earth to find out who did it? I may be an old country boy, but I am not naive enough to buy that crock of Pelosi. I want you to go to the Hoover building this morning and tell your boss to tell Harry Estep that I want to be kept briefed on progress. You know as well as I do that the same people were probably also behind Tomazic's and Reinick's deaths. Crack one, and you've cracked all three. Tell Harry that I don't give a shit what he tells the press or the White House, but he'd better keep me informed. Got it?"
"Yes, sir."
Her face was frozen. "I hope so. I'm sure you'll have a complete brief for me tomorrow morning. If you don't, you and I will go to the Hoover building and we'll see Harry Estep together."
"I understand."
"Get going." She wheeled and left. I read the latest from across the Atlantic in the International New York Times, which was thrown in front of my door at my hotel, and I ate breakfast in the hotel dining room. After reading the news and all the pieces of the op-ed page, pro and con, I sipped my coffee and gave silent thanks that I was here and not there. Anna Modine was here, and that gave the day a glow I hadn't seen in a long time. Not since I first met her a few years ago. I sighed contentedly and poured another cup of joe from the thermos on the table. It was thick as Mississippi bottomland dirt and just as wet, but I had learned years ago that there wasn't a decent cup of coffee anywhere east of Boston. If you're going to be a traveling man, you've got to take your caffeine any way you can get it. This contented sign was largely due to the fact that I didn't expect Anna to hear from Jano Celine for a while. I was taking Anna to a white tablecloth expense-account dinner every evening and staying late at her place. I refused to spend the night and be seen departing in the cold light of morning. As it was, I was disobeying Grafton and putting her at risk. No sense being a fool about it. Underneath my bonhomie was the cold hard fact that this romantic interlude would come to an abrupt end in the near future. I had to go back to Washington. I wondered if I could talk Anna into quitting her job and coming along. Wondered if she loved me enough. Wondered if I was important enough to her. Wondered the same thing lovers have been wondering since Adam and Eve were evicted from the garden. Maybe this evening I would pop the question, or tomorrow evening, or the evening after that. I had asked her to marry me before, way back when, and been refused. Could I induce her to change her mind? Or had she already done so and was waiting for me to bring it up? Maybe it was just a fantasy. Living together in the good old US of A, home of baseball and the NFL, a little place in the suburbs with a flat-screen TV and cable and a barbecue out back. Because I was a tightwad, spent a lot of time overseas writing the expense account and drove a paid-for, worn-out old car stateside, I had some money saved up, enough for a decent down payment on a house, plus a job with a steady income. Private enterprises and corporations come and go, but nothing is steadier than working for Uncle Sugar. So I was indulging in what-if reverie when I realized the man helping himself to the muesli on the breakfast bar was as tall and lean as Abe Lincoln. When he turned to pour a little milk into his bowl, I got his profile. Yep, it was Jano Celine. Damn, the bastard must have jumped the first jet from Moscow as soon as someone called him about the message from Anna. I sipped on my Java and glanced around the room to see who was with him. No one, apparently. He and I were the only guests in the dining room, probably because it was a few minutes after 10, and the honest guests of this fine establishment had gone off to tend to their business appointments or call on their Swiss bankers. He sat down at a table against the wall, facing the dining room door, and went to work on his cereal. One of the waiters came from the kitchen with a pot of something hot. Water. Eileen looked through the tea bag selection and chose one. He had a copy of a paper, a local one to judge from the German-language headlines, and he got absorbed in that as the minutes ticked by. He never once looked my way, and I tried to ignore him. He talked to the waiter in German. When he finished the tea and I had folded my Times and put it aside, Eileen rose and made his way down the corridor that led to the men's room. I waited 3 minutes, then followed him. He was standing in the men's room facing the door. "Mr. Carmellini," he said when the door closed behind me. "Mr. Eileen?" He didn't offer to shake hands, so I didn't. "We met once before, a few years ago. You were with Jake Grafton." "I remember." "How is he?" "Acting director of the firm. Mean as ever." Something like a trace of a smile crossed his face. "I have something for him. A map." He produced an envelope from a coat pocket and passed it to me. I put it into the breast pocket of my sport coat. "Anything you want me to tell him about this?" "It came from one of my agents in China. Waving it around in the wrong quarters could endanger his usefulness, not to mention his life." "I'll mention his life anyway." I removed the small brown envelopes that contained the dental x-rays from my pocket and handed them over. I explained what they were. My boss would like to know who these men were and whom they worked for. The attempted assassination of the president has got the Americans hopping mad. Any help you can give will win you a lot of gratitude. My boss said he would take any help or information offered as a personal favor. Eileen put the envelope in his jacket pocket. I will give all the help I can, he said. You will meet a certain man at the corner bar at the Willard Hotel in Washington at noon 2 weeks from today. You or Jake Grafton. No one else. He will join you and say, a mutual friend was talking about you the other day. You will reply, which friend? I have several. If you cannot make the meet or are followed, keep going back at noon on successive days. Okay. He turned to the sink and began washing his hands. I squared my shoulders and said, I'm taking Anna back to the States with me. Oh. He glanced at me. Does she want to go? If she wants to go. He glanced at me with a look of amusement. Are you asking permission? No, I'm telling you. I turned and walked out. Zoe Carey had a report for Jake Grafton when he came to work the day after their confrontation. The 3 pages took 20 minutes for her to brief. Lots of minutiae about all 3 murders, Maxwell's, Reinnick's, and Mario Tomaszek's, and 2 pages of trivia about the shoot-down of the presidential airplane. Jake scanned the pages, asked a few questions, and said, There isn't one significant fact in this puree of trivia.
We're working on it, sir. Early in an investigation, progress is often a matter of establishing negatives.
You think?
Everyone in the agency wants these killers caught, and we're moving heaven and earth to make it happen.
Grafton sighed. Every morning I want to see you in here with a report. Tell Harry Estep that I want to see evidence of a conspiracy. Any conspiracy. To commit any crime. From jaywalking to murder to stealing books from the Library of Congress. Anything. And I want any evidence any of your agents can find pointing to the identity of the killer of Mario Tomaszek, the director of this agency.
I don't think you are in our chain of command, sir.
Jake Grafton smiled. Perhaps. At least his teeth showed and his eyes turned cold. I don't want to get into a pissing match with the FBI. And Harry Estep doesn't want to get in a pissing match with this agency. Discuss this conversation with him. I'm sure he will agree. I need to see evidence of a conspiracy if there is one, so this agency can do the job for which it was created. And if the person or persons who killed Tomaszek came from this agency, or from overseas, I need to know that, so I can do my job. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow morning, Carey. She left, and Harley Merritt came in, carrying his coffee cup and a file filled with things he wanted Grafton's opinion on. They got back to the serious business of global intelligence. When Anna came home from work, I was sitting in the darkness waiting.
Oh, Tommy,
she said, and dropped her coat and opened her arms. She gave me a great hug. Oh, man. I already had a bottle of her favorite wine open and a glass poured. When she finally released me, I got her seated in her little living room and handed the wine to her. I saw Eileen today, I said.
Oh,
she said, surprise in her voice.
I had no message.
He walked into my hotel dining room a few minutes after 10 o'clock. We had a little conversation in the men's room.
So you're going back to America,
she said. I tried to wring a clue from her voice and the way she said it, but couldn't. Soon, I said, with nothing behind it. I was thinking, well, Anna, I was hoping you would come with me. She stared, completely forgot the wine glass in her hand, and stared into my eyes. I stared right back. Will you? I asked.
Is this a marriage proposal?
I tried that once and it didn't work. I'm lowering the barrier. If I can get you over this little fence, get you to America, get you to see how great life would be with us together, then I'll try another proposal. See, I've thought this out. She smiled at me.
I've been thinking too,
she said. If you have a Swiss passport, you don't need a visa to get into the States. Do you have one? She nodded. Yes. So? I tried to contain myself. I reached for her hands. We were already knee to knee.
"Oh, Tommy,
Come on, kiddo. This is the best offer you're going to get today. Let's get on with life. Let's worry about Anna and Tommy. Nobody else." She didn't say anything. The thought that perhaps I was pressing too hard occurred to me. "What have you been thinking?" I asked.
That I was a fool to not say yes the first time you asked me."
That did it. She started laughing and crying at the same time, and I started laughing and crying, and we went on up into the stratosphere from there. We managed to get on a plane to Washington via London the following morning. I used my Harold W. Cass credit card to buy both tickets. If the company bean counters didn't like it, they could rat me out to Grafton and he could fire me. Anna called her office from the airport and told them she was resigning. We checked our bags, went through security, and walked the concourse holding hands. As we flew across Europe, we talked about the future, not the past. I was pretty sure there wasn't much more of the CIA in mine. I was tired of going overseas for weeks or months, often to places no sane person would even want to visit. Tired of pretending to be something and someone I'm not. I had a law degree. Maybe I could go back to California and take the bar exam. What I knew for sure was that I didn't want to stay in the Washington, D.C. area. I had been there for enough years to know I didn't like it. California. Yeah. Changing planes in London, we had an hour to kill after we got to our gate. We walked into a bookstore newsstand and I bought some newspapers. One of the stories at the bottom of the front page of the Wall Street Journal caught my eye. Homeland Security had been ordered by the White House to step up inspections on people leaving and entering the United States. Entering? The journal predicted long lines for travelers. No kidding. I stood there thinking about the envelope that Eileen had given me, which was in the breast pocket of my jacket. What if they found that, confiscated it, wanted an explanation? I was traveling as Harold W. Cass, Hoosier extraordinaire, with a fake passport issued by the U.S. State Department and a fake driver's license and AAA card, all issued by the documents section of the agency. What if Customs got curious about the map? The computer should let my passport slide on through, but this map, I hadn't looked at it, but obviously Eileen had gone to a great deal of trouble getting it to me and thought it would mean something to Grafton, if I could deliver it. Wait at the gate a moment, I told Anna, and went back along the concourse toward a Royal Mail storefront I had noticed walking up. It was about twice the size of a telephone booth. The gray-haired lady in uniform behind the counter had envelopes and stamps. I bought an envelope, stuck Eileen's envelope inside, and addressed it to Willie Varner at the lock shop. Bought enough stamps with my CIA credit card to get it all the way across the Atlantic, affixed them, and dropped the envelope in the slot. Feeling somewhat relieved, I strolled back to Anna, who was waiting at the gate. She smiled at me as I walked up and reached for my hand. A huge grin spread across my face. Life was looking up. It was twilight when we landed at Dulles Airport in the western suburbs of Washington. We got through immigration easily enough after the usual wait, me through the U.S. citizens line and Anna through the foreigners section, and found our baggage at the carousel. The line to get through customs was severely backed up. From where I stood, I could see the inspectors pawing through luggage. Beyond the inspectors, against the wall, were armed Homeland Security officers in uniform, scanning the crowd. They didn't look bored, which bothered me. The whole scene reminded me of my last trip through the Moscow airport. Guilty until proven innocent. "Get in another line," I whispered to Anna. "If we get separated, meet me at Grafton's in Roslyn. You remember the address?" She nodded. She was a professional. She had committed that address to memory years ago, when she was sent by Eileen to see Grafton. She glanced at me just once and went, no questions asked, pushing her cart with her suitcase and carry-on. It took an hour for me to get to the head of the line. I surrendered my customs form, which said I had not bought anything abroad and had nothing to declare. Then I dumped my stuff on the conveyor belt and watched them X-ray both items. The fun began when the stuff came out of the X-ray machine on the belt. An inspector there had my customs form in hand. He gestured at the bag and carry-on. "Open them up." He pointed to a nearby table. I carried the bags over and tossed them up. After I opened them, I stood back when he gestured. He started through the stuff as if he suspected I was smuggling in a load of heroin or Cuban cigars. He emptied the clothes, felt the lining, wadded the clothes up and put them back in, then attacked the carry-on, which had the newspapers from London, a couple of books and my cell phone, which was off, a wall charger and my keyring, plus a toothbrush and toothpaste. When he had given all that stuff a very careful look, he gestured to a couple of the armed goons. "You need to go with these gentlemen. They will do a body search." "Guess this is my lucky day," I said. "I hope they have warm hands." "Don't get cute, buddy." I thought that excellent advice. I was taken through a security door into a long puke-green corridor. The feds must buy puke-green paint in railroad tank cars. Lots of doors. They picked one halfway down on the left side and sent me in first. My bags were brought in too. As two people searched the luggage again meticulously, I was told to strip to the skin. Then I was given a body cavity search. When the jerk finished and was taking off his rubber glove, I said, "I hope you enjoyed that." "Keep talking, asshole, and we'll do it again." There is a time and place for everything, I reflected, and this wasn't it. The guy tossed me a small towel to wrap around my waist. Then I was led back into the corridor and into a room at the end that housed a major X-ray machine. I expected to meet Dr. Frankenstein, but I got an overweight guy wearing a white gown. He coached me through a complete body series. If I had had an implanted microchip or a diamond in my ear, they would have seen it. Ditto a condom of coke in my intestines. "How do my lungs look?" I asked. "I had a chest X-ray scheduled. Maybe I can cancel it." My technician ignored me. Afterward, a heavy-set guy with lots of tattoos took me back to the original cubicle, gestured to my pile of duds, and told me to get dressed. When I was reunited with my luggage, I told the inked-up dude, "I assume you'll send the bill to Obamacare." "Your tax dollars hard at work, Jack. Scram." The whole ordeal took about an hour and a half. Anna was nowhere in sight when I emerged. I took the bus into the long-term parking lot. I sat there feeling pretty good about my decision to mail the map to Willie Varner, as we rode the rows and people got on or off the bus. My old Benz was right where I left it. The tires still had air. After I loaded my bags into the trunk, the door lock admitted me. I arranged myself behind the wheel and clicked the seat belt, inserted the ignition key, said my usual prayer, and twisted the thing. Nothing. The engine didn't even make a noise. I opened the door again. The dome light didn't come on. Uh-oh. I got out, opened the hood, and took a look. Yep, the battery was gone. Some asshole had stolen it. They hadn't taken off the terminal wires, but had cut them. Welcome home, Tommy. I was cussing when the realization hit me that I could have easily been dead. Instead of some lowlife stealing the battery, what if that dumpster diver from Grafton's had put some dynamite under the hood? Was this a warning from the bomber? I felt the icy fingers of the devil run up and down my back, and now I had Anna to worry about. I took a taxi to Grafton's. On the way, I played with my phone, got the video from the security cameras, and saw Anna in the kitchen talking to Callie. When the Admiral got home at 6 o'clock, Anna, Callie, and I were finishing off our second bottle of wine. He looked a little stunned when he saw Anna. Callie jumped right in.
"Jake, Tommy and Anna are engaged."
She and Anna looked at each other and smiled, as if they knew something we males didn't. Jake Grafton looked surprised. He gave me the once-over to see if I had lost it or suffered a severe head injury. After he decided I looked more or less normal, he made polite noises for a minute or two. Congrats and all that, then motioned for me to follow him into his office. He closed the door behind me and demanded, "What the hell has gotten into you?" "I'm going to commit matrimony. Hormones, probably. Anna and I got the urge at roughly the same time. What if she's a spy for the SVR? If the FBI catches her doing nefarious stuff in the good old US of A, they can prosecute her." "I see. You know that you'll have to resign from the agency when the preacher signs the marriage license, before the ink's dry. Why don't you two just shack up together?" I tried to look horrified. You mean, like, live in sin? The shock might kill dear old Mom, and I'd have to lie when I do the annual lie detector thing. You know how adverse I am to falsehoods. Grafton threw up his hands. Oh, hell. Okay, you win. The day before the wedding, you resign. Get married unemployed. Okie dokie. He dropped into a chair. Where's Eileen's stuff? I mailed it to Willie Varner, an envelope that he said contained a map. The stuff you asked for, he said, would take a couple of weeks. I told him about the meet at the corner bar at the Willard. A map of what? He didn't say, and I didn't open the envelope to peek. He said he got it from a guy in China. He said the guy had risked a lot, and if anyone saw it, his life might be in danger. All the usual crap. All of which meant hold it close. The thought struck me as I watched him that I was hearing precisely what he would have said if he were selling a map generated in a Moscow apartment to peddle to foreign spies for $1,000 a copy. I don't know what you paid for this piece of graphic art. Maybe there is a lost gold mine or buried pirate treasure under the X. I suspect there is a very slim chance you got a bargain, and a much larger chance you got screwed. Jake Grafton watched my face as I spoke. When I ran out of words, he said, Tell me what happened at the airport. I sat down across from him and went through it as best I could. He had questions. Did you get the impression that they knew you weren't the guy on your passport? Well, not really, but they were looking for something that they believed I had. I didn't think they were just randomly searching. They were hunting for something they knew was there. He thought about that for a moment, then said, Why did you decide in England to mail the thing? I shrugged. An article in the paper. Just a feeling I had. If they'd got their hands on it, as paranoid as they are, I'd be in a cell incommunicado until the very last terrorist goes to his reward in paradise. That's the mystery. Jake Grafton regarded me as an unusual specimen. Why did you decide to mail it and not carry it, carefully, upon your person? I shrugged as I thought about my answer. Finally, I said, Because I thought it was more likely to get here if it was delivered by the post office. Willie isn't on anybody's list of dangerous characters, so I sent it to him. Also, I knew his address. Grafton sighed. Yeah, Willie was probably below the radar. If they were working off a list of the president's 10,000 worst enemies, Willie Varner, black ex-con, probably wasn't on it. Let's talk about your car, he said. Instead of stealing the battery, someone could have put a bomb under the car or under your hood. That thought occurred to me. I tried to keep my voice even. Grafton grimaced. The FBI says they can't find anything on that dumpster guy you ran into at Dulles. I didn't think they would. Why not? He regarded me with knitted brows. Just an itch between my shoulder blades. Something isn't right. A whole lot of things aren't right, Grafton said with feeling. Welcome home. Mrs. Grafton insisted on fixing dinner. I sat and watched Anna's face as she chatted, ran her eyes over me, sipped a glass of Chardonnay, gestured with her hands. I liked the way her eyes moved, the way she smiled, the way she tossed her head occasionally to get a stubborn strand of hair back from her eyes. I liked the sound of her voice, the accent, the way she chose words and made them sound. I wondered if I would ever get over the wonder of being with her. Jake Grafton was apparently relaxed. He smiled and chatted, and his eyes took in everything. Of course, it was Callie Grafton who got to the nub of it. She asked Anna, You and Tommy, isn't this sudden? Anna looked at me and said, I should have married him the first time he asked, several years ago, when I was here. Life gave us a do-over again. A do-over. Yes. A chance to make another choice, a better choice. Her hands grasped mine. He asked again, and this time I knew the right thing to say. The right thing for both of us. Dinner was salad with chicken, with Callie's homemade dressing. After dinner, Grafton took me back to his office and gave me a pistol from my pocket. It was loaded. He put one in his pocket, too. We'll talk more tomorrow. Let's go get the car, and I'll drive you two over to your place. You still have guards in a van around the corner? Oh, yes. I feel like a crime boss. We got the car from the garage after opening the hood and checking it out, and Grafton parked in front of his building in the loading zone. I went upstairs and hauled Anna's bags down, then went back for mine. We said goodbye to Callie, who kissed us both. Traffic that evening was terrible. Everyone inside the Beltway was trying to get out. As we crept along in stop-and-go traffic, a fine mist of rain smeared the windshield. Grafton played with his wipers, and we chatted. I have relived that drive in my memory a dozen times, and I can't recall what we talked about. Anna sat in the back seat behind Grafton, and I rode twisted around so I could see her. I remember her smile. She was so full of hope, full of life. Grafton dropped us under the awning of my building, so we were out of the misting drizzle as we unloaded the luggage. I got out my keys and opened the door to the building. Grafton wanted to help me carry the luggage, but I refused. Anna and I could pull it in on the little wheels, and we had kept him long enough. I can't remember what I said. Thanked him, certainly. I remember him hugging Anna and shaking my hand and smiling broadly. Then he held the door until we were through it. The elevator came as he drove away. I remember thinking that if I had known I was bringing Anna home, I could have really cleaned up the apartment. Oh well. I opened the door, let her precede me, then began dragging luggage in. The place smelled closed up. I had been gone a week. I went to the windows and opened them a few inches to admit some air. I don't remember turning the lights on, but I must have. I think I gave her a tour of the place, both bedrooms, the kitchen, showed her the closets. I asked her if she wanted something to drink. I have forgotten what she said. Maybe she wanted a glass of water. Anyway, she was in the bedroom with her suitcase, and I was in the kitchen when it happened. There was a huge concussion, like a car crash, and I remember being swept off my feet and flying through the air. I don't remember sound. No boom, none of that. Just the impact and flying through the air. Then nothing. When I woke up, I was in this hospital bed, Admiral. How long have I been here? A policeman came a while ago. I don't know when. Or maybe a fireman. Someone in uniform. He told me she died instantly. The bomb was apparently in the dresser. He said the blast was centered in that corner of the bedroom. He said a wall that was blown out whacked me in the kitchen. So Anna's dead. And I can't remember much. How long have I been here? When are they going to let me out? Do you know who did it? Don't beat around the bush with me, Grafton. Tell it to me straight. Who did it? Who put that bomb in my apartment? Who murdered Anna? Chapter 15. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. Sun Tzu. When he came out of the hospital room, Jake Grafton found 4 men wearing casual clothes and light jackets standing in the hallway. They were covert operators from the agency. Travis Clay, Willis Coffey, Doc Gordon, and Pablo Martinez. All had pistols in holsters hidden under their jackets. "How is he?" Coffey asked. "Has a concussion, some contusions, cuts and scrapes. A light burn and some memory loss. Doctor said nothing is broken or smashed. They want to observe him for a few days." The 4 men nodded grimly. They had all worked with Carmellini on various occasions. "So how about 2 of you on watch outside the door day and night? 12-hour shifts staggered. No one but hospital personnel with the appropriate badges with photo ID goes through the door. If they take him out, one of you accompanies him and the other waits in the room. I told the doctor to arrange to have meals brought up to you from the cafeteria." They nodded. Jake took a paper from his pocket and handed each of them a sheet. It was a photo from a computer printer. "Study this photo and keep the paper in your pocket. It's from a video camera at Dulles. Tommy recognized this guy there last week, chased him and had him in hand when the police interfered. The guy escaped. It's just possible this guy is the dude who tried to bomb my place and did bomb Tommy's. If it is him, he's a killer. I'd like him alive and able to talk. But don't take any chances. He's undoubtedly armed. If you have to shoot him, kill him." They all nodded again. "He's a little under 6 feet, Tommy said. White man and fit." "We have a name?" "Not the one his mother gave him." More nods. "Call me any time if you have any trouble. You have my cell number. If anything goes wrong. Anything." "Yes, sir." "You can visit him a little one at a time when the doctor says it's okay. But he needs rest." "Yeah." As Jake came out of the elevator in the lobby, he met Willie Varner coming in. Varner recognized him. "Let's chat," Jake said, and led him into the lobby and gestured to chairs. "How'd you learn about this?" "Man, it was in the morning paper." Grafton sighed. "His girl really got it, huh?" "Yes, she did." "Same guy who tried to bomb you?" "I don't know. Perhaps." Willie ran his hand through his hair. "Damn," he said softly. "He called me from London. Said he was going to get married." Willie sighed, remembering. "Never heard him so happy. And it all turned to shit." Grafton described Tommy's physical condition. "He'll be out of here in a few days. No visitors." "Man, the same asshole could walk in here and waste him." "I have some men upstairs." "Okay." Willie nodded his head and wiped his eyes. "Really tough shit for Tommy, man." "He told me he mailed you an envelope from London. When it comes, call me. Don't open it. I'll send a man to get it." "Okay. You know I'm still watching the video from your place from time to time. If anything happens, I can't call Tommy. Want me to call you?" "Yes. If you can't get me, call 911. "He really gonna be okay?" "The doctor is hopeful. So am I." Willie cussed a bit, then stood up, and they walked out of the hospital together. When Grafton stuck out his hand in the parking lot to shake, Willie Varner seized it and gave it a pump. "You better find that bomber motherfucker soon," he advised. "If Tommy gets to him before you do, there won't be enough left of him to make a little dog's breakfast. Tommy's a good guy, and something like that wouldn't be good for his soul." When he got back to Langley, Jake Grafton found Zoe Carey waiting for him.
Carmellini's place was blown up with a dynamite bomb. 4 sticks at least.
"What else?"
"The FBI is working on it, Admiral. There's a security camera in the lobby, but it's on a 24-hour loop. We took it and sent it to the lab, but—"
"What about that dude Tommy tackled at Dulles last week?"
"We're working that angle. Getting some resistance from Homeland. What their problem is, I don't know."
"Tomazic?"
"No further information."
Grafton thanked her and sent her on her way. Then he had the receptionist call Sarah Houston. When she came into his office 15 minutes later, he asked, "What have you got?"
"How's Tommy?"
She seated herself near the corner of Grafton's desk and put her file folders on her lap. "Alive, with a concussion and cuts and bruises. A few days before they discharge him." Grafton eyed Tommy's former girlfriend. "No visitors, the doctor said." Sarah nodded.
"I didn't know he had a fiancée."
"They just decided to get married. He brought her back from Switzerland. He asked her to marry him once before, years ago, and she refused. She said yes this time. Came home with him and got blown up. Murdered. Sometimes life hands you a shit sandwich." She didn't say anything to that, merely glanced at the files in her lap. "What do you have?" Grafton asked, all business.
"The Chinese have indeed been into the Navy's computer systems. I've got a report here. It will take a while to read."
She passed it across. "Anything jump out at you?" he asked as he glanced through it.
"I think the Russians have been in there too. The systems are structurally weak."
"Terrific."
"They don't seem to have cracked the heavily encrypted stuff. Both powers have been into the low-grade stuff, such as ship schedules, port visits, that kind of thing."
"Okay."
"The thing I found a bit hard to understand. The Navy has every carrier in the Atlantic Fleet scheduled into Norfolk over Christmas. They did the same thing 2 years ago during a budget battle with Congress."
"All of them?"
"Yep, all 5 of the battle groups. Some of the escorts will go to other ports on the East Coast, but the carriers will all go to Norfolk.
Unbelievable, Grafton muttered. He didn't bother to tell Sarah he already knew of the Navy's op plans for the carriers over the holidays.
The Navy has some light maintenance scheduled for the ships, she continued, and they are apparently going to be generous with Christmas leave for the sailors. The ships will be there through New Year's at least.
5 carriers, Grafton mused, playing with a pencil while he scanned the report. What else?
I'm recording phone calls on those numbers you gave me. You are treading on dangerous ground, Admiral.
Anything interesting?
The White House staffers about lost it when the president's plane went down. That came as a huge shock to them.
Did to me, too.
They keep asking each other what's happening.
Grafton used the eraser on his pencil to rub his head. After a moment, he asked, This guy Tommy tried to catch at the airport, and you got the photo of. Where is that? Sarah Houston said,
Homeland Security called the FBI off.
Really?
Really. A couple of calls on that.
Why?
I don't know.
Grafton collected his thoughts. I think someone told Homeland Security that I sent Tommy to Switzerland. He was thoroughly searched at Dulles when he came back. He said he got the impression they were looking for something. That suggests the possibility of a leak in this agency. She stared. I want you to get the cell phone numbers of all my staff and start recording their calls. Anzo Carey, the FBI liaison officer. If someone in this building is leaking classified information to other government agencies, I want to know about it as soon as possible.
Why not just give that to the security people?
Because I don't trust them either, Jake said softly. His gray eyes pinned Sarah. Someone murdered the previous director, Mario Tomazic, and as it stands, the motive could have come from within this building.
I needn't remind you that evidence acquired through illegal means can't be used in court.
You got that right. You don't need to remind me.
Just saying.
She stared back into those gray eyes, not the least intimidated. This isn't the Department of Justice, Sarah. It's the Central Intelligence Agency. We don't do prosecutions.
Your responsibility?
Absolutely. You are goddamned right. His voice rose. The President appointed me, and I'm going to do my duty as I see it, come hell or high water. If the President or Congress or the FBI doesn't like it, they can do whatever they want with it. I didn't ask for this job, but I'm going to do my damnedest to do it to the best of my ability. His roar came down to merely loud. If some son of a bitch is passing classified information to anyone not authorized to have it, I'll cut out the bastard's heart and eat it for breakfast. Got it?
Yes, sir.
His voice dropped to a conversational volume. People are being murdered. Anna Modine was merely the latest. Tommy Carmellini was the one they wanted. Someone is doing this shit. There must be a reason. Give me a glimpse, a glimmer. Something there that shouldn't be. A word, a tone of voice, a hint, anything. Sarah had been fanged by Jake Grafton before, so this latest episode didn't raise her blood pressure. Okay, she said evenly. I'll keep this report. You get these other people on the computer and record those phone calls. Listen to them. Anybody says anything suspicious, you bring it here as fast as humanly possible, or sooner. Got it?
I do have it, Admiral.
Get cracking. Sarah Houston left. Grafton stared at the door after she closed it. Then he consulted his private telephone list and dialed a call. After he went through a switchboard and an executive assistant, he got the CNO, Admiral Cart McKiernan, on the line. Jake, how's everything? Just fine, sir. I'm calling about those 5 Atlantic Fleet carriers that you have scheduled to be in Norfolk over the Christmas holidays. Okay. Who at the White House told you to schedule them that way? Didn't even go through SecDef's office. I got a call from some White House weenie. President's orders, he said. Which weenie? Frank Harless. He's some sort of ass-kisser or cigarette lighter or political guru over there. About a month ago." "You sure it was him?" "Yep. Told me if I didn't like it, I could talk to Al Grantham." "Did you?" "Hell yes. Told that son of a bitch that putting all those ships in one port was a really stupid idea. Asked him if he'd ever heard of Pearl Harbor. And he told me that the order came from the president. I asked for it in writing." "What did he say?" "The subtle bastard asked if I wanted to retire early." "Thanks, Cart." "Yeah. You hear anything at all, and I'll keep those ships at sea or dock them somewhere else. They didn't put it in writing. You know as well as I do that if anything goes wrong, they'll either flatly deny that they gave me an order, or say that they merely suggested a course of action and expected me to use my best professional judgment. If anything goes wrong, it'll be the Navy's fault. None of the mud or blood is going to stick to them. I've been there before, and so have you. Fuck Grantham, and fuck the president. He can have a piece of my ass at the country club if he can catch my golf cart." "Okay. Thanks." "Any time, Jake. Don't be a stranger." Lying in that hospital bed staring at the ceiling was the hardest thing I've ever done. The nurses and doctors came and went occasionally, took vital signs, and said nice things. Every few hours one of the guys in the hall popped in, to stay only a few minutes. I had served with them all someplace and liked all four of them. They were guys like me, good on action and no great shakes with words. They tried to say comforting things, but nothing helped. Anna was dead, and I was just going to have to live with it. She didn't deserve to die that way. But what victim of insane random violence does? With no evidence, I was sure that the dumpster diver dude had fixed up the bomb in my dresser, the same way he had rigged up one to kill Jake Grafton. If only I had been more careful. If only I had checked the dresser myself, then I'd be dead and Anna would still be alive. The guilt ate at me. If-onlys are a poison that can kill you as dead as arsenic. They rob you of the will to live and destroy your ability to cope with life. At some point, all of us have to let go of what might have been and go on down the road of life, wherever it might lead. I wasn't ready yet. Anna's memory was still too vivid. I wanted to get out of this damned bed as soon as possible and make some funeral arrangements. I was thinking about that when I realized that I didn't even know who her parents were, or where they were. Didn't know if they were even alive, if she had brothers or sisters. Maybe Grafton could get word to Yano Celine somehow, and he could see that they were told. They deserved to know. But he had probably already thought of that. Grafton was that kind of guy. I also felt sorry for myself. That and my guilt made me feel like a real shit. If I got angry enough, maybe I'd pop an artery in my brain and stroke out. Dying right now or crippling myself wouldn't do. I had a score to settle with that bombing son of a bitch. So I tried to calm down. The second morning I was conscious, I turned on the television. Problems overseas, problems here. The White House press secretary answering questions about the investigation into the Air Force One shoot-down. I could feel my blood pressure rising, so I turned off the idiot tube. Lay there in bed thinking about Anna, and what might have been. Oh, God. Why her? When Willie Varner got the envelope from London in his mail and called Jake Grafton, the Admiral climbed in his executive sedan with his bodyguards and went to get it himself. "How's Tommy?" Willie asked. "Doing okay, the doctors tell me. A couple more days. They think he can have short visits. If you want to go over to the hospital and visit for 10 minutes or so, go ahead." "By God, I will." "They're going to have a psychologist visit him. You can expect that he's mired up to his eyeballs in post-traumatic stress. And guilt. Anna got it, and he didn't." "Yeah," Willie Varner said and nodded vigorously. "That's Tommy." "That's everybody in his situation," Jake shot back. "We're all human." "Most of us, anyway," Willie replied. "Not that bomber bastard. He's a fucking animal." Riding back to Langley in the back seat of his executive sedan, Jake put on his reading glasses and opened the envelope. All that was in it was a folded map, which appeared to have been printed off a computer display. When he unfolded it, the sheet was about 18 inches by 18, a map of the Norfolk, Virginia area. At the center was Naval Base Norfolk. On the carrier pier was a dot. Surrounding the dot were concentric circles, 5 of them. Here and there were Chinese language symbols. Jake Grafton sat looking at the map. After a while, he folded it back up and inserted it back in its envelope. He thought about the possibilities. A, the map was real, put together in China. B, the map was fake, made by the Russians to slander the Chinese. C, the map was fake, drawn God knows where, and the number of people who might have made it was legion. Assuming the map was made in China, what did it mean? When he got back to Langley, Grafton had 3 Chinese-language experts come to his office. He duplicated the map, then had them translate the characters and mark them on his copy. The original went into an envelope that he stamped Top Secret. He was studying the copy and its English translations when Harley Merritt came in for his daily appointment. Jake handed the deputy director the map and said, "What do you think of this?" Merritt pulled his glasses down from his forehead and began looking. After a while he said, "What is this and where did you get it?" Jake told him. "Holy shit," Merritt said. "I want you to take the original." Jake passed him the envelope stamped Top Secret, to the forensics lab. "I want to know if this was made in China. Have them do an analysis of the paper and ink and the Chinese language symbols. It looks like a computer print-off, but see what the wizards can learn. I want everything they can tell me. Everything. Then call the Air Force and Navy and get some nuclear weapons experts over here. If that dot represents a nuclear explosion, I want them to estimate the explosive power of the weapon." "Sure," Merritt said, fingering the envelope and duplicate. "Keep the circle of people who know about this as small as possible." Merritt nodded. Then he asked, "What are you going to do with this?" "Nothing until the forensic and weapons experts have their say." "Okay. Even if the map is a Chinese product, it can't tell us if this represents a contingency plan or an event that is going to happen." "I understand. Our military makes war plans all the time. China's probably does too." They left it there. "Our in-house investigation of reasons for Tomaszek's murder is complete," Merritt told his boss. "Nothing. I am writing a report that I'll pass along when it is finalized, but there isn't anything worth mentioning in it." Grafton nodded. "If he was murdered, the motive isn't here at Langley," Merritt continued. "I'm convinced of that, and I put it in writing." They moved on to other subjects. An hour after he arrived, Merritt left. Jake Grafton went back to studying the map. A retired Navy attack pilot, Jake Grafton knew a lot about nuclear weapons. If this map represented the kill and damage zone of a nuclear explosion, the explosive power of the warhead would depend on whether it was detonated as an airburst or surface burst. An airburst could be delivered by a plane or an ICBM, or a missile fired by a submarine. Since the warhead detonated well above the target, it could be a smaller weapon. A surface burst would need a more powerful warhead to do the same damage, and a surface burst would be more difficult to make happen. It would require a boat or ship or submarine to steam right up to the target, represented by the dot, and detonate the weapon. Unless the weapon was already there, planted on the bed of the harbor or inside something. Grafton put the duplicate in his desk and sent for his executive assistants. Regardless of everything else that was happening, he still had an intelligence agency to run. Anastasia Roberts and Max Hurley wanted to talk about Carmellini. "He's doing okay. The police bomb squad and the FBI are investigating. What they'll come up with may not help us find the bomber, or it might. We'll see. Tommy needs peace and quiet." They nodded. Anastasia Roberts reported on her briefing to the White House that morning. Nothing on the possible Russian involvement in the assassination. "Nothing from the Russian embassy?"
"No, sir."
They started in on the paperwork. After they left an hour later, Grafton worked silently on the paperwork for an hour, then went to the cafeteria for lunch. He found Sarah Houston there and sat down beside her with his tray.
"How's Tommy?"
she asked. "Doc say he'll be back to normal soon."
"Good."
"Whatever normal is for Carmellini. I've known him for years and I haven't figured that out yet."
"Me either."
They chatted about the news for the rest of their lunch. Then Jake asked Sarah to come up to his office. When they were there and had the door closed, Jake asked about the telephone intercepts.
"Nothing to report,"
she said.
"I would have called you if I heard anything."
"Good," he said. He opened his drawer, got out the map, and handed it to her. As she studied it, he gave her his analysis. Then he said, "I know you're busy as hell, but I want you to search our database and the Navy's to see if you can find anything suspicious about the Chinese Navy."
"There is only one of me."
"Thank God for that."
"What am I looking for?"
Grafton considered. If he narrowed the search too much, something important or relevant might be missed. On the other hand, a report on the activities of the entire Chinese Navy would be voluminous and possibly hide the hint he wanted, if there was anything there to be found. "Let's just look in the Atlantic," he said. "North and south. Make it during the last year. Everything the Chinese Navy has been doing in this hemisphere. There can't be that much."
"Okay."
"Thanks, Sarah." Lieutenant Commander Zhang had never in his life seen anything like it. From where he stood looking over the piers of the marina, he could see at least 100 boats, all for sale. Choi Li was translating the jabber of the salesman, who sensed he had a sucker on the hook and was in a fine mood. "Yes, sir," he said. "You folks surely came by at the right time. Lots of folks sell their boats in the fall because they don't want to pay the upkeep and storage and all through the winter. So I got lots of inventory and rock-bottom prices. Got the lowest prices of anybody on the Chesapeake. That's why I sell the most boats. Ask anyone. They'll tell you if you really want to sell your boat, bring it here. And if you want to find a hell of a value in a boat, this is the place." Zhang listened to all that in Chinese, eyed the man, then said to Choi, "Tell him I want a used boat with a cabin and small head, 2 engines. All the usual navigation gear, plus an adequate aft platform to fish from, and a built-in holding tank for our catch." The salesman, a heavy-set man with a crew cut and an enormous gut, with jowls to match, shook his head vigorously. "I got 6 or 8 like that," he declared in an old-line Tidewater accent, which Choi appreciated but was way beyond Zhang's command of the language. "All good values, all good boats. Come on, I'll show them to you. Got the best one here in the showroom." He took them inside. "Now you understand," the salesman said, "that a boat with 2 internal engines is going to be large and cost you a serious amount of change. This one only has 1 engine, but she's only 2 years old and is a sweetheart. Gonna make a great boat for somebody." Zhang climbed up the ladder stand on the floor and went aboard. No doubt it was a nice boat. He went below and looked at everything as Choi and the salesman chatted. He was staring down through the open doors in the stern area at the single engine when Choi said, "This boat was repossessed by the bank when the owner couldn't make the payments. He'll sell it for $50,000 off the new price." Zhang straightened up and said, "Let's see what else he has." The 5th boat the salesman showed them was the one, in a slip on the 3rd pier surrounded by boats that were too small or too big. Some of these boats were yachts, with prices over $1 million. These Americans were amazing. What kind of person could afford such a small ship? This one was a 28.5-foot Boston whaler with a small enclosed cabin and 2 large Mercury outboard engines of 225 horsepower each. Zhang eyed the supermarine radar on top of the small bridge area. "You probably know all about Boston whalers," the salesman purred. "Unsinkable. You can cut 'em in half and both halves will float. Safest boat ever made, yes sirree." "Will he guarantee that every system in the boat works?" "Of course," the salesman replied after Choi put the question. We'll take her out in the bay and make sure every single gizmo on this whole boat works like it did when it came from the factory 4 years ago. GPS, radar, depth finder, bathroom facilities, kitchen stove and refrigerator, both engines, the works. If something don't work, we'll fix it and you'll boat out of here like you were driving a new one. This is our business. All customers completely satisfied, yes sirree. That's our motto. No complaints. We make things right. He kept on with the sales patter, but Choi didn't bother to translate it, which Zhang thought just as well. They left the marina, which was an inlet on the south shore of the Chesapeake, heading north. Both engines purred like kittens. Zhang was at the helm. He looked left to the west, but didn't see Willoughby Spit. It was too far west, hidden behind a head of land. He looked at the radar, ran the range out to maximum, and saw the Chesapeake Bay Bridge to the eastern shore. Ships, the shape of the shoreline. He brought the range in, played with the gain, brought it in to 5 miles, adjusted the gain again. It was a nice unit. He ran the boat flat out on the step with the engine singing and a big wake pouring out behind. Then at cruise speed, still on the step, maneuvering tightly. The boat responded like a racehorse. She heeled and ran and bucked the waves as the wind blew whitecaps on the bay, and low clouds scudded overhead. After an hour, they turned back for the marina. Just a few miles out, the salesman leaned over the scope and pointed out the radar reflectors on pilings that marked the entrance to the inlet. Zhang haggled and got the salesman to come down $10,000 on the price. He had plenty of funds in his American bank account, but he didn't want the salesman bragging to his friends that a couple of Chinese fools paid the asking price, thereby calling unnecessary attention to Choi and himself. Zhang played hard to sell. He had Choi demand another $10,000 off the price. When they didn't get it, they left. They came back an hour later after lunch, and the salesman made free pier space part of the deal. You can keep her here at a berth through the winter if you want, or let us haul her out and put her in storage for the spring. Whatever you wish. But you will have to have her out of here by May. We'll need our pier space for inventory. Zhang agreed to all that and signed a paper that Choi Lee approved. Actually, he signed a stack of papers, contracts, all printed in 4 copies. Then he wrote a check on his bank for the whole amount plus sales taxes. When the salesman heard Zhang wanted to pay cash, before he had the documents prepared, his eyes widened. Don't get many folks in here who don't want to finance, unless of course they're in the drug business. By chance you guys ain't bringing in shit, are you? He laughed at his own wit, heartily, with his big gut pumping up and down. Choi Lee smiled thinly and didn't bother to translate for Zhang. American humor is an acquired taste, he thought. Chapter 16. Organized force alone enables the quiet and the weak to go about their business and to sleep securely in their beds, safe from the violent without and within. Alfred Thayer Mahan. Things were happening. In the next 2 days, Grafton learned that the FBI had found the trail of the Air Force One shoot-down team. Good solid police work had revealed their trail from the day they arrived in the United States until they died. Where they stayed, where they ate, telephone calls, even some fingerprints, none of which had yet been identified. The FBI was working with Interpol and police agencies worldwide, all of which seemed to be cooperating to the best of their ability. Jake had his chauffeur and bodyguards take him to the hospital to see Tommy Carmellini. "How come I haven't heard from you?" Grafton asked me. "My phone is dead, or so the hospital staff said. It was in my pocket. Anyway, it's gone. I saw the doc. He wants to do another brain scan tomorrow. They already did one and said it was fine. They want to do another. Anybody got anything on the guy who blew us up?" "No. We'll talk about it when you get back to the office." "Where's my shoes and clothes?" "Damn if I know. We can get you some clothes. The stuff in your place is a mess. The FBI salvaged what they could. A couple of your guns, a photo album, some of your CDs, a little bit of other stuff, but no clothes. Stuff was impregnated with chemicals and smoke. What are your sizes?" He talked a little more, didn't say much. No sympathy. All matter of fact. Jake Grafton was no softy, not by a long shot. He looked like he had other things on his mind tonight. What they were he would never tell. He was also the most close-mouthed man you ever ran across. Kind of the opposite of Willie Varner, who was a grade-A gossip and told everything he knew almost. Willie could keep a secret if it was important. If he thought it important. But that was a big if. When Grafton left, I lay there in the bed thinking about Anna. Finally, when the hospital had quieted down and the nurses had checked on me for the last time, I got to thinking about my car sitting in the long-term lot at Dulles Airport without a battery. If some scumbag had stolen the battery, that was one thing. But what if the bomber had stolen it, just to piss me off, giving me the finger, knowing that he had a dynamite bomb rigged in my apartment that was going to kill me dead in just a few hours? The more I thought about that angle, the better I liked it. A pro would never have done that. But a killer who had a score to settle, well, he just might have. It was something to think about. When Jake got home, Callie asked, "How is Tommy?" "Depressed. Grafton made a gesture. He couldn't think of anything else to add.
"When will they release him?"
"They were going to release him tomorrow, but I asked them to hold off a few days. They've taken his pants and shoes, so he can't jackrabbit unless he wants to do it in a hospital gown with no back."
"I understand."
"He wants to arrange for a funeral for Anna. I told him there's no hurry. The police scientists are still working with the remains. Nothing can be done until they release them." She nodded.
"Better take a shower and change clothes."
"What's for dinner?"
"Your favorite. Meatloaf, peas, and corn."
"Thanks." He went to the bedroom to clean up. It was a Tuesday morning when they told me I could go home that afternoon. I called Willie and asked him to come get me. Everything I owned was in the bombed apartment, and I didn't want to go sift through the rubble, if the cops would let me, which they probably wouldn't. I was going to have to do some serious shopping. Then the nurse came in and pulled out my IV and put a Band-Aid where it had been. When Doc Gordon popped in, I asked him to bring his pal. It was Willis Coffee. "Hey guys, as soon as I get some duds, I'm out of here. Grafton was supposed to send some over. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I'd like to have all 4 of you guys come over to the lock shop." I gave them the address. "What's the deal?" Willis asked. "Tomorrow. Will you come?" "Langley know you're being discharged." "Not from me." "Well, we're supposed to be your guardian angel, so what the hell? We'll say we're still on duty. Gonna need Travis and Pablo, too. All 4 of you guys." "Okay." The nurse brought clothes that Grafton had sent over the day before. I got into them. Then I looked into a mirror. Still some half-healed cuts that were pretty scabby. The big one on the front of my head up in my hair still had stitches. The color of my bruises had mostly faded, and I was only a little sore. Good to go. When Willie showed up, I rode out of the hospital in a wheelchair. The nurse was sweet, too. Willie brought the lock shop van around, I thanked the nurse and climbed in, and we rolled. "Where to?" Willie asked. "Sears. Need some clothes." "You got money?" "Plastic. My wallet survived the adventure intact. Gonna use the company credit cards." "That's the spirit. Stick it to Uncle Sam. Everybody else does." After our shopping expedition and a gourmet repast at Mickey D's, we went to the FBI headquarters downtown in the Hoover building. It took me an hour, but I left with my guns and shoulder holster. A bag of ammo because the box split. The shoulder holster had 2 tears in the stretch material, but it was serviceable. I made a mental note to buy another holster when I had the opportunity. I spent the night at Willie's place. He didn't have a spare bedroom, but he had a couch and a bottle of good whiskey. I checked the pistols, which seemed undamaged, and laid them aside. We drank, laughed, drank some more, and finally cried. Then we collapsed. I woke up in the morning on the floor with a hell of a headache. Willie had aspirin. I took 3, washed them down with coffee. I got dressed in my new duds, put my Kimber 1911 in the shoulder holster and put it on. Put on a light jacket to cover it up and keep me warm. When the guys showed up at the shop, I was ready to talk. The headache was almost gone. Here's the deal. I told them about my dead Ben stranded in the long-term lot at Dulles. I need to go ransom the thing before the parking tab is more than the car is worth. I've seen your car, Tommy, Travis Clay said. You may have already crossed the line. Yeah, gotta install a battery and cables. But there are at least 3 possibilities. First, and most likely, some scumbag may have stolen my battery because he needed one and couldn't afford to buy it. And nothing may happen when I start diddling with the car. Second, the car could have a bomb in or under it set to pop when I open the car door or the hood, or try to start it. Finally, the killer may be sitting around watching, and even if there is no bomb, he may try to shoot me. They discussed it. Seems to me, Pablo said, that a guy who needed a battery could have found one a little closer to home. Hell, Dulles is 20-some miles from downtown, a dozen miles west of the Beltway. Willie the Wire chimed in. Kinda hard to figure a poor man going all the way to Dulles to score a battery and paying a parking fee while he's doing it. After they had chewed the rag a while, Travis Clay said, What do you want us to do? No one suggested calling the bomb squad. I grinned. These guys were all right. I don't want the son of a bitch dead. I want him alive to talk. If he's a little sore here and there and bleeding a little, that'll be okay. They looked at each other and nodded. What are you going to do with him afterwards? Or them, because there might be a couple of them. Nothing you want to know about. What you don't know, you can't testify to. Everyone agreed with that assessment. America is full of low-information voters, who presumably are ignorant and happy. Doc Gordon pointed out, if there's any shooting out there, the cops in Homeland are going to be on us like fleas on a dog. That cuts both ways, I said. That's why I kind of think we'll find a bomb in the car. However, this guy is nursing a serious grudge. There isn't a reason on the planet I'm a threat to anyone but him, and that's only because I saw him. My assessment is that there'll be a bomb and he'll be close by to watch it go bang. Maybe, Willie said, and the others nodded. It may be radio-controlled, Travis pointed out. He may blow it when he sees you just for the kick. This guy strikes me as having that little piece of the devil in him. He makes his living killing people because he likes the work. I got out a sheet of paper and a pencil and began drawing. Let me make a diagram of the lot, and let's figure out how we're going to snag this guy. If he's there. The director's suite at Langley had a soundproof conference room beside the director's office. The room was really a well-disguised high-tech media center, complete with pop-up displays, projectors, and screens. It could be accessed from the office or the reception area. It was equipped with the standard long table, a credenza, and a small refrigerator filled with bottled water. All the screens and gizmos were hidden behind panels that could be moved with the push of a button. Jake used it when he had more people to talk to than his office could easily seat, or when someone needed to make a presentation on the gadgets. On the credenza, he had a model of an A6 intruder that he had brought from his old office. He liked to glance at it from time to time, because it reminded him of his youth, when his only problems were bombing assigned targets and staying alive. Somehow those concerns seemed easier, cleaner, than the challenges he wrestled with these days. After his morning chat with Zoe Carey, Harley Merritt came in with 3 scientists, who looked around as if they had never been in the head honcho's office. After the introductions, Jake asked. They hadn't. He took his 4 visitors into the conference room, made sure the door to the reception area was locked, and said, "What you got?" "The paper is Russian," Merritt said. "The map is apparently computer-generated from an internet database." "Okay," Grafton said slowly, searching faces. "The lettering appears to be standard computer stuff that the Chinese use. Bottom line. Anyone with access to Russian paper who was savvy on Chinese computer tech could have made this thing. Could be right out of Eileen's shop, Jake Grafton thought, although he didn't say it. If the dot represents the location where a detonation is expected, the weapons wizard said, to get the kind of damage represented by the circles, we can estimate the potency of the explosion. If it's an airburst at optimum altitude, which would be about 9,000 feet, something like 2 or 3 megatons would do it. Surface burst. About 10 megatons, more or less. The experts launched into technical explanations, which Jake listened to carefully. The stakes were too high for guesses. When they had all said everything they wanted to say, Jake had one last question for the weapons expert. Assuming these circles accurately predict the damage a weapon would inflict, how many people will die in the Norfolk, Virginia Beach, Hampton Roads area? The expert, a young, prematurely bald Ph.D., who wore thick glasses and was already carrying a paunch, took time to consider. The area is thinly populated, as metropolitan areas in the United States go. Very suburbanized. There's also a lot of water within those circles. This isn't New York or Boston. That said, he continued, I would expect 1 million people to die instantly, and another 1 million to die of their wounds or radiation poisoning within, say, 6 months. After that, maybe 100,000 will die of radiation poisoning within the next 10 years. Finally, the deaths will slow to a trickle. But people will suffer from radiation poisoning and die from complications until everyone, even present fetuses in vivo, who is within perhaps 100 miles of the blast, finally passes on 80 or 90 or 100 years from now. 100 miles. Yes. That takes in Richmond and a lot of the Delmarva Peninsula. The expert nodded sadly. After Merritt and the wizards departed, Jake Grafton sat staring at the wall, trying to get his mind around mass murder. In the Navy, he had been trained as a nuclear weapons delivery pilot. The indiscriminate horrors that nuclear weapons could and would inflict if used had had a profound effect on him then. Today, when he was 40 years older, the effect was almost devastating. He sat immobile, trying to visualize the implications. The danger, he knew, was that the problem would become so overwhelming that he would lose the ability to think about it rationally. How did the Chinese think they were going to avoid war with the United States? Nuclear war. As horrific as an explosion in southeastern Virginia might be, nuclear weapons popping in densely populated Chinese metropolitan areas would slaughter people in the hundreds of millions. He stared at the circles on the map on the table in front of him. Did they think America lacked the will or ability or guts to retaliate? An attack on the United States. A plan for that must have been approved at the very top. If that was what this map represented, does it? What other explanation could there be? The telephone on the desk buzzed. He picked it up. It was the receptionist.
Sarah Houston to see you, sir.
My office. Send her in. He extracted himself from the chair at the conference table, picked up the map, and went into his office. Sarah was coming through the other door. He waved to the chair nearest the desk, and she seated herself. Hey, he said.
I have a conversation that you should hear. I put it on your computer.
Jake didn't even sit. He bent, typed in some secret passwords, hit the enter button a couple of times, got to a screen he liked, then waved to his chair. Sarah switched sides of the desk and addressed the keyboard. You will have to turn up the volume on that thing, he said. I usually leave it off. Sarah played with the mouse and keyboard a moment. Then came a sound of a phone ringing. Then a male voice. Yeah.
Are you out of your mind?
A woman's voice, one that sounded familiar. Say what you want to say. I'm busy.
Why did you put that bomb in Carmellini's place?
He saw me, and I owed him. What's it to you?
You know our deal. Only when I give you the target. Being unpredictable keeps you alive.
You're getting your money's worth. A click, then the humming of a dial tone. Sarah hit a key.
Want to hear it again?
She asked. Whose phone?
Listen to the voice and tell me.
She played the conversation again. Zoe Carey, Grafton said when the dial tone sounded.
Yep, her phone. She dialed a number that is a prepaid cell. No name.
Jake jerked a thumb and Sarah vacated his chair. She walked around the desk, sat, and crossed her legs. He collapsed into his and stared at the computer screen. As he watched, the screensaver began dimming the screen. After another minute, the screen went dark. Shit, he said. Do you want a recording of this or the conversation put in writing? A recording. I'll put it on a CD. Bring it to me personally, and we're not going to say anything about this to anyone, especially Zoe Carey. She nodded her understanding. Anything else I need to know? I'm working the phones, Admiral. Checking on the Chinese Navy. When I get something, I'll make an appointment and come up. He didn't look at her, just nodded. Sarah got out of the office through the door ahead of the executive assistants, who were marching in with their piles of daily reports and memos and directives, all of which needed his attention. After he had waded through it, a process that took an hour and a half, Grafton shoved the paper back at Roberts and Hurley and said, I have a research job. Max, are you up for it? Of course, sir. I want resumes of the careers of the top officers in the Chinese Navy. Say the 10 most senior. I need it as soon as I can get it. Yes, sir. Hop to it, Jake said, and Anastasia and Max scampered out. I'm certainly no bomb expert, and I never went to an EOD school. Somehow Grafton never sandwiched that one in. However, I'd watched the experts play with roadside bombs in Iraq and picked up a few things, so I probably knew a bit more about the subject than the proverbial man on the street. May he rest in peace. Lying in the hospital, I had thought about bombs, about fuses and batteries and how to trigger the capacitor to set the whole mess off with a big bang. It kept my mind off Anna Modine. Driving out to Dulles late in the afternoon, I felt as if I were in some transition world, somewhere between reality and the world as I wished it to be. Anna was gone, to whatever comes next. I didn't even know if she believed in an afterlife. Somehow that never came up. The only fact that I had hold of, that kept me going in a semi-straight line, was the fact she was murdered. Probably by the same bastard that had tried to kill Grafton, who probably did kill the director of the CIA, the director of the NIA, and the director of the FBI. Maybe he had something to do with trying to kill the president. I didn't know. But if I could just get my hands on the guy, I thought I could find out. If his heart didn't give out under interrogation. Anyone can be made to talk, to tell everything he knows about any subject on earth, if enough pain is applied. Anyone. You, me, anyone. No matter how tough they are. Or almost anyone. There is a tiny number of people who can endure pain up unto their death and never talk. They are rare individuals. Still, the drawbacks to that technique of obtaining information are twofold. First, the sufferer is likely to tell you what he thinks you want to hear in order to end the pain, so you may be obtaining bullshit you think is gold. Secondly, applying the pain does things to a sane man that are impossible to explain or live with. The torturer becomes an animal. I didn't think my conscience would be a big problem. All I had to do, I thought, was think of Anna, and tightening the screw would not be difficult. That's what I told myself anyway. First, we had to catch the bastard. Willie and I went shopping for a battery and the cables to replace the cut ones. We took the shop van. We also bought a mechanic's mirror for looking under vehicles, plus a tiny camera on a flexible fiber-optic hose for looking into tight places. At 3 that afternoon, Travis Clay showed up at the lock shop with 2 tactical headsets they had borrowed from the company. We tried them out. The other guys would have them too. We would be on Channel 1. The other guys were already on their way to the airport. They would slip into the lot at intervals and do a look around, as surreptitiously as possible, then find parking places. We hoped there would be parking places. Although we were interested in an area of about 15 acres in that 100-acre lot, Dulles was a busy place, and parking places were hard to come by. We would just have to do the best we could. Everyone would be in place, surrounding the old red Benz, when Willie and I showed up at 5 o'clock to do our thing. We chatted on the TACnet on the way to the airport. Everyone in place. Not ideal positions, but at least they were arranged around the Benz. They had done some looking, but not much. If our rabbit saw them searching the lots, he would boogie. If he was there. We were hoping he was. I had my fingers crossed. I had my Kimber in my shoulder holster. Willie wouldn't carry a gun even if he had one. He was a two-time loser, and being caught with a gun would have probably got him prosecuted as a habitual criminal, which would have meant a serious stretch in the pen, maybe life. He wouldn't have touched a shooter even if it had tits on it. We put on coveralls with the name Willie's Lock Shop emblazoned on the back. They looked as if they hadn't seen a laundry since last spring. Willie slid behind the wheel of the van, and I climbed into the passenger seat. On the way to the airport, Willie had second thoughts. "What if this guy has a bomb rigged up with radio control, Tommy? You thought about that? He see you near that car and push the button and drive off while you taking the long slide to hell." "I don't think that's likely," I explained. "He can't sit in that parking lot around the clock, and he hasn't the foggiest when I might show up, if I do." "Man, unless that fool's there. He put a bomb in your car to pop when the hood is lifted. It might blow up a couple of mechanics from Joe's garage." "You don't really think he gives a damn, do you?" Willie shrugged. "Maybe not. But if there is a bomb in the car, he ought to be in the next state over, if he's got a lick of sense." "Willie, if he had a lick of sense, he wouldn't be assassinating people. This is a special kind of dude." "Special," Willie agreed, his head bobbing. "He likes killing people. Hold that thought. And us standing round that old Benz begging him to do it to us. Talk about lacking sense." Actually, I was kind of hoping this guy would take a shot at me. And miss, of course. Then the Snake Eaters and I would have his homicidal ass to do with as we chose. As I chose. And I had plans. Gotta catch him first, though. Got to catch him. We drove into the long-term parking lot, took a ticket, and went creeping down the aisles. "Slow, man, slow," I said as I scanned every car in sight. "We're a couple of mechs looking for this dead car." "In a lock shop van." Well, it was the best we could do on short notice. Fortunately, the area where the Benz was parked wasn't full. There were other cars creeping in, looking for parking places, and here and there people dragging suitcases on wheels and queuing up at the bus stops, waiting for a ride to the terminal, which was over a half-mile away. Jets took off and landed, although the noise wasn't loud. Amazing how they had quieted those things the last few years. Now at the airport, jet noise was just a background drone. "There it is," I said, pointing. "Park right in front of it." He did. I got out, went around back and opened the doors and took out the mirror. I didn't rubberneck. That was Willie's job. He stayed behind the wheel and was supposed to be looking right, left, and ahead. Of course, it was possible our bomber wasn't in the lot, but was somewhere a good distance away with a rifle. That seemed unlikely, although possible. Hell, anything was possible. The hairs on the back of my arm seemed to come to attention as I walked up to the Benz and looked her over. Looked in every window, walked all the way around the car, keeping moving. I may be a stud, but I didn't have it in me to just stand there posing for a sniper. Then I slid the mirror, which was on a 4-foot handle, under the car and began looking. It was an interesting device, with a twist-grip handle that allowed the operator to adjust the angle of the mirror. I did the driver's side first. Didn't see anything. Worked my way around. Looked up into the engine compartment, then under the passenger side, then under the trunk area. Didn't see a thing that wasn't supposed to be there. After I had done the whole car, I put the mirror in the back of the van and took out the optical device on the flexible probe. It even had a little spotlight on it. "You have the eyeballs going, right?" I said to Willie. "No, fool, I'm taking a nap." I inserted the optical device under the bottom of the hood, tried to get it over the top of the radiator for a look. I couldn't. The gap between the radiator and sheet metal was too small. After 5 minutes of trying, I gave up. There was nothing for it but to pop the hood and take a peek. First, I had to open the car. I had the keys in my pocket, but if there was a watcher, that wouldn't do. He hadn't used keys, and after all, this was a lock-shop van. I got the tool we use to open cars after people lock their keys inside, and slid it down between the driver's window and the outside sheet metal of the door. Manipulated the flat tool a bit, and the lock popped. I put it back in the van like a careful workman, then opened the driver's door. Very slowly, alert for the slightest sign of resistance. There was none. I reached in, pulled the little handle to release the hood, then closed the door and went around front. "There's a guy watching us," Willie said on the net. "Behind the van. He's out of his car, fooling with a little suitcase and watching us." Got him. That was Doc Gordon. I took the video probe over to the front of the Benz and reached inside to ease the hood off its latch. Then I planned to insert the probe for another look. I was trying hard to look nonchalant, just a workman doing his job. "He's walking this way," Willie's voice in my ear. "He dumped the suitcase. Coming quick." That's when I looked. Yep, it was him, about 100 feet away and striding along. I dropped the tool and ran toward him. He was in the middle of the traffic lane. He stopped with his feet spread and raised a pistol he had been carrying down by his leg. I hadn't seen the pistol when I started toward him. It was too damn late to stop. He took a two-handed grip, raised the weapon, which seemed to have a silencer on it. I was going at him on a fast lope. I juked left, the pistol flashed and popped, and I faked right and went left again. Another shot, another miss. Thinking about it later, I was amazed at how cool I had been as the assassin blazed away. Pulling my own shooter didn't even cross my mind. I wanted this son of a bitch alive. All I can tell you is that right then I guess I didn't give a good goddamn. The fact that I was still running toward him must have made him lose the tactical picture. He never saw or heard the car coming up behind him. Doc Gordon's front grill caught the shooter in the ass, and he went forward onto his face. Doc slammed on the brakes, and I sprinted up, kicked the pistol away. The guy was stunned. Spread eagle on the pavement. I rolled him over. Yep, it was the dumpster diver. Doc was leaning out the car window. "It's him, all right. Back up, then run over his elbow." I stuck his right arm out and stood back. Doc leaned out the window and eased the car forward. The left front tire went right over the guy's elbow, crushing it. He screamed. I dragged him out from under the car. Doc and Willie helped me put plastic ties on his wrists and ankles and gag him with a strip of duct tape. Will ran back to the van and backed it up. I told him when to stop. Doc and I picked up the guy and threw him in the back. Then we looked around. No one seemed to be watching. "We got him," I said on the net. Doc retrieved the silenced pistol and the guy's suitcase and tossed them into the van. Then he closed the rear doors. "All you guys get out of here," I said on the net. "See you tomorrow at the office." Got mic clicks in reply. "Go up to the Benz," I told Willie. He got behind the wheel and moved the van. I took a last look around. Blood on the pavement. It would wash off when it rained again. Blood always washes off. Willie climbed between the seats and took a look at our patient. "He's bleeding," he said to me. "Put a tourniquet on that arm," I told him. "Use a plastic tie. Make it tight." "So why did he come running?" "There's a bomb in the Benz and he thought I was going to find it." Indeed, 6 minutes later I saw it with the optical tool. It was wedged near the firewall, with a tripwire taped to the front of the hood. With the hood almost down, there had been just enough room for him to work. Looked like 5 or 6 sticks of dynamite. Of course, if I had just lifted the hood all the way. We would come back, disarm the bomb, and install a new battery in the Benz later. We would also pick up the bomber dude's ride to see what we could learn from it. I shoved the last of my gear in the van, climbed in, and pointed at the distant exit from the lot. Willie put the van in motion. The bomber was writhing in the back, moaning softly. He was hurting bad. I figured he was going to be hurting a lot worse pretty soon. I threw a blanket over him so the woman in the toll booth wouldn't get a shock. I put on my seat belt, sat back, took off the tactical headset and mic, yawned, snapped on the radio to drown the moans. Willie had it tuned to a DC rock station. The wanging of an electric guitar, insane drumming, and incomprehensible lyrics matched my mood. "Well, come on, Tommy. Give me some cash for the parking lot tab." I dug out my wallet. Truth is, I felt pretty good. Better than I had all week. Choi Lee was in love. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with Sally Chan. But he was a Chinese spy, monitoring American fleet movements, which seemed fairly innocuous in and of itself. He had told her months ago that he was an early retiree from Silicon Valley, which explained his income and his hobby, fishing. If he got married, he could always keep up the deception, of course, until his control transferred him or ordered him home. Then he and Sally could drop off the edge of the planet into the beating heart of America. However, the addition of Zhang Ping to his station worried him. He had reported every ship movement for months, without fail, and then came Zhang. Was he about to be ordered home? What if he proposed to Sally and she accepted? How would Zhang take it? Now he and Zhang were spending every day in the new boat, cruising around Hampton Roads, drift fishing, trolling or anchoring near one shore or the other, and fishing. Fishing, fishing, fishing. Actually, he fished, and Zhang sat in the captain's chair in the little cabin and used binoculars by the hour. Today, the temperature was in the mid-50s, and there was a 20 to 25-knot wind blowing under a high overcast that blotted out the sun. Zhang's laptop was in a stand near the helm, beside the radar scope and GPS. Earlier, when Zhang went to the head, Choi had examined it. A wire with a USB plug ran from the computer to a power outlet to keep it charged. There was another USB plug, too, and the wire for that ran into the console. Choi figured Zhang had wired it up one evening when he and Sally were in bed at a Virginia Beach motel. He wondered where it went. He didn't get to dig around to find out. When he heard the head flush, he moved noiselessly back to his fishing rod and was reeling in to check his bait when Zhang came up the small ladder from the cabin. As Zhang searched with binoculars, Choi thought about Sally. She was American to the core. Choi's occupation would horrify her. Her father's parents had fled China when the communists were on the verge of victory and come to America. Her father had been born here and had served in the army during the Vietnam War. Her mother was a fifth-generation American from California. Both of them hated communism and believed in the American dream with all their hearts. So did Sally. She had made that crystal clear on several occasions when some liberal commentator or politician on television spewed an elitist anti-American viewpoint. Crap, she called it, and changed the channel. So what was he going to do? If he turned himself into the FBI, perhaps he would eventually be released, and then he could marry Sally. She might forgive past sins, but she would never continue their relationship if she knew he was an agent of the Chinese military. Never. And he thought too much of her to try to keep his occupation a secret. He felt a bite and set the hook. "Got one," he called to Zhang, who put down his binoculars and asked, "Should I move the boat?" "I don't think so. It isn't that big." After a 10-minute fight, he brought the fish to the side of the boat. It was a rockfish, 15 or 16 pounds. He used a gaff and hauled it into the boat. Big, but no record. The biggest rockfish ever hauled out of this bay was over 60 pounds. He turned, grinning like a fool at Zhang, who looked amused. "How about that?" Choi Li roared in English. Wait until Sally heard about this. He put the fish in a cooler near the outboard motors that also contained ice and sat down in the enclosed little bridge where Zhang was, out of the wind, to warm up and have a beer. Beer was one of the things he liked about fishing, even in December. He would take the fish to Sally at the restaurant this evening. Maybe she and her father could cook it the Chinese way. He almost invited Zhang to come share it, then decided not to. Zhang turned back to the radar scope. 2 container ships were to the east, heading north for Baltimore. Another, a bulk carrier probably full of coal, was in sight coming down the bay, headed for the entrance to the Atlantic. Over by the mouth of the Elizabeth River, a destroyer was coming out. When she was broadside to them heading east, Choi could just make out the number on the hull. 109. That would be DDG 109, USS Jason Dunham. He called out the name to Zhang, who merely nodded that he had heard. He was examining her now with binoculars. Why was Zhang in America, here in Norfolk? His presence meant something. But what? Chapter 17. War is Hell. William T. Sherman. It was a few minutes after midnight when I called Jake Grafton, checked on Willie's phone to see that he was home. Looked like they were out or in bed, but I rang his house anyway. Woke him up. He showed up at the lock shop at 1:15. I was sitting in the front of the shop checking my notes when I saw Grafton park out front. I unlocked the door for him, then relocked it when he was inside. "You got him, huh?" Grafton said. "He's in back with Willie. Been jabbering his head off. I wrote it all down if you want to read it to save time." I told him about Travis, Doc, Willis, and Pablo. Grafton went through the door from the shop to the workroom. We had our bomber spread eagle on the floor with a work light in his face. We had been manipulating his arm below the crushed elbow socket. The wound was swelled up to about the size of a grapefruit, and blood was leaking out. The pain, I imagine, was excruciating. The assassin stood it a while, then tried to answer questions to get us to stop. That worked for a bit, but when he wound down, we would have to stimulate him some more. Grafton took a long look at the guy. The odor of shit and piss didn't seem to bother him any. He kicked Fish's foot so he would open his eyes. "What happened to his elbow?" "Car ran over it. Doc Gordon hit him from behind. He was shooting at me. He must have figured that I would find the bomb in my Benz." "How bad is the elbow?" "Bones on both sides of the joint are crushed, I think. They'll probably have to amputate. See his fingers? No circulation. They're turning black." "But he's still alive," Grafton said with a sigh. "That's good. I might think of a few more questions. Do you think he's been telling the truth?" "He did some lying there for a while, but we got those kinks straightened out. These fingerprints on the last page. His. He wasn't in any shape to sign his name, so we put ink on his fingers, left hand, and he signed with those." Grafton gave me a look, then went over to the workbench where we had Fish's stuff laid out. Looked at the pistol with the silencer, at the suitcase, which only held 2 bricks to give it heft, and at his cell phone and keys, which were on a ring. He picked up the phone, played with it a bit, and pocketed it. Then the Admiral sat down in the only chair and rearranged the lamp over Fish so that he could read my notes. I turned up the volume of the shop radio so that Fish wouldn't be burdened by our conversation. "Tomazic, Reineck, and Maxwell. And Anna," Grafton muttered. "Put the bomb in my place." After a bit, Grafton said, "So this is why you saw him at Dulles. He was coming back from Seattle. Did that job out there with a car bomb. He really gets off on car bombs." Grafton read on. A couple of times he glanced at Fish, who was enjoying the respite from excruciating pain. No doubt his whole arm hurt like hell, but nothing like it did when I twisted his lower arm or stood on it or kicked it. Then he about jumped out of his skin. He screamed and screamed. Fortunately, our little shop was in a strip mall, and the tenants on both sides had gone home for the night. There was no upstairs. Willie checked the alley behind from time to time. Fish could scream his lungs out if he wished. Actually, I had to go easy on that arm. If I had really tugged and twisted, I think the lower arm would have separated from the upper arm. The socket looked that bad. Then it wouldn't have hurt anymore. Then I would have had to use a hammer on the left one and start all over. But I didn't have to do it. Fish got positively garrulous. He even volunteered things, which was hard to believe. Yet I saw it happen. Grafton was studying the meat of the revelations. Who gave Fish his targets? Whom he had seen in Seattle? Where he got his dynamite and fuses? How much he was paid? Numbers for contacts? Where he lived? Where he kept his money? Where his weapons were? Who he had killed since the day he got out of diapers until this evening? All of it. So this Chinese guy, who was Carey's control, called him and sent him to Seattle? So he says. His name? He doesn't know it. The guy mentioned Carey, called her a mutual friend. Finally, Grafton asked the stupidest question I'd heard in years. "Did you read him his Miranda rights?" "Oh, sure," I said. "I carry a card in my wallet. Willie heard me." "Good." Grafton went back to my notes. Finally, he folded up my sheets of paper and put them in his pocket. "What do you want me to do with them?" I asked. "Well," Grafton considered. He didn't glance at Fish. "I'll make a call or two." Jake Grafton went through the shop, made sure the outside door wouldn't lock behind him, went outside, got out his cell phone and called Harry Estep at home. After 8 rings, Estep answered the telephone. "Jake Grafton, Harry. Sorry to wake you up." Estep grunted. "We've got a little problem that you can help us with. We've got the guy who killed James Maxwell, among others. Our problem is what to do with him." A long silence followed. Finally, Estep said, "Jesus Christ. How'd you do that?" "He planted a bomb in Tommy Carmellini's car at Dulles Airport. He was waiting around to see Tommy get blown up. Tommy and a few friends got him first." "Has he talked?" "I'm going to reserve that for the time being. He's in bad shape. A car crushed his elbow while they were trying to capture him. I'm afraid he needs to go to a hospital. I want you to send some people you trust to arrest him under a national security warrant and see that he is guarded around the clock, held incommunicado, available to no one." "I hope you haven't fucked this up so we can't use his testimony in court." "You know better than that, Harry. I doubt if he'll say a word without his lawyer by his side. Your guys can read him his Miranda rights and all that. Still, we're going to have to keep a serious lid on. If you like, I'll brief you tomorrow. As it is, he needs to go to a hospital." "Who is it?" "Goes by the name of Fish. His real name is Peter Vega. He's a professional assassin." "Where is he?" Jake gave him the address of Willie's lock shop. Vega. Is he Hispanic?" Grafton sneered into the phone. "Damn if I know." "Okay, take him to Walter Reed. I'll get some people over there within an hour. Carmellini will run him over there." The irony of that remark was not lost on Grafton. "Come over to Langley about 8. I'll buy you breakfast." "I know you're not telling me everything." "Of course not. 8 o'clock, my office. See you there." Jake hung up and went back into the lock shop. Carmellini was sitting near Fish, not looking at him. The man was on the floor, moaning. "Take him to Walter Reed," Grafton told me. "The FBI will have some people there to meet you. They'll arrest him and guard him around the clock. After the doctors get done with him, we'll jail him. Might need him later to tell his tale again. If he will. If he won't," Grafton sighed, "he'll be a one-armed assassin, assuming that someday the country gets back to normal, and assuming someone hasn't permanently shut his mouth before that happy day arrives. Okay. Put a tourniquet on that arm. He's still bleeding, and tape his mouth shut. He talks to no one." "Okay. So your Benz has a bomb in it?" "Yes, sir." "Call the bomb squad. You're no EOD specialist. See you in my office at 10. He glanced at his watch. "This morning. And don't forget you have an appointment at the Willard at noon." "Yes, sir." The Admiral didn't look at Fish again. Said hello to Willie, who had been sitting on a stool watching and listening, then walked out. When I came back from locking the front door, Willie was putting his jacket on. "Damn," he said. "That Grafton is something else." "Oh?" "I was getting around to kind of feeling sorry for this murderous son of a bitch after what you did to him, which God knows he had coming. But that Grafton, he ain't got a quarter ounce of sympathy in his whole body." "Sympathy isn't one of his virtues," I agreed sourly. "And I'm running a little short of it myself these days. Let's get this asshole to a hospital before temptation gets the better of me. I'd sleep better nights if I killed him and dumped what's left in a sewer." Admiral Cart McKiernan answered his phone after 10 rings. He sounded sleepy, too. "Couldn't you have called in the morning?" the CNO asked after Jake told him he wanted to see him at 8. "I need to see you in the morning as soon as possible." McKiernan sighed. "I have a Joint Chiefs meeting in the morning. Can this wait until lunch?" "Yes, but I'd rather you come to Langley so I won't be seen around the E-ring. I'll buy your lunch." "A free meal. How can I refuse? See you then." Jake tapped on the glass that separated him from the driver's compartment. The driver opened the window. "Langley," Jake said. Sitting in the chair behind the director's desk, Jake sighed. He now knew who had killed Mario Tomazic, Reineck, and Maxwell, who planted the bombs in his condo and Carmellini's apartment, and gone to Seattle and killed one of the Russians who attempted to assassinate the president. Fish. Zoe Carey had hired him for the D.C. hits. A Chinese hired him for the Russian hit, a man Fish knew in Boston who was Carey's control. Fish had dumped the bag, even giving Carmellini the name of his Boston contact and his telephone number, plus a description of the Chinese man who met him in Seattle. All that was left was the why. Staring at the map of Norfolk on his desk, Jake thought he had a glimmer about the why. Zoe Carey. What did she know? If arrested and interrogated, would she talk or clam up? If she was removed from the board, would her controller sound the alarm, in Beijing or Moscow, to whoever paid for murder and mayhem? Who was the controller? Someone was providing the money. Carey certainly couldn't be paying Fish for assassinations out of her own pocket. He had told Tommy to take Fish to a hospital. He could be held there incommunicado, and the word could be passed that he was not talking to anyone. Still, Zoe Carey would eventually find out Fish was locked up. Criminals who commit serious crimes think they will never be caught. If they admitted the possibility, they wouldn't do the crime. What would Carey do when she heard about Fish? Disappear? He thought about it. With Harry Estep's help, she could be kept under 24-hour discreet surveillance. Every phone call could be monitored, except if she used a public telephone booth. That was the risk. Carey had had 2 shooting scrapes in cases involving Chinese intelligence operations in America. Had she tried to arrest spies or protect them? The Chinese had hacked into the Navy's computer systems. 5 carriers were going to be in Norfolk over the holidays, and presumably the Chinese knew that. He asked Eileen for backdoor cooperation, and Eileen produced a map of Norfolk that he said was Chinese, a map that could be construed as showing the blast effect of a nuclear weapon. A team of Russians tried to assassinate the president. A man controlled by a rogue FBI agent killed the director of national intelligence, the director of the CIA, and the director of the FBI. The same man, perhaps, was paid by a Chinese agent to kill one of those Russians with a car bomb in a parking lot at SeaTac Airport, and did so. Add it all up, and what do you have? Jake wrote a note to the receptionist asking to be awakened when she arrived, put it on her desk, closed his office door, and stretched out on his couch. If the Chinese hacked into the Navy's computer system, so could someone else, like the Russians. Perhaps the North Koreans, but not likely. The Iranians had certainly been trying. Al-Qaeda, the Venezuelans. What if? If you're going to blow up half the American Navy, why assassinate high-ranking intel officials? The director of the FBI. Why kill the president? Who else was on Carey's list? Well, heck, he was. He knew that. But why? He was thinking about the map when he went to sleep. In Norfolk, Choi Lee had dinner with Sally Chan in the Chan's restaurant. Sally's father cooked the rockfish, which he served on a bed of rice with some traditional Chinese vegetables. He and his wife joined Choi and Sally at the table. It was a convivial meal, full of good cheer, happy conversation, and smiles. The conversation was all in English, American English. Choi wondered what the senior Chans would say if they knew he was a Chinese agent. But mainly he wondered what Sally would say if he told her. Would she drop him like a hot potato and immediately call the FBI? He considered the problem from every angle as he sipped traditional tea.
"You are so preoccupied tonight," Sally said. "What is on your mind?"
He shrugged. Now was not the time, nor was this the place.
"You need to get a real job,"
Sally said seriously, gazing into his eyes.
"Fishing all day and loafing is not an honorable occupation for a man of your youth."
"I have earned my retirement," he said defensively.
"No doubt. But what are you accomplishing?"
"I catch good fish."
"Congratulations. Maybe you should become a commercial fisherman."
"You are serious, aren't you?"
"Indeed I am,"
she said, still watching his eyes. I'll think about it. Sally Chan still had his eyes pinned.
I think you are in love with me, and I am in love with you. You haven't mentioned the L word, but I think I know what is in your heart.
Choi Lee's blood pressure rose 10 points. He finished his tea and pushed the cup away. Like every other Chinese restaurant in America, this one gave out fortune cookies when the waitress brought the check. There was no check tonight, of course, but the waitress brought the cookies anyway. Choi smiled at her and examined the two on the small plate. Which one do you want? He murmured to Sally.
The one you don't pick.
He leaned forward, pretending to examine them, then seized the one nearest to him, broke it, and extracted the small slip of paper. He unfolded it and read silently. Important decisions await you. He crumpled it in his fist, popped a piece of the cookie in his mouth.
What does it say?
Sally demanded. I don't know that I want to share. Open yours. She did so and read aloud.
Romance is in your future.
She eyed him again.
Now yours.
Choi saw no way out. He passed it to her. She smoothed the paper and read it.
Prophetic, I would say,
she told him, and pocketed both of the small slips. Choi Lee didn't smile. He sat staring at her. Chapter 18. Invincibility lies in the defense, the possibility of victory in the attack. Sun Tzu. Lieutenant Newly Newman and Lieutenant Whitey Sorensen were at the controls of a U.S. Navy P-8A Poseidon over the South China Sea on a routine surface surveillance mission. The Poseidon, the replacement for the Navy's 40-year-old turboprop P-3 Orion patrol airplane, had a surface search radar in a pod on the belly, which had been lowered hydraulically so the radar's scan wouldn't be limited by the engine nacelles. 2 naval flight officers, NFOs, and 3 enlisted naval air crewmen sat at the operator's stations along the port side of the aircraft behind the cockpit. Only the pilots had windows. Today they were busy tracking the ships and fishing boats in the South China Sea. It was a dull mission. The plane and crew were based at the old Naval Air Station runway at Subic Bay in the Philippines. The United States had turned over the base to the Philippine government in 1992, after the Philippine Senate demanded the U.S. military leave, but the rising aggressiveness of China had changed political reality in Manila. The Philippines decided they needed the United States as military allies. In 2012, the U.S. Navy was invited back to Subic Bay, the finest deep-water port in the Western Pacific. Fortunately for the Americans, the saloons and whorehouses of Olongapo, the city beside the base, had welcomed the Americans back with open arms, as had all the Filipinos who once again had jobs at the base. Newly was thinking about how the world had turned again, when the senior NFO, Lieutenant Junior Grade Doug Shepard, said on the intercom, "We have a high-speed bogey at 3 o'clock, 30 miles and closing fast, on a course to intercept. It's above us and descending." "How far are we from China?" 145 miles east of Hainan Island. Oh, hell, Newly thought. Here we go again. The Chinese had already harassed U.S. patrol planes 3 times this year. 12 or 13 years ago, one hit a P-3, killed the fucking Chinese bastard in the fighter. He went into the ocean, and the P-3 made an emergency landing in Hainan, where the Chinese held the crew for 11 days before releasing them. The pilot was now a commander. Newly had met him once. All these thoughts shot through his head in a second or two. Newly left the plane on autopilot. A steady course might prevent some damn fool chink from inadvertently hitting him. Not that there was much he could do about a Chinese aircraft zooming around, with or without hostile intentions. The Poseidon had no anti-aircraft weapons whatsoever, nor was it aerobatic or supersonic. It was a military version of the Boeing 737-800, an airliner. "Hell," Whitey said and stared out his window, trying to catch a glimpse of the oncoming airplane. Then he saw it slightly above them, descending toward them. "Collision course," he said, his voice rising. "Right at us! Holy damn!" The airplane, a fighter, slashed right in front of them, missing by what seemed a few feet. The Poseidon jolted as it went through the fighter's wake. The fighter went out to the left in a climbing turn. Newly watched it. It was high, curving around to come in behind them. "You guys in back get ready. This guy's gonna buzz us again." "Or hit us," Whitey muttered. He concentrated on the instrument panel. If the autopilot kicked off, he wanted to be ready to hand-fly this beast. The Chinese pilot came zooming in, seeming to aim his plane right at the cockpit. It looked like he was going to ram, yet at the very last second he dipped his wing and passed in front of them on knife edge, a 90-degree angle of bank, so close they could see his helmeted head in the cockpit. Extraordinarily close. Once again the Poseidon bucked as it crossed the fighter's wash. "Jesus!" Whitey roared. "He damn near got us!" Newly took several seconds to get himself under control. He had thought they were going to die. "How close is the cavalry?" Newly asked Shep. He meant American fighters, of course. "An hour away at least," was the answer. "Get on the horn. Get them coming this way. Have Mike tell base ops what is going on." Mike was another NFO, Lieutenant Mike Fisher. "Give them our position. If we go down, at least they'll know where to look." "Yep," Shep said and changed radio channels. "Got it," Mike echoed. "There's another fighter 1,000 feet above us, crossing our nose right to left," Whitey said. "Got him in sight." "The wingman," Newly said. "Yep." "Give me a camera, somebody. I want a photo if he comes by again." The fighter did make another pass, but Newly was still trying to get the camera that had been passed to him turned on and focused, when it came up the port side and afterburner and crossed right in front of them, seeming close enough to touch, its wingtip almost scraping the cockpit. Newly managed a photo as the fighter headed west toward Hainan. It was at least 2 miles away when he clicked the shutter. Then they were gone, and the incident was over. 2 fighters disappearing into the haze toward Hainan, the Poseidon still on autopilot, the crew wondering what it all meant, if anything. It was an international incident reported worldwide, another Chinese-American incident. A Chinese spokesman said, "Continued surveillance by the United States threatens to undo previous diplomatic efforts." Jake Grafton read the article in the Washington Post. So did Sally Chan in Norfolk, in the Virginian Pilot. Choi Lee read that article too. After 2 FBI agents showed up at the hospital, Willie Varner and I took the van back to the shop. We got into his car and headed back to his place, where I was bunking. "I guess you don't need me watching that feed from Grafton's anymore." "You're done." "Maybe that Carey bitch will kill someone else." "I don't think so. Grafton will take care of her." "Gonna be a nice little check when I get it." "Hold that thought." Willie the Wire looked me over and shook his head. "This shit ain't good for your soul, Carmellini," he said. "Mine either." "Meet you in hell," I muttered. At his place, he got out a bottle of bourbon, poured a glass neat, handed it to me, then went to bed. I sipped bourbon and thought about the interrogation. I almost killed Fish when he told me about planting the bomb in my apartment. Of course, he had lots more to spill at that point, so I didn't. Just caused him more pain. Lots more. Killing him would have given me a lot of satisfaction, but it would have been an easy out for him. Toward the end, he was begging me to shoot him. That's when I was glad I hadn't finished him. Now I was wishing I had. Ah, me. Why is it we are supposed to be civilized, obey the rules of civilized society, when the enemies of our society aren't civilized? That was a conundrum I wasn't smart enough to solve. Any way you looked at it, Anna Modine was dead. Gone. Gone forever, and I was left here to march on through this putrid morass of stupidity, self-interest, and evil. Was I feeling sorry for Anna or myself? I finished off that glass of whiskey, drank one more, then stretched out on the couch. I was replaying Fish's screams in my memory when the alcohol put me to sleep. Sal Molina arrived 2 minutes prior to Harry Estep. Jake Grafton handed him Tommy Carmellini's notes and a cup of coffee, and called for coffee for Harry when he got there. Both men read Carmellini's notes in silence. As they were reading, Robin knocked, then came in carrying 2 breakfasts on cafeteria trays. Jake nodded at her, and she gave one tray to each of the visitors. She looked a question at Jake, and he shook his head no. He would get something to eat later. When Robin left, Estep angrily asked, "How'd Carmellini get this stuff out of this fish guy, Vega?" "I didn't ask," Grafton shot back. "Tortured him." Jake Grafton shrugged. "I didn't ask because I don't want to know. There it is in black and white. 2 days before, we intercepted Zoe Carey talking to this guy on a cell phone." "Intercepted?" Estep growled. "You got a warrant?" "No. We can't use that in court." "Want to listen?" He turned to his computer, and in less than a minute, all 3 men heard her voice. When the conversation was over, Estep said a cuss word. "So what are you going to do about Zoe Carey?" Grafton asked, eyeing the FBI man. Estep lost it. "What the hell can I do? Fish, Vega, won't testify. This statement to Carmellini isn't admissible in court. That recording is worthless. The Justice Department won't prosecute. Carey will just laugh at us." "Well, you better think of something," Grafton said, staring at Harry. "You and I know those notes are the gospel. She sicked fish on Mario Tomazic, James Maxwell, Paul Reinick, and me. He put a bomb in Carmellini's apartment and killed Carmellini's girl. He assassinated the last known man who brought down Air Force One, trying to kill the president. Fish says he did Carmellini on his own because he saw him, knew his face. You have several hundred agents investigating all these crimes, and Fish admits he did them. Now what the hell are you going to do?" Harry Estep threw Carmellini's notes on Grafton's desk. They scattered all over. The Admiral left them where they landed. "Sal, you want to say anything?" "Why?" Jake Grafton took a sip of coffee, as if this were just another staff meeting. "Because he was paid." "Who paid him?" "Carey." "Who paid her?" "I don't know. She does. Harry?" Harry Estep was pale and sweating. His eyes bulged. He stared at Jake Grafton. "You—" "Man, I just told you how it is. You're the interim director of the FBI. Until Sal's boss throws you under the bus. Now, interim director, what are you going to do?" "Arrest her. There's nothing else I can do." "I agree. She'll try to contact Fish sooner or later and smell a rat when she can't get him. Toss her in the can, but get busy investigating her, not him. She's got a contact somewhere. Get a warrant to intercept her calls, search her computer. She's got a bank account somewhere that she uses to pay Fish, or she's got a mattress full of cash. That money is somewhere. God damn it, find the money. But don't get the idea you can let her walk around while you investigate. If she realizes Fish is in custody and calls the money man or sends him an email, he'll know the deception is over." "So?" "Damn it, don't you see? The murders were all a diversion to keep our eyes off the ball." "What ball?" "I'm not sure yet." "All this on your say-so." "I didn't set this up, you idiot. I'm just telling you about it." "We'll decide what to do," Harry Estep snarled. "Better get at it. She could be trying to call Fish even as we speak." "Fuck you, Grafton." That remark won't help an iota. It makes me feel better. Got any whiskey in your desk? No. Thanks for nothing, Harry Estep said and rose from his chair. If you're going to arrest her, better get at it, Grafton said. Estep was in a foul mood. Unlike you, we have to get a warrant first. He strode to the door, opened it, and slammed it shut behind him. Molina rose from his chair. Not you, Grafton said sharply to the president's man. Sit. Molina didn't move. Harry has a full plate, Grafton said. But you people at the White House have been living in la-la land and dancing between the raindrops. Now it's time to face the music. Sit down. Molina sat. Whose bright idea was it to have the Navy bring 5 aircraft carriers into Norfolk over the Christmas holidays? Molina stared. 5 carriers in Norfolk? This is the first I've heard about it. Unfortunately, the Navy heard about it months ago, maybe 6 months ago. Some White House weenie ordered the CNO to order all the Atlantic fleet carriers to Norfolk for the holidays, and McKiernan obeyed. As it happens, government spending will hit the debt ceiling in early December, and Congress will probably be reluctant to raise it. Oracle that I am, I predict another round of posturing about the debt ceiling. Remember what happened the last time? Molina sat silent, looking at Grafton. The telephone buzzed. Grafton answered it. Robin.
Zoe Carey is here to brief you.
Tell her I'm busy. Tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
The receptionist hung up. Grafton swiveled back to Molina. Someone at the White House told Cart McKiernan to put those carriers in Norfolk over the holidays. The Chinese know about it. They've been hacking into the Navy's computers. God knows what other nation knows our plans. The Navy's computers are apparently easily hacked. They might as well make a public announcement. One nuclear explosion, and half the fleet will be wiped out. 1 million lives lost. He pulled out the map Eileen had sent and handed it over. Sal Molina stared at it. That's a Chinese product. A Russian spy got it, and a high official in the SVR passed it to me. It took almost a minute for Molina to digest. You're implying the Chinese government will destroy these ships. That's a distinct possibility. An attack on Norfolk. It will probably be more subtle than the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. Subtle? Molina was still trying to understand. How? He asked. The bomb may already be there. Willie Varner and I were sitting in the long-term parking lot at Dulles at 9 o'clock that morning, in the lock shop van watching airliners land and take off, when the FBI's bomb squad showed up in an armored truck. One of the dudes got out of the passenger seat and came over to the van. Are you Carmellini? Yep. Got ID? I showed the guy my CIA pass. He took a hard look, sighed, and handed it back. I almost asked him for his ID, but thought better of it. That's the car. I pointed at my ride. A bomb in it, you think? Yep, under the hood. I have the keys if you want them. He surveyed the cars, the sky, an airliner that serenaded us as it headed for Europe or Denver or wherever, and the people pulling luggage on wheels through the lot. He was a medium-sized, wiry black guy with a buzz cut. He had a pinch of snuff in his lower lip. After a long look at my Benz, he spit on the pavement. The office said I was to get the bomb out and let you have the car back. We already have the man who put it there, and he has confessed. There won't be fingerprints. Might be some DNA, but we don't need it. Want to move this van? Back up 100 feet and help keep people away. Okay? Give me your keys. He looked at my Benz. What year is that? A 64. An antique. Kind of ratty. Aren't you about ready for a new ride? I'm working up to it. I backed the van up about 100 feet and turned off the engine. See, everybody thinks you ought to get a new car, Willie said. I just hope these guys don't blow up my car and themselves, so I'll have something to trade in. You the tightest dude I know, Willie grumped. Kinda ashamed to be seen with you around that scruffy old thing. Let's get out and herd pedestrians. Willie said a common cuss word, and we climbed out of the van. I kept my cuss words to myself. They didn't do me any good when I said them, so why bother? The EOD specialists didn't blow themselves up. After they removed the bomb, 6 sticks of dynamite from under the hood, the bomb squad guys drove away. Willie and I put a new battery in the Benz. 6 sticks, Willie said. Enough to spread you and this fucking clunker all over this parking lot. They'd have scraped you up with a spoon to get enough to bury. Yeah. Seriously, Tommy, you ought to think about getting into another line of work. I am, dude. I am. I've heard that song before out of you, he said disgustedly. 3 or 4 times. I'll believe it when I see it. The Benz started on the first crank. After I gave him $10 for the toll booth, Willie drove the van out of the lot, and I rolled out behind him. I was headed for a mall to buy some more new duds. Then I had an appointment downtown. Another line of work. No shit, Willie. I was on the way to Washington on the limited access road when it came over me all of a sudden. I started sobbing, and my eyes teared up. I pulled over on the shoulder to let it pass. I couldn't stop sobbing. About 2 minutes later, a trooper pulled up behind me. He spent a moment in his car, probably calling in my license plate, then got out and walked up to the driver's side window. I ran the window down. I was a little better, but I must have been a sight. He took one look, sizing me up, and said, "Move your car when you can." I nodded. "A woman?" I nodded again. "Been there, buddy. You'll live through it." He turned and walked back to his cruiser and left. 3 minutes later, I was my usual sour self, so I started the engine and got the Benz underway. I stopped in the men's room on the way out of the mall and put on a set of my new threads: underwear, socks, dry-clean trousers, leather shoes, a shirt with a collar that would take a tie when necessary, a sweater. Their off-the-rack sports coat fit me like I was wearing an empty feed bag with 3 holes in it, plus a new belt. I was wearing new from the skin out. On the way downtown, I called Doc Gordon, who was hanging around the Willard with a couple of other guys, looking for anyone who might be interested in little old me when I arrived. I circled the block a few times, keeping an eye on traffic. Reasonably certain I had no tail, I drove into the parking garage and wound my way to the top floor. Took the elevator down. No one paid the slightest attention to me. Doc was waiting when I came out of the elevator. He ignored me. Willis Coffey was seated in the lobby looking at a street map. I ducked into the men's room and sat on the throne until 5 minutes of 12, then walked out and went into the corner bar. 5 people in there, 4 men and a woman. On Friday evenings, this bar was one of Washington's top meat markets for the professional and government crowd. If you looked the part and couldn't get picked up here, you were essentially without prospects. I took a seat at the bar, and the barman handed me a bar menu. "What'll it be?" I considered. 1 drink at noon shouldn't put me over the edge, and God knew I needed it. I named a bourbon. "Neat," I said. He nodded. "Hell, make it a double." "You got it." I glanced around to see if I could spot my Russian spy. Nope. Nothing on the bar menu screamed at me. I laid it down and looked out the window. The bartender served my drink without comment. I sipped it and minutes passed. I watched reflections in the window. No one paid me any attention. The place gradually filled up. The patrons looked like lobbyists or political staffers, with a few lawyers sprinkled in for seasoning. The same crowd you see at noon in bars and eateries all over the downtown. The whiskey tasted good. I thought about ordering another and decided against it. This afternoon I was going to have to tell Grafton I'd been stood up, and I should probably do it sober. When the last of the brown liquid was behind my new belt buckle, the bartender asked, "Another?" "No, one's enough." "A mutual friend was talking about you the other day." I did a double take. The bartender was a black guy, maybe 50, with prematurely gray-tipped hair. Even features, no visible tattoos, maybe 150 pounds. "Which friend? I have several." "He just said he knew you. Carmellini. I'll bring your bill." In a moment he placed a little book containing the bill on the counter. I picked it up. It had the tab in there. I put my credit card, the government one, on top of the tab. The drink was going to be on Uncle Sugar. When the book came back, I opened it and removed my plastic and a small brown envelope, pocketed them, then added a 20% tip to the credit card slip, signed it, and launched off. Everyone ignored me. Admiral Cart McKiernan came into Jake's office at the CIA headquarters at Langley at 20 minutes after 12. Jake had 2 trays from the cafeteria sitting on the sideboard. As they ate, Jake explained about fish and handed the Admiral Tommy's notes. After he read them carefully, McKiernan said, "So who hired this woman he took orders from?" "I think it was the Chinese, but the evidence is thin. It's someone who invested a lot of money in the attempt to assassinate the president, and fish doesn't come cheap." "Why?" "I think this whole mess is a diversion to tie up law enforcement and the intelligence apparatus. The real threat is elsewhere." McKiernan abandoned his lunch half-eaten. He pushed the tray back an inch. Where? Jake passed over the map and explained how he got it, mentioning no names. Norfolk, the Admiral whispered, staring at the map. The carriers and their escorts in port over the holidays. Maybe. How good is your maybe? 1 chance in 4. That's the best target around. But there are others. Washington, New York, San Diego. We could make a list. Well, this is easy. I'll send the ship somewhere else or keep them at sea. I don't think you should do that. At least not until the very last minute. There's an excellent possibility that if Norfolk is the target, the bomb is already there. Someone is watching it. If the watcher suspects that we know about the weapon, he might detonate it without waiting for ships. There are more than 1 million people in the Norfolk area, not to mention Newport News. But we don't know it's there, the Admiral objected. We're going to have to find out. Search that harbor without anyone knowing we are doing it, and keep an eye peeled for the watcher, who may or may not have the ability to trigger the thing. They worried the bone. If the weapon isn't there, the attack must come from the air, from a plane or missile, Jake argued. If it's a missile, we'll know who launched it. Ditto an airplane. That would start World War III with the Chinese. They can't want that. They want the ships off the board, and the United States Navy's offensive power cut in half. That will force the United States out of the Yellow and China Seas, maybe out of the Western Pacific. They'll blame the explosion on us. Say an American nuke detonated. Half the people in the United States, Japan, and Europe will believe them. That's the political reality of our world today. You know that. McKiernan made a face. And of the half that believe it was the Chinese, half of those will want to do nothing, preferring to pretend it was an accident. Jake said nothing. The Admiral mauled it. If a bomb is there, and you have not an iota of proof that it is, other than a map that any kid with a computer could flange up, when was it planted? Jake picked up a classified file on his desk and passed it to McKiernan. One of my staff dug this out last night. The file contained the report from USS Utah about shadowing a Chinese sub from Hainan to the South Atlantic, the sinking of the boat, the return of the sub to Hainan. In addition, there was the information on Ocean Holiday. It isn't much, I know, Grafton said, but this is a real possibility. The people on the yacht planted the bomb, left U.S. waters bound for the West Indies, rendezvoused with the Chinese sub off the Amazon, and scuttled the yacht. McKiernan read every piece of paper in the file twice, then handed it back. It fits, he acknowledged grudgingly. Do the people at the White House know about this? Molina has seen the map, not this file. McKiernan couldn't sit still. He walked around the office with unseeing eyes. Another Pearl Harbor, he muttered. Finally, he sat down again. Okay, he said. Okay. I drove the Benz back to Langley. Jennifer Soslowski at the reception desk waved me into Grafton's office. She even smiled at me. I was so stunned I forgot to smile back. Grafton was in his reading glasses, sipping coffee and going over paperwork. He was always behind, I knew. Budgets, personnel, covert operations, intelligence summaries, reports. The paper flowed in faster than he could make it flow out. He had department heads, administrators, and executive assistants, but still he was inundated. And like the captain of a ship, he was responsible for everything. Ask any congressman. He glanced up at me and waved to a chair. Get your car back. Yes, sir. The FBI EOD guys got the bomb out without an explosion or a police riot in the parking lot and took it away. The Willard? I put the envelope on his desk. It was the barman. He passed this to me. Grafton nodded and fingered the envelope. He wasn't going to open it while I was sitting here. He changed the subject. I talked to Estep this morning. He's going to arrest Carey after he gets a warrant. That'll probably take all afternoon. Why don't you trot over to her apartment and take a casual look-see through her stuff before they get there? I've called personnel. They'll show you her file before you go. Leave her computer for the FBI. See if she's got a getaway bag packed and what's in it. Don't leave any prints. I frowned, started to protest. I never leave prints. Geez. Protests would have been wasted. He was back reading, so I left. I had other things on my mind when I went by Seslowski, so I don't know if she smiled at me or not. Probably not. She didn't waste more than 1 or 2 a day. In personnel, the desk lady, a gray-haired woman with too many pounds and too many years for me, produced the file quick enough, but then wanted me to sign something. "The Privacy Act," she said by way of explanation. I was a bit surprised. Admiral Grafton called. "We have our rules. You wouldn't want just anyone reading your file, would you?" "Certainly not." Using my left hand and careful not to leave fingerprints on the access sheet, I scribbled something illegible. She was satisfied. She stood and watched me flip through the file. I made notes, with my right hand. The desk lady commented. "I'm ambidextrous," I told her. Carrie's DOB, address, telephone numbers, Langley CIA pass number, car window sticker, license plate and type. That was the same car she had ridden me around in. In 2 minutes, I thought I had everything I needed. The desk lady had her eye on me the whole time, making sure I didn't remove anything from the file. I made a mental note to tell Grafton that his sterling reputation cut no ice with the grunts. I thanked her and left. I left Langley and drove over to Carrie's apartment house, which was in Tyson's Corner, on the west side of the Beltway. Thick clouds above the buildings and trees. Gloomy, chilly day. Maybe it would snow. Or rain. I found the building right across the street from a McDonald's. Only one entrance. I had to wait for a garbage truck to exit. Then I drove in slowly and started looking for FBI vehicles. Up and down the rows I went. The lot was perhaps a third full, since it was only 2 in the afternoon. Their car was in the back row, backed in facing the front entrance. 2 men, ties and sport coats. I merely glanced at them and rolled on by. Her car wasn't here. The lot had a driveway around the south end of the building that allowed you to go around behind it. I took it. A dozen cars back there with room for maybe 20 more. Her car wasn't here either, nor were there any FBI agents. I parked at the far north corner of the lot and reached under the passenger's seat for my picks and latex gloves. Pulled on the gloves slowly, worked them up over my fingers and hands. Checked my gun under my armpit. Not that I intended to shoot any FBI agents, but maybe I would get lucky with Zoe Carey. The back door had numbers and names in a list. Beside each name was a buzzer. Yep, 213, Carey. I pushed the buzzer and waited. Jabbed it 2 or 3 more times and waited some more. I started at the highest floor, which was 4, and ran my finger down the buzzers, giving each one a blast. The little squawk box came to life. "Who is it?" "Joe Wilson. I forgot my key." The door beside me clicked. I pushed and was in. "Thanks," I told the squawk box. I took the elevator. The door opened into an empty corridor. I looked at the sign on the wall. Apartment 213 was to the right, so I went that way. Rapped on her door just in case. Silence. It took me about 30 seconds to get the lock. I went inside, closed the door, and made sure it locked behind me. The place looked as if Conrad Hilton had designed it 50 years ago. This was an old hotel converted to apartments. I walked toward the sitting room, by the door of a bathroom and a closet on my left into the sitting room, or living room, which had a kitchen in one corner. There was a small refrigerator, a 4-burner electric stove with an oven under it, a small microwave, and a super-duper coffee machine that ground the beans and heated milk. I needed to know what was here, yet I didn't have time for a leisurely search. On the plus side, I didn't need to make sure everything looked undisturbed. The FBI would tear this place apart this evening. They wouldn't know how she left it this morning. The door that connected this room to what had once been another hotel room stood open. Big bed, a dresser, a nightstand, a desk with a printer on it, and a flat-screen television mounted on the wall. This room's hallway had been converted to a walk-in closet. The bathroom door had been altered, so now it opened through the bedroom wall, not the hallway. I opened it. Beauty paraphernalia was scattered all over the counter and filled the drawers. I closed the drawers and moved on. The problem was time. I had no idea how much I had. 5 minutes, 5 hours, or something in between. She had a laptop computer in the living area, on the counter across from the kitchen. It was plugged in and charging. I passed it and looked out the window between the curtains without touching them. I was looking at the parking lot in front of the building. Traffic went by on the street beyond. The FBI guys were still there, sitting in their car. If she had a getaway bag, it had to be where she could get to it fast. In a place this small, she could get to anything fast. I went into the bedroom closet and got busy searching. Shoes, hats, dresses, slacks, boots. I went back to the closet by the door to the apartment. It contained winter coats and boots and sweaters. I felt the pockets of the coats. There was something in one. A Derringer. 2-shot .22 caliber. It was loaded. I felt in the pocket for extra cartridges. None. Tried the other pocket, which was also empty. Well, this was a hideout gun. If you needed more than 2 bullets, you needed a better gun. I started to put it back where I had found it, then changed my mind. Pulled up my pants leg and stuffed it in my sock. I got busy, trying not to be messy, but looking. Did the desk first. Checkbook, bank statements, receipts. In addition to a couple of dirty glasses, the nightstand had 2 books on it. Library books. The Aviator's Wife by Melanie Benjamin and Nancy by Adrian Fort. Both books were 3 days overdue. There was also a magazine, Cosmopolitan. The cover proclaimed that the lead article was 24 Moves That Will Drive Your Man Wild. I flipped through the books and magazine to see if she had carelessly left a note in Chinese in one. She hadn't. I got down on my hands and knees and looked under the bed. A gym bag. I pulled it out, set it on the desk, and opened it. Jackpot. Right on top was a .38 caliber revolver with a 2-inch barrel, loaded. 2 speed loaders containing cartridges were also in the bag. 2 prepaid cell phones and a little notebook with the first page full of phone numbers. There were letters by the numbers, a private code, no doubt. The next 3 pages had account numbers and passwords. Strings of numbers on the 5th page. The rest of the book was blank. There was a U.S. passport. Carrie's photo, but the name was Janice Alice Johansson, and a Virginia driver's license with the same name. At the bottom of the bag was money. 6 bundles of currency, cash in bundles held with rubber bands, plus several credit cards. The name on them was Janice A. Johansson. The money was old bills, 50s and 100s. I didn't count it. I looked the printer over. Yep, it had a copy function. I turned the thing on. While it was warming up, I peeked between the curtains at the parking lot. The FBI guys were still sitting in their car, windows rolled down, fighting crime. I had been inside 55 minutes, way too long. I copied the pages of the notebook that had writing, the ID pages and entry and exit pages of the passport that had stamps on them, the credit cards and driver's license. It took 20 sheets of paper. Another 7 minutes gone. Turned off the printer and went back into the bedroom. Copied the phone numbers off of the cell phones onto the back of my paper stash, then put cell phones, notebook, passport, and credit cards back in her bag, and shoved it under the bed. After a last look around, I checked the FBI guys one more time, then went to the door. I glanced through the eye hole. The hallway, as much of it as I could see, was empty. I folded the paper lengthwise, then into a square, and stuck the mess in my hip pocket. It was a wad. I unlocked the door and stepped out. I pulled the door shut behind me and heard it latch. Just as I started for the elevator, another door opened. Apartment 209. A Chinese man came out. He couldn't know that I just came out of Carrie's flat. He was about medium height, wearing a dark gray suit and maroon tie. Regular features, Asian eyes, balding. I nodded and kept on going. The elevator door was open. I stepped in and got a glimpse of a reflection of the Chinese man in the marble trim on the wall. He was still standing outside his door. He had been watching my back. Obviously, he didn't want to ride the elevator with me, so I punched the lobby button. The lobby was empty. I headed for the back door. Went through it, stood under the overhang examining the parking lot. No people in or out of the cars. I went over to the Benz, unlocked it, and got behind the wheel. Stripped off my gloves and shoved them and my pick-pack under the passenger seat. Looked at my watch. 13 after 3. I drove out of the lot, around the building, past the FBI dudes and out onto the street, which was 2 lanes in each direction with a concrete median. I went down to the light, hooked a U-turn when the light turned green, and drove back to McDonald's, parked facing the street. The view across the street was pretty good. I could see the back of the FBI sedan and the front of the building. I fished a small set of 6x binoculars out from behind the driver's seat, rolled down the windows so I could listen, and treated myself to a piece of gum from a new pack. Sighed and tried to relax. I had a mild headache and my muscles were sore. The December air coming in through the window was chilly, so I put on a jacket I had stuffed behind the seat. Drops of rain began to spatter on the windshield, and the breeze picked up. I rolled up the passenger window and left the one by my shoulder down. The Derringer was loaded with copper-clad solids. The serial number had been taken off with acid, which left a flat place. I put it back in my sock. Damn so Carrie. I sat there savoring my memory of Fish's screams, and feeling the pain of what might have been. At 4:30 I needed a break. I rolled up the windows, locked the car, and dashed into Mickey D's for a head call and a large cup of Java. I was back in less than 10 minutes, rain misting down. The FBI car was still sitting across the street. Those guys must have steel bladders or be pissing into their coffee cups. Traffic was picking up. Cars began trickling into the apartment building lot across the street. People locked up their rides and went into the building. Lights in apartments began illuminating. The security lights on poles came on to fight the evening gloom. The rain stopped. Low clouds continued to churn overhead, and the breeze freshened again. Cars drove into McDonald's. Some parked, some lined up for the drive-thru. I tossed my empty cup behind my seat. After a bit, I turned on my ride and ran the heater for a while. I glimpsed Carrie turn into the apartment lot at 6:50. At least I thought it was her. There was a lot of traffic going up and down the street. Watching through the binoculars, I got another fleeting look at her car rounding the building for the parking lot and back. I wondered if she had seen the agents in the car. Zoe Carey parked her car and sat for a second. She had indeed seen the dark government sedan and 2 heads dropping out of sight. Worried, she went upstairs and used her key to open her door. She went straight to the window, and without touching the curtains or turning on a light, looked out at the brightly lit parking lot. She saw the agents, now upright, sitting in the 2 front seats of the sedan. Taking her purse, she walked out of her room, leaving the door ajar, and knocked on the door of 209. The Chinese gentleman opened the door. The television was on. Carrie walked in, watched the man close the door behind him.
"Have you been watching the lot out front? There are 2 men in a car in the row closest to the street."
The man had Venetian blinds on his window, now closed. He went to the window and looked. He turned back. "I haven't been looking."
"So you don't know how long they've been there?"
"No, but—"
"Did you see anyone you don't know on this floor today?"
"Yes. I was going down to check my mailbox, and I saw a man walking down the hall past my door. He got into the elevator." Now she was really worried.
"Did you get a good look at him?"
"Yes, a big man, about 3 inches over 6 feet. Wide shoulders, close-cropped brown hair, tanned face and neck, clean-shaven, square jaw, dark sweater and dark trousers, leather shoes, no tie or hat. He was very fit, walked like an athlete. About 30 years of age, I would say. Tommy Carmellini."
"Did he come out of my flat?"
"I don't know. When I saw him, he was walking toward me. He passed and entered the elevator." Carrie had always known this day might come, and she had made plans. It was time to go.
"You haven't seen me today," she said. "I'll get in contact through the drop when I can."
She walked out, opened the door, and strode to her apartment, grabbed her getaway bag from under the bed, and took a moment to glance again at the car out front. Still there, watching and waiting for a warrant. She pulled the door shut behind her and went out the rear entrance, walked across the parking lot to an older Ford sedan that had been there for weeks. The FBI and CIA didn't know she owned this one. She got in, inserted the key. The engine started. The battery was only 3 weeks old. She drove around the building and picked the lane that would take her to the sedan where the two men sat. Stopped in front of it and put the transmission in park, left the engine running. Got her purse, opened the door, and walked to the driver's side. The window was down. She paused by the driver's mirror where she could see them both. She knew the man behind the wheel, didn't recognize the other one. Neither was wearing his seatbelt. 2 empty coffee cups were in the cup holder and a thermos between them.
"What are you doing here, Jay?"
Zoe Carey said, leaning down to look straight into his face. Waiting for you," the other man said, reaching under his coat. She already had her hand in her purse. She pulled her service pistol and shot them both, as fast as she could pull the trigger. She got the driver in the face, and a shower of blood and brains sprayed against the headrest. The man in the passenger seat had his pistol half out when her bullet hit him just below the chin. She steadied the gun, aimed, and shot him again, in the head. Then she turned and walked back to her car, putting her pistol back in her purse. She got behind the wheel and put on her seatbelt. Zoe Carey drove out of the lot, waited for a break in traffic, turned right, and accelerated away. I was watching Carey's apartment, waiting for the lights to come on. When they didn't, I got worried. Now what? Were these federal cops still waiting for some judge to sign a warrant? 7 minutes after I saw her car go around the building, I saw a car stop in front of the FBI car. I got the binoculars up. Carey got out, walked over to the car. Between the vehicles speeding by on the street, I saw her shoot into the car. 3 little pops, almost inaudible over the traffic noise. A semi rumbled by. When next I saw the car, a faded blue, it was waiting at the entrance. Then she turned right and was gone, her taillights fading down the street. There wasn't a chance in the world I could get out of McDonald's, run the Benz over the median and chase her, and no chance to turn right, go to the next corner, hook a U-turn and catch up with her in rush hour traffic. What I did do was drop the binocs, turn on my headlights, drive out of Mickey D's, go down to the corner, and U-turn to go back to the apartment building. Stopped in front of the parked sedan and walked over. One look was enough. No ambulance crew or doctor could help them now. A woman came walking toward me, middle-aged, wearing a coat with a key fob in her hand. I got into my car, fished my phone from my pocket, and dialed Jake Grafton's cell. Behind me, a woman screamed. I glanced back. She was standing beside the government sedan looking in. As the phone rang, I put the Benz in gear and headed for the street. I got back to CIA headquarters at a little after 8 that evening. Grafton was in his office with Sarah Houston and Sal Molina. I had met Molina a time or two in the past and knew he was a heavy hitter at the White House. A dumpy 50-something guy in rumpled slacks and a ratty sport coat. Sarah looked as gorgeous as ever. You would never know she had just put in a long day at the office. Grafton didn't introduce me, merely asked, "What have you got, Tommy?" I pulled the copy paper from my pocket and handed it to him, then sat down beside his desk facing Sarah and Molina. These documents were in her getaway bag under her bed. New name, Janice Alice Johansson. Passport, driver's license, credit cards, a lot of cash, old 50s and 100s. I didn't count it. Nice loaded snub-nosed .38 Smith & Wesson, blued. 2 speed loaders ready to go. She had a notebook in there. I figured Sarah could do magic with all those phone numbers and account numbers. "Tell them about the shooting," Grafton said. I did so. "After the shooting, you drove across the street and checked to see if either of the agents was still alive." I did. They weren't. I left and called you. "Why didn't you follow her?" Molina asked. "It's a divided street with a raised concrete median. She turned right. I had to turn right. By the time I could get behind her, she was long gone. So I went over to see if I could do anything for the guys she shot. They were dead." "You broke into her apartment?" "Earlier that afternoon before she got home." "Why?" Molina asked. "I told him to," Grafton said flatly. "He was obeying my orders." Molina looked at his hands. Jake held out the papers to me. "You and Sarah go copy this. Sarah, do your magic. Who the phone numbers belong to, what the other numbers are. Get a night's sleep and get on it first thing in the morning. Tommy, bring the papers back after you've copied them. I'll call the FBI with the passport and ID info." Sarah and I trooped out, leaving Grafton facing Molina, who looked tired and angry. I don't know what he had to be pissed about. With the ID info we had, Carey was going to get picked up sooner or later, and Molina wasn't in the car with the agents and consequently was still alive. So the men who shot down Air Force One were Russians? Yes, Russian mafiosi. 4 of them. Here are their names. Grafton held out a sheet of paper from the small envelope that had been passed to Carmellini at noon. Molina glanced at the slip of paper, then handed it back. Anything else? He asked. They spent 3 or 4 months in China. Then their trail peters out. The FBI will tell you all about their activities in America. China, Molina muttered, and rubbed his chin. How do you know this Russian of yours is telling the truth? I don't know, Sal. Do I look like Diogenes? As the copy machine did its thing, Sarah said, I'm sorry about Anna. I grunted. Want to go get some dinner? She asked. I'm not hungry. I eyed her. I could use a drink, though, or 2. After I returned Grafton's paper pile to him and Sarah locked hers up in a secure safe in her office, we left the building together. She drove her car and I followed her. It was raining lightly again. Windy. A miserable damned night. The wipers merely smeared the windshield and a trickle of water dripped from the roof seal above the rearview mirror. Maybe I should have just sat in Carey's apartment and waited for her, cuffed her with her own cuffs and visited until the FBI got its paperwork blessed by a judge and came for her. Ain't hindsight wonderful? I'm sure she could have answered many of my questions. Of course, if I had stayed, I'd have probably killed her before the feds knocked on the door. Now I kinda wished I had waited. Sarah and I ended up at a chain bar restaurant, safely ensconced in a booth by a window, with a football highlights show on a television above the bar that I could glance at from time to time. We ordered. I decided I was a bit hungry and ordered some wings with my bourbon. Sarah ordered white wine and a salad. After the waiter left, I told Sarah about the Asian gentleman who lived in apartment 209, right down the hall from dear old Zoe. Great setup if he's her control, I mused aloud. The vast bulk of Chinese Americans are not spies, she said, nor are all coincidences suspect. But it wouldn't hurt to check this guy out. You can do that? It's what I do, Tommy, she said, slightly exasperated. Rain smeared the window. Looked like it was setting in to rain all night. I'm sorry about Anna, Sarah said again. I just nodded. I thought you were never going to get married. So did I said, a bit more forcefully than I intended. I should have left Anna in Switzerland. She'd still be alive if I had. Sarah frowned. Don't start that what-if crap. Pretty soon you'll be wishing you had never been born. I know. I have a patent on what-if. Sarah Houston had a good face. Actually, she was lovely, with big dark eyes that seemed to see everything. She had certainly made her share of mistakes through the years, enough mistakes for a dozen people. But she seemed to be trying to get on down the road. Maybe there was a lesson there for me. Sarah was no saint, and I wasn't either. Just 2 very mortal people. Our drinks came. We didn't have much to say to each other. Superficial things about Jake Grafton and the agency and the state of the universe. I had finished my bourbon when my wings and her salad arrived, so I ordered another drink. We finished eating and were watching the rain, each of us lost in our own thoughts, when she asked, Where are you sleeping these days? I had been thinking about Zoe Carey, wondering where she was tonight, wondering if the FBI had alerted every badge toter on the East Coast to watch for her. I abandoned Zoe and saw Sarah's reflection in the window. I turned my head to see her face clearly. Well, she wasn't drunk, not with only 1 glass of wine in her. At Willie Varner's, I said. Think he could spare you for an evening? Is that an invitation? Yes. Picking up men in bars is bad for your reputation. She smiled. I'll try not to make a habit of it. I accept. I followed her home. Chapter 19. War is not merely a political act, but a real political instrument, a continuation of political intercourse, a carrying out of the same by other means. Karl von Clausewitz. Finding the watcher or watchers at Naval Base Norfolk was an impossible task without bringing in hundreds of Homeland Security agents, FBI agents, and police, and even that might not be enough, or might cause the watcher to trigger the weapon if he could. The best option, Jake Grafton thought, was finding the weapon or weapons that Grafton suspected were there, without alerting the media or public, or the watchers. The Navy brought in 4 SEAL teams. Each team was given a section of the anchorage to search, starting at the carrier piers and radiating outward. Their diving boats were Navy dredges, which were used periodically to pull sediment from the bottom of the anchorage to keep it deep enough for the deep draft carriers. Barges used to hold the dredged-up muck were rigged alongside with a sponson between the barge and dredge, leaving a gap that divers could use to enter and exit the water. If the weapon was merely lying on the bottom, the dredges would of course pull it up eventually. Since the dredging went on year-round, presumably it wasn't there. The SEAL officer in charge stood on the small bridge of the dredge and used binoculars to scan the pier. It had to be there somewhere, he thought, in an area that the dredges wouldn't normally do. So he sent his men swimming in that direction after entering the water. The SEAL commander, Captain Joe Child, and the commanding officer of the base, Captain Butler Spears, had been personally briefed yesterday by the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Cart McKiernan, in a guarded conference room in the base administration building. Sitting beside the Admiral was a civilian. He wasn't introduced, yet Child recognized him from newspaper photographs. The man was Jake Grafton, retired Rear Admiral and interim director of the CIA. It was the most amazing briefing Joe Child had ever attended. After he had explained the threat, McKiernan laid it on the line. As you know, we already have plenty of security precautions in place, including airborne fighters, a restricted area over the base, continuous helicopter patrols. Still, in light of this threat, we are going to do more. We are starting those patrols tomorrow, a week early. All commands have been notified. He paused to gather his thoughts. We have a carrier at the pier now, Harry Truman, undergoing maintenance on her catapults and other gear, and she isn't scheduled to leave until mid-February. The Ford will be towed over from Norfolk tomorrow. The next carrier will be arriving 3 days from now, the 18th. 2 more will arrive on the 20th and the 22nd of December. All will be here with their task forces, which means some amphibious assault ships and about 18 destroyers. There isn't enough pier space for all their escorts, so they will make port up and down the East Coast. If we can't find a bomb, because it isn't there or we just can't find it, I'm going to have all those ships except Harry Truman and Ford stay at sea. The drop-dead date for that decision is 4 days from now, December 19. What if there are several weapons? Captain Spears asked. Even if we find one, we're going to keep looking, McKiernan replied. A nuclear weapon, Captain Spears said. His face looked a little pasty. Sir, we should be evacuating this base right now. Hell, we should be evacuating this whole area. That's been discussed. The decision has been made to tightly hold this secret. It is entirely possible that there are 1 or more watchers who will detonate the weapon if they realize we suspect it's here and we're looking for it. Trying to move 1.5 million people 100 miles from here can't be kept secret. We'll just have to find the weapon. Spears licked his lips. But if we don't, he asked, then we'll do what we can do and hope for the best. Admiral, I have leave scheduled on the 17th, Spears said. My eldest daughter is due to deliver. Cancel it. That's an order. Your duty is here. Our first grandchild, Spears finished belligerently. I want an acknowledgement that I have just given you a direct order, Captain. Spears's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Finally he said, Aye, aye, sir. Moving on. The SEAL teams will arrive tomorrow on transports. They have been told they are deploying to the Middle East. We'll need barracks for them with no one else in them. The day after tomorrow you will announce a security exercise. Close the base and search it. Every square inch. Your people will not be told about nuclear weapons, but will be told to look for anything, and I mean anything, that isn't supposed to be there. All leave and liberty is canceled. No one, and I mean no one, goes on or off the base. The exercise will last until the 22nd.
We don't have berthing for all these people who can't go home, Spears pointed out.
Get cots and sleeping bags and porta-potties and berth your people in hangars. Set up chow lines. The ship's crews will be staying aboard their ships. Figure out the details and get at it, Spears. Get enough food on the station to last 2 weeks, for your people and the crews of the ships in port.
Yes, sir, but we don't have enough refrigeration.
McKiernan's fist smashed on the table. Then you'd better get a shitload of MREs anywhere you can find them, he roared. Do I have to can you and find someone who can figure this out?
No, sir.
In the silence that followed that exchange, Captain Child pointed out, Everyone these days has cell phones. The cell towers are going out of service even as we speak. We are sealing this base and searching every square inch of it. Understand?
Yes, sir.
The story is the base is holding a security exercise. Get it in the newspapers and on television today. A routine security exercise. If there is a watcher, he or she will expect us to take extra precautions since we are going to have all these ships in port. We would be idiots if we didn't, and whoever planted this weapon knows that.
Yes, sir.
Spears had one last question.
How sure are we that there is indeed an armed nuclear weapon somewhere close?
Jake Grafton spoke for the first time, his voice hard and flat.
Bet your ass it's here, and you may not lose it.
Who put it here?
You don't need to know that,
Grafton said, staring Spears straight in the eyes, almost as if he dared the captain to ask another question. Spears lowered his gaze and rose from his chair. Jake Grafton said,
Captain Child, one more word.
Spears left and Child sat down again.
I want you to bring your EOD people in and have a long talk with them, Jake Grafton said. As I analyze this problem, there are 2 ways this weapon, if it is here, can be triggered. First, it might be wired up to a clock mechanism and be merely ticking down to a certain date and time, perhaps Christmas Day. If so, it could be anywhere in the estuary or river or on the west side of the river in that Corps of Engineers storage depot. Wherever the thing is, it might have a triggering device that is waiting for a radio signal. This is the most likely prospect, I suspect, because it keeps all the bomber's options open until the last possible second, when the button is pushed, triggering the thing. We can also assume that the triggering device is on or beside the weapon. Almost has to be to keep the wire runs short. Be that as it may, if the triggering mechanism is waiting for a radio signal, it won't be in 10 or 20 or 30 feet of water. Or if it is, there will be a wire leading from it to some kind of metal structure that will act as an antenna and receive the transmission when sent and pass it on to the triggering device. If I were you, my first efforts would be to find an insulated wire attached to something metal. I'm no expert, but I suspect it could be darn near anything.
Captain Child nodded.
That's it, Jake Grafton said. Talk to the EOD guys and get their opinion. Most radio waves can't go through 20 or 30 feet of water. Perhaps the Chinese could use very low-frequency waves that go through the water, but how will they know just when to trigger it, given that we can shut down the internet or telephone networks at any time? I suspect it's more likely that there is someone close, and at precisely the right time to do maximum damage, he or she will use a higher-frequency, short-range encrypted radio signal that will not penetrate water. That gives them maximum flexibility regardless of what we do to thwart them. The fort is scheduled to be towed from Newport News to the carrier piers tomorrow, Child said. She's been in dry dock for a year. The crew's been ashore. The media people want to film the arrival. Still, it's a good excuse for us to search the waters around the carrier piers and inspect the bottoms of every hull there. The Chinese would know that, of course, Jake thought. McKiernan didn't bat an eye. Do it. Yes, sir, Captain Child said. He walked out and closed the door behind him.
The four-star admiral in command of the Fleet Forces Command, Sherman Fitch, was waiting when the CNO and Jake Grafton arrived at base ops to board the little executive jet to Washington. The CO of the base, Captain Spears, was also there. McKiernan told him to dismiss the honor guard, which he did. As Jake stood watching, Cart McKiernan took the man who owned the Atlantic Fleet aside for a private conversation on the ramp. It took 10 minutes. Jake used the brake to hit the head. When he got back, the admirals were shaking hands and saluting. Spears saluted them both. On the flight to Washington, McKiernan told Jake, "I told Sherm I wanted the orders drafted and ready for signature if and when I told him to send the ships elsewhere over the holidays. Didn't give him a reason, but demanded top-secret security. Had to give him a heads-up. You can't turn a fleet on a dime. Without some prior planning, sending the ships elsewhere or keeping them at sea will be a fucked-up mess. Everyone will be talking, and it will be big news everywhere." Jake Grafton said nothing. The decision was McKiernan's whenever he wished to make it. The CNO changed subjects instantly. "Could the bomb be triggered from a satellite?" he asked. "Not without an antenna, the experts tell me." "An underwater acoustic receiver," the admiral mused. "Waiting for a sound like a sonar, or a fish or depth finder." "Perhaps," Jake agreed. "But those devices all have limited range and will require the trigger man to get relatively close, which would be difficult or impossible if we limit access to the anchorage, as you intend to do. Simple is usually better. Less chance for a technical breakdown or unanticipated events blowing your preparations." "That means a clock." "Maybe. But let's let the SEALs search a while before we get esoteric." "And how long will that be?" "I don't know." The CNO eyed Grafton. "Can you find the watcher?" "We can try, Cart. That's all I can promise. It could be a civilian or sailor. The FBI and Homeland Security will give us some agents, a few dozen. The cover story is the security exercise at the base. Our guys will do some discreet whispering about a terrorist threat. That's the best story because it allows us to question everyone about themselves and other people and look at ID. I've cleared it with Sal Molina. If the news breaks, the pundits and politicians will get their undies in a twist, and we'll just have to live with that. Still, don't get your hopes up. We'll need some breaks. And some luck." "Why do I have this feeling our luck is running out?" Admiral McKiernan mused. "Better have every ship in the fleet searched. If a bomb goes off in Norfolk, half the people on Earth will think it was one of ours. We'd better make sure it isn't." "The orders were issued yesterday." Jake Grafton nodded and scratched his head. What if they didn't find the bomb in time, or the watcher got worried and triggered it, or the Chinese somehow used a satellite to trigger it? It would be, he knew, the end of the America he had known and loved. Or what if the news, or rumor, got out that the sailors searching ships and the SEALs searching harbors and buildings were looking for a bomb? Mass panic in southeastern Virginia. Packed roads, car wrecks, people driving like maniacs. Dozens would die. Moving some of the medically fragile might kill them. Those without transportation would shout that they were being abandoned to be cremated alive. Even if there was no bomb, the political repercussions of a panic disaster would make massive waves for years. That was Sal Molina's nightmare. Jake glanced at the Admiral. What about that incident a few days ago in the South China Sea? The Poseidon that had a close encounter with Chinese fighters. "We can't back off," McKiernan explained. "Japan, the Philippines, South Korea, and Vietnam can't go it alone." "A carrier in the South China Sea to intercept the fighters?" "We are going to escort patrolling Poseidons with Air Force fighters for a while. Truth is, we can't spare a carrier there right now. Our ships are committed to the hilt. We just don't have enough carriers if China presses harder." And if 5 of America's carriers are wiped from the board, Jake thought, America will face an impossible task of trying to juggle assets between the Middle East and Western Pacific. There won't be enough anywhere. The FBI was on the Chinese guy in apartment 209 like stink on a skunk. They had a van parked in back of the place that could pick up any electronic emissions from the building, and 2 cars with 2 agents each in front and back. In addition, there was a car with 2 agents across the street at the McDonald's and one a half block to the right of the apartment house at a gasoline station convenience store. I went to the van from the building on the next street, so anyone watching out the window wouldn't see me enter it. The sign on the side of it said it belonged to a plumbing firm, one with the slogan, "We fix it up so it goes down." Inside, I introduced myself and displayed my CIA card. They glanced at it and said, "They told us you might be by. Cooperation between federal agencies is a wonderful thing." "Got something for you to look at," the guy introduced as Nate said, and passed me several photos. Sure enough, they had him. Taken from a surveillance camera that I doubted that he had seen, the blown-up photos were of an Asian man about 55, with a distinguished haircut and even features, dressed well in a suit and tie, wearing a dark topcoat. No hat. "We got those this morning when he went out for a bagel and newspaper," Nate said. "That's him," I said. "Who is he?" "His car is registered to Jerry Chu, wears Virginia plates. He transferred the registration from Massachusetts 18 months ago. He used to work for Whitewater Encryption Systems. Born in California to Chinese immigrant parents, educated at Cal Poly. Whitewater was the 5th high-tech company he worked for. The personnel department there told the local police he resigned 18 months ago. He left no forwarding address." "Encryption systems," I mused. "Yeah. This guy got a bank account?" "At least one at the Potomac Valley Bank." "Safety deposit box?" "No." "Can I use my cell without screwing you up?" "Go ahead." I called Sarah Houston and kept it on a high professional plane. "Tommy, I have a question. Ever hear of Whitewater Encryption Systems?"
"Yes."
"Talk to me."
"They signed a contract a while back with Los Alamos National Laboratory to commercialize a new technology the wizards thought up. Supposedly it took the geniuses 20 years to develop. The tech harnesses the quantum properties of light to generate truly random numbers to encrypt data and messages. Not a prime number or square root of something. Quantum mechanics. Einstein would be impressed. In theory, using their technology, they can generate unbreakable crypto codes."
"How about in practical terms?"
"I don't know. I've never seen one."
"Why didn't NSA glom onto this and classify it?"
"Obviously they didn't want it. Perhaps because they didn't invent it. I don't know. You'd have to ask them. And of course, they won't answer."
"Thanks," I said, and started to hang up. Very professional.
"What do you want for dinner tonight?" she said.
That caught me a little off guard. I thought we had just had a one-night stand, but... "Pizza?" I suggested.
"Ugh. Chinese."
"You got it." I hung up. "Got any coffee?" I asked the tech team, who had pretended they weren't listening. Good guys. The coffee was from a thermos and still warm. I drank it black. I watched people come and go. Most went out the front of the building, of course, but the folks who came home late last night and couldn't find parking in front went out the back. Most of them seemed to be young professionals and were gone by 9 in the morning. Then things really slowed down. I was working a crossword puzzle in the Post at noon when Nate got a phone call. He listened a bit, then grunted and hung up. He went out the front 3 minutes ago, got in his car and drove away. I got out my cell phone. "Give me your cell number." He did so, and I entered it. "Keep him out until I come out or call you." "Sure." I donned my jacket and put on my latex gloves. "The fire department has been briefed?" "Of course." I got out of the van, walked around the front of the vehicle, and headed for the back entrance to the building. The day was not pleasant. A low overcast and wet cold wind that was cutting on exposed flesh. I let myself in with a pass card the FBI had supplied and headed for the elevator. Was lifted all the way to the top floor. I didn't see anyone. So I took a smoke grenade out of my pocket, pulled the pin, and tossed it down the corridor. Then I took the elevator down to the second floor. There was a fire alarm mounted on the wall by the elevator. I broke the glass and pulled it. It went off with a noise loud enough to wake the almost dead. I stood there for a moment watching people trickling from the apartments. A couple of them got in the elevator, but it was disabled, so they used the stairs. I waited a few moments to ensure that everyone who was leaving was out, then went to work on the lock on 209. It only took 2 minutes. I knew what kind of lock it was and had the right picks. As I was working, I heard the first fire siren. I walked in, closed the door behind me, and ensured it locked, and stood surveying the place, memorizing how the room looked, where everything was. It was automatic. The tough part was I didn't know what I was looking for. Something that tied Mr. Chu to espionage. What it might be, I had no idea. And it might not be here, or I might not recognize it if I saw it. Sort of like hunting Easter eggs without knowing an egg from a rock. On the other hand, I had to make Chu believe no one had been in here. It was a nice problem. The good news was I had as much time as I needed. The fire department would keep everyone out of the building until I locked up and left. I looked at the bedroom, the bathroom, the closets. This apartment was a mirror image of Zoe Carey's. A desk in the bedroom with a laptop on it, a flat-screen television made in Korea, a wire for charging his cell phone on the nightstand beside the bed. No landline phone. Remembering the recently departed Miss Carey, the first thing I did was look under the bed. Chu didn't vacuum under there, apparently. I used a flashlight to examine the visible springs underneath and gave it a pass. The way I figured it, if there was anything in this apartment to find, it would be something innocuous. The truth is, most spies don't keep anything, not a scrap of paper or a jar of invisible ink or a list of drops or code words. Nothing that would indicate they are not who they say they are. Everything they need is in their heads. What I needed to establish was whether there was any physical thing here the FBI would like their experts to look at, and if so, what. If there was, they could get an arrest warrant and search warrant and remove Mr. Chu from the board. On the other hand, if he was indeed the control for a watcher in Norfolk, removing him from the board would take a serious gambler. Jake Grafton was that kind of guy, but I doubted if Harry Estep, the interim FBI director, was, and I suspected the folks at the White House didn't have that kind of guts. So I was sent to look. Everyone would be relieved if I found nothing, including me, especially me. Postpone the evil day. I started looking for something, anything. I was careful, making sure that everything was put back as it was when I arrived. First I inspected the ceiling. It was plasterboard. The light fixtures would need attention. I examined the chairs to see if they had been used as stepladders. Apparently not. I looked at the bottoms. I decided to save the light fixtures for last if I didn't find anything. I went through the closet, looked in every pocket, took out the drawers, inspected and repacked them, looked in the pillowcases, in the couch, checked the cushions, unzipped the coverings, zipped them back up, examined the couch, lifted one end and looked at the bottom, checked the pictures on the walls, which were prints of Chinese art. Outside in the hallway I could hear the firemen as I worked, dragging a hose, it sounded like, knocking on doors. Voices. They had been briefed not to bother with this apartment, and they didn't. I did the bathroom, looked in the water closet, felt around under the rim of the commode, looked at everything. The only thing I didn't do was squeeze out his toothpaste. After a last look around to ensure I had left everything as it was, I moved on. The screws holding the faceplates onto the wall sockets had no marks on them. In the bedroom, I stood looking at Chu's laptop. The hard drive held the secrets, if there were any. But dare I steal it? I went through the desk. It was almost empty. A few pencils, a notepad. I held it up to the light at an angle and looked to see if anything had left an impression. Not that I could read Chinese characters. It was clean. No books, no magazines. How in the heck did Chu spend his day? Watching Oprah? The television sat on the dresser near the desk, arranged so he could watch it in bed. The back of the television looked benign. I examined the cable connection, saw that it came through a splitter. One wire went to the television, and one was trapped under the computer. So that was how he got on the internet. He was a tech guy, an expert in crypto, I assumed. I doubted if he was Whitewater's finance officer. So, did he have software on the computer? Doubtful. Only a fool would do that, and a fool he probably wasn't. He had spent years stealing high-tech secrets and passing them along to Chinese intelligence. That meant a thumb drive. Some people called it a jump drive. Some device that the computer's USB port would take. Where the hell was it? Probably the same place as his cell phones. He supposedly had two, and that was in his pocket. I went into the kitchen and stared at the boxes and cans of coffee. I glanced at my watch. I had been here for an hour and a half. That was when I lost it. I dumped the ice tray from the freezer into the sink. Then the contents of the refrigerator and freezer into a garbage bag he had under the sink. I was getting frustrated. The place was too clean. It looked like a high-end hotel room cleaned every day. Real people didn't live like this. I knew that this guy was dirty and it was here. Somewhere. It. I dumped contents of the boxes in the pantry in the middle of the kitchen floor. The coffee cans. Nothing. I got a chair and used a kitchen knife as a screwdriver on the light fixtures. They were empty. I left them dangling. The kitchen had linoleum as a floor covering, and the rest of the place had wall-to-wall carpet. I moved furniture and got down on my hands and knees and inspected the edges, looked for holes. Saw none. Examined the faceplates on the electric outlets. Finally, I gave up. I stood looking. I had done it all. No cell phones and no thumb drive. I glanced at my watch. 2 hours and 40 minutes. I got out my phone and called Nate in the van. Carmellini, Chew out there? Yeah, watching the fire department. The smoke stopped rolling out about 2 hours ago, but they're still doing hoses and stuff. Grab Chew. I'm coming down. Arrest him, you mean? Grab him. 1 man on each arm, then get his keys and search his car. I picked up his laptop and walked out. The door locked behind me. No one in the hallways. They had Chew standing beside the van. He was surrounded by 4 agents. He saw me coming toward him carrying the computer. Our eyes locked as I walked up. This guy was probably Carey's control, and he had helped kill Anna. I handed the computer to an agent, spun him around, and made him lean against the side of the van with his hands on it. Spread his legs. "Am I under arrest?" he said tightly. I began feeling him all over. The agents had frisked him for weapons, but I wanted everything in his pockets. I turned them inside out. I laid everything on the ground. The phones and thumb drive had to be on him or in his car. And by God, they were on him. A thumb drive in his left coat pocket. 3 cell phones. I jerked his belt off. Made Chew take off his shoes. Cuff him, I told the agents. As one of the agents bagged his personal possessions, I took the computer, thumb drive, and phones into the van. "You got something?" Nate asked. "We'll soon see," I muttered. "Let me borrow your computer." He pointed toward it. It was already on. I slipped the thumb drive into a USB port and clicked on the icon when it appeared. A logo came up. Under the logo were the words, "Whitewater Encryption Systems." Under that was a prompt for a password, which of course I didn't have. A sense of relief flooded over me. Yes. I managed to smile at Nate. He had it on him, I said. When I called Jake Grafton to give him the news, he listened without a question. After I ran down, he remarked, "The folks at the FBI and Justice aren't going to like that warrantless arrest." "They aren't," I agreed. "Why did you do it?" He was a neatnik. Nothing personal in the apartment. It felt like a hotel room, but with a little food and coffee. Whatever he had to be on him. "Well, let's hope what you found takes us somewhere. I'll call Harry Estep and kiss his ass, and you give Sarah that stuff as soon as you can get here. After she's mined it, she can pass it along to the FBI. That will add to their unhappiness." "Everyone's unhappy," Grafton shot back. "All of us." He hung up. FBI Interim Director Harry Estep had already heard about the arrest when Grafton called him. "That son of a bitch Carmellini was just supposed to search," Estep said bitterly. "I know. He used his judgment and discretion based on experience. We have Chew's laptop, a thumb drive with an encryption system on it, and 3 cell phones. I'll let you know what we find, then send them over." "Grafton, you bastard! Counter-espionage is our goddamn turf. Not to mention the 2 agents that traitor Zoe Carey shot dead. I agreed to let Carmellini search because I thought he knew the rules. I should have known better. You damned people don't play by the rules. I want that gear and I want it right fucking now." "Get a warrant," Jake Grafton said, and dropped the phone onto the cradle. Chapter 20. For to win 100 victories in 100 battles is not the acme of skill. To subdue the enemy without fighting is the acme of skill. Sun Tzu. When Captain H. Butler Spears, the commanding officer of Naval Base Norfolk, got home after McKiernan's brief, he poured himself a glass of Jack Daniels, added 1 ice cube, and still wearing his coat, went out onto the enclosed porch of his quarters. The temp was about 50, and there was a breeze. The lights of the base made the overcast glow. He lit a cigar to go with the whiskey. He knew what he was going to do, although he had refused to admit it to himself. When he had told Admiral McKiernan he wanted leave because his daughter was going to have a baby, he had been a wee bit less than honest. His daughter lived in an apartment complex just a few blocks from the community college where her husband was a history instructor, in Norfolk. Spears was never going to make admiral, and he knew it. Command of NB Norfolk was the final tour of a 30-year career that had started in minesweepers. He then went to destroyers, and after commanding one, had been chief of staff for an admiral. After a tour as an instructor at the War College in Newport, he became CO of the base here, which was, by the way, a major command for an officer of his rank. He and his wife Catherine, Cat to her family and friends, had only 1 daughter, even though they had tried for more children. Her name was Ellen, or Ellie. She was something of a flake. She had never been a good student. Yet, poorly informed or misinformed with only a few facts, she arrived at opinions about people, politics, and morals that were unshakable, and always liberal with a capital L. For Ellie, life was not complex but simple, and everyone who disagreed with her was wrong. She walked through life with a certainty and confidence that were awe-inspiring. The truth was, her father didn't like her, nor did he think much of her husband Harold, another mediocre intellect who had managed a master's in history from some little college in Georgia that no one ever heard of, and wormed his way into the substrata of academia, where he would undoubtedly spend the rest of his working days, happy as a termite. Harold and Ellie, a perfect match. Cat was the one he cared about. She had doted on Ellie, everything for Ellie, and no doubt spoiled her. The news of Ellie's pregnancy had filled her with joy. She was going to be the world's best grandmother, just as she had been the world's best mom. It was her destiny, the yardstick by which Cat measured the value of her life. She should have had 3 or 4 kids, Butler Spears thought again tonight, as he had many times through the years. The real problem, Butler told himself, was that Cat hadn't really been cut out for life as a naval officer's wife. The constant transfers meant she couldn't have a career. For a woman of her intelligence and education, that left her only one outlet, her daughter. Cat had concentrated too much love on one child, one of average intelligence, physical ability, and attractiveness. The incandescent glow of her love had merely reinforced Ellie's inability to see the world from any vantage point other than the pedestal on which her mother had placed her. Now the grandchild, a boy, was due in 3 weeks. With a possible Chinese nuclear warhead ready to detonate at the naval base. Jesus Christ. If it detonated, Cat and Ellie and Harold and the boy yet unborn would instantly perish. Cat didn't deserve that. He had about finished the cigar when he heard her car in the driveway. He left the cigar in an ashtray and went inside. He had poured himself another drink when she came in, smiling. She had spent a few hours with Ellie, talking about the baby to come.
They decided to name the boy Harold Butler, she told him, a grand announcement.
At least they didn't decide to name him Herman, he said. Herman was his first name, and he hated it even more than Butler, which had been his mother's family name. He took another sip of whiskey and led her out onto the porch. She hadn't taken her coat off, and he was still wearing his. He stubbed out the smoldering cigar and faced her. I want you to go back to Ellie's. Get her and Harold and take them to your mother's place in Massachusetts. Ellie can have the baby there over the holidays. She stared at him, trying to understand.
Harold won't be done with school until the end of the semester. 5 days from now. He can't leave.
He can call in sick, and if that doesn't work, he can quit his job. He can get another job in New England. We'll help with the family finances until he does.
Butler,
she said, shaking her head.
I won't do it. They won't go. Harold had a devil of a time finding this job. The baby shower is 3 days from now. Invitations have been sent. 24 women are coming, her friends, and—
You must talk them into it.
I can't. It's silly. I won't try.
He leaned forward and looked into her eyes. He didn't want to tell her classified information, but there was no other way. So he told it. She had a few questions, then sat processing it. You can't tell them the reason, he said, even though in the back of his mind he knew she would have to, as he had. If this gets out, there'll be mass panic. Everyone on the peninsula and over in Newport News will try to leave, and the roads are just too small. Worse, the watcher may hear of it and decide to detonate the weapon without waiting for the carriers. We don't know that he is waiting for the carriers, but it's almost a certainty. If the mission was simply to blow up the place, he could have already done it.
Maybe the SEALs will find the bomb,
Kat whispered. Perhaps, her husband admitted. And maybe they won't. Do you want to save Ellie and Harold and the baby, or not?
You'll still be here.
I'm a naval officer. This is my duty post. I'm not leaving. She went upstairs to pack. Butler Spears sat huddled inside his coat, feeling very old. He had just betrayed classified information for personal reasons. If the powers that be ever learned of this, he was ruined professionally. He might even go to prison, if the bomb hadn't already killed him. Yet he had to do it. He owed it to Kat, owed it to her for 30 years of her life that she had given him. He finished his drink and went inside and poured another. He almost wished the damn bomb would go off. For him, that would not be a tragedy. The news about the routine security exercise at the Norfolk Naval Base made the Norfolk, Virginia Beach television station's 10 o'clock news. Choi Lee and Sally Chan watched some footage of ships and the base public relations officer's explanation on one of the channels as they lay in bed. They had eaten a nice dinner at a seafood place on Route 60, just west of the Navy amphibious base at Little Creek. They ate and drank wine at a table by the window and watched the lights of ships come and go in the bay. Night had already fallen under an overcast sky. Afterward, they went to Sally's apartment and made love. Finally, they turned on the news. Zhang had never told Choi that the Americans were going to have 5 carriers in port over the holidays. Still, Choi was worried. Both he and Zhang were spies, reporting on ship movements, and the Americans were taking steps. Choi reflected that there were undoubtedly a lot of things Zhang knew that he hadn't told Choi. Then there was Zhang's new Boston whaler, with an iPad wired to the radar. At least, Choi thought it was wired to the radar. What it was for, he had no idea, but it worried him. What would the Americans say if they found it? And they might. A Coast Guard boat could stop them at any time for inspection, safety or otherwise.
What's wrong?
Sally Chan asked, snuggling against him. The devil of it was that he was in love with Sally. At first, this was supposed to just be companionship and sex, but somewhere along the way it had become more than that. Much more. And Sally Chan was as American as apple pie and the 4th of July. So were her parents. Oh, they were proud to be Chinese Americans, in the same way Italian Americans, Irish Americans, and African Americans were proud of their heritage. But this was their country. What would Sally think if she knew he was an agent of the Chinese government? A spy, reporting on U.S. Navy ship movements. Would she dump him? Call the FBI and report him? Then there was Zhang. Somehow lately the mission had subtly changed. It was no longer photographing warships and reporting on their movements. Zhang was watching the carrier piers, the area around the carrier piers, looking with binoculars at every harbor craft, watching for something. What? He never said, and Choi never asked. Somehow he knew that was the wrong thing to do. Now a routine security exercise. There hadn't been a security exercise at the base all summer and fall. Why now? Were the Americans looking for him and Zhang? Had the mission been compromised? Or was he just suffering the intelligence agent's normal professional paranoia?
I love you,
Sally whispered. Troy had other things on his mind. He distractedly pecked her on the forehead. When Jake Grafton got home that evening, Callie had beef brisket, salad, and cucumbers and onions marinated in vinegar waiting. They ate at the little round table just off the kitchen where they normally ate breakfast.
"When are you going to have Tommy take the security system out?" she asked.
Jake had told her several days ago that the bomber had been arrested, although it hadn't been in the newspapers. "Oh, I don't know," he said, frowning. "No one is monitoring it, thinking about leaving it in place just in case. You can never predict when—"
"I want it out,"
Callie said forcefully.
"I am sick of looking at those little cameras or whatever they are, and being constantly reminded that someone tried to murder us. That someone did murder Anna Modine. We've got to move on."
"Well,
if Tommy's too busy," she said, "I'll call Willie Varner and ask him to come do it. His lock shop is in the telephone book."
"Maybe you should call Willie," her husband said, surrendering gracefully. "Probably be quicker."
"So how was your day at the office?"
"Oh, you know, the usual. Got shouted at and shouted back. We progress, I think, but slowly." Her voice sharpened just a bit.
"Have the people at the White House said anything about nominating a permanent director?"
"No. I think their plate is as full as mine."
"Jake, you can't keep doing this CIA thing 12 to 15 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are other competent people."
"Right now we have a problem that soaks up my time," he explained. "It will be resolved in a few weeks, one way or another, and then I'll be a 40-hour-week dude or I'll resign." She eyed him.
"You're serious, I hope."
"I can't keep this pace up. You are absolutely right about that. I'll burn out and won't be any good to anyone. On the other hand, I owe it to the families of the people who got murdered to hang in there. People like Mario Tomaszek's daughter, and Tommy Carmellini. I'm in their corner."
"Jake,"
she said, sliding her hand over his.
"I understand, but I need more of your time. I am still very much in love with my husband. I don't want to see you just when you bring your dirty clothes home to exchange for clean ones. That wasn't why I married you."
He squeezed her hand and looked into her eyes. "A few more weeks, hon. Then it'll be over. Or, he thought, I'll be dead along with a few million other people and it won't matter." Being Mr. Smooth, he kept that thought to himself. Sarah Houston was still at work on the hard drive of Jerry Chew's laptop when I was ready to leave for the day. I had been watching over her shoulder. It was like watching someone translate Egyptian hieroglyphics. I didn't understand any of it.
"I'll be along after a while," she said. "Take my house key from my purse. It's there beside the desk."
Her lock was a Yale, and I could do them blindfolded, but I didn't brag. I took the key. On my way out the door, she said,
"I changed my mind about Chinese. I've had enough Chinese for one day."
"So have I said. On the way to her place, I stopped at a supermarket and purchased a few items from the deli counter. Gourmet Tommy. Got a bottle of wine, $12, and some more coffee, since Sarah was almost out. I was standing at the window thinking about Anna, and Fish, and that bitch Carrie, and good old Jerry Chew, when I heard Sarah rap on the door. I caught a glimpse of my face in the mirror as I went to open it, and paused a few seconds to rearrange it. Sarah didn't deserve me in a foul mood. Maybe she didn't deserve me at all. She could do a whale of a lot better. I opened the door. She had a sack of stuff, too. She gave me a kiss as she sailed by, headed for the kitchen. Amazingly, I felt better. She could do that for me. "What did you get out of that computer and thumb drive?" I asked as she put away groceries.
"It's going to take a couple more days. I doubt if I can ever crack the quantum code, but there may be a way to get messages before he encrypted them. That may be all that is possible."
"Oh."
"Got all the numbers off the phones and sent the phones by courier to the FBI.
"They'll be pleased." She eyed me.
"Why do I have a feeling you shouldn't have grabbed that stuff?"
"It was an illegal arrest. No search warrant, no arrest warrant. Any half-decent lawyer can probably get the evidence suppressed if there is any and get Chew off. If he ever comes to trial. They have him on a national security hold right now, incommunicado."
So why didn't you let the FBI get a warrant?
We don't have a week for them to dither. If a nuke goes off in Norfolk, the judge scrutinizing the affidavits and FBI agents standing in front of him will feel the floor shake and think there's been an earthquake. Poof, another 1 or 2 million souls on their way up or down.
So what did Grafton say about it?
Nothing to me. He might tomorrow, or he might not. With Grafton, you never know. You take a risk and everything turns out okay, he's happy. If I'd gotten Jerry Chu arrested on my say-so and nothing was found, not so happy.
We still don't know if he's dirty.
Oh, he is. I got a good look at his face. I yawned and stretched. But if they want to fire me, I'm ready to go. She opened the wine bottle, poured for the both of us, and handed me a glass. After she had an experimental sip, she asked,
If they fire you, where would you go?
I don't know. Haven't thought much about it. Maybe trade the benzine on a used motorcycle and just hit the road. There's a lot of America I haven't seen. There are days when I think I ought to be out there in the middle of it while it's still America. She looked at me and I looked at her.
When is Anna's funeral?
There won't be one. They released her remains and I had them cremated. She was in tiny little pieces. I had to swallow a couple of times. I'm picking up the ashes tomorrow at 10 and taking them to Hot Springs, Virginia. Gonna scatter them there. We had good times there at the homestead. I think she would have approved. Sarah was watching me over the rim of her glass. After a bit, she said,
The doctors amputated Fish's arm yesterday. Not enough circulation to his lower arm.
I didn't say anything, just stood holding the wine glass, wishing I had killed the bastard.
Tommy?
Your key is on the counter, I said, trying to keep my voice normal. I'm not hungry. How about a rain check? I placed my glass of wine, still full, on the counter, got my coat, and let myself out. Lieutenant Commander Zhang of the People's Liberation Army Navy also saw the television news feature about the routine security exercise at the Norfolk Naval Base. And although he didn't understand most of the English, the footage of a carrier coming into the carrier piers captured his attention. He resolved to buy a newspaper in the morning and have Choi Lee translate it for him. He was becoming more and more concerned about Choi's fixation upon Sally Chan, the daughter of the man who owned the restaurant, yet he still needed his translation skills. For a little while, anyway. Zhang wondered what Choi had told Sally. Had he compromised the mission? Whispered secrets had a way of spreading quickly, like wildfire in dry grass. He automatically fingered his cell phone, which was charging on his nightstand, and lit a cigarette. If Chinese agents in Washington or up and down the coast, or communications hackers in China, learned that the American Navy had changed its plans and diverted carriers elsewhere, he would get an encrypted message on his iPad, or a telephone call with a code word. Thinking about the contingencies, Zhang realized he must be ready to detonate the bomb with minimum warning. Better too early than too late. On the other hand, the richer the target, the greater the reward. At heart, Zhang was a gambler. Admiral Wu knew that, which was why he had chosen him for this mission. No panic, but a nice judgment about when to get as much as possible. That was what Wu and Zhang both wanted. That was what China needed if it was to become the major power in Asia. He sat for a moment staring at the television with unseeing eyes, thinking of the Japanese Navy's mistakes at Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941. They had a great plan and they pulled it off magnificently, yet the ships they sank were battleships, obsolete weapons in the fledgling air age. The real prizes, the real strategic assets, were the U.S. Navy's 3 aircraft carriers. They were at sea when the blow fell on Pearl, so were untouched. Had the Japanese ignored the battleships and waited for the carriers, or lingered to hunt the carriers in the open sea, well, undoubtedly the war in the Pacific would have gone a lot differently, and probably better for Japan. The Japanese also failed to damage or destroy the above-ground storage tanks at Pearl that contained the fuel oil the fleet burned. Had they done so, the Americans would have had to transport fuel from the American West Coast, and would have had no place to store it, which would have severely limited the fleet's combat radius until new tanks could be constructed. The Chinese plan was better than the Japanese. Today's American carriers were all nuclear-powered, but the facilities to build, repair, and refuel them were in Newport News. The explosion would put that shipyard out of action for years, if not decades. The Japanese overestimated America's readiness. Had they an inkling of the true state of affairs in Hawaii, they could safely have taken much greater risks and probably achieved greater, perhaps decisive results. Zhang didn't think he had made Japan's error. No, the danger here was erring the other way, underestimating the enemy's readiness. He had only one bomb, which would do catastrophic damage, and he had taken every precaution he could. Zhang took a last long drag on his cigarette, stubbed out the butt, and lit another. Wait for the carriers, he told himself. But don't wait too long. Chapter 21. If you're going through hell, keep going. Winston Churchill. Cat Spears managed to convince Harold and Ellie that they must leave. They refused to go, of course, as she had predicted, until she figuratively dropped the bomb. The Chinese were believed to have a nuclear warhead secreted at the naval base, and while the Navy was looking, it might detonate at any time. Being very human and mortal, Harold and Ellie agreed to leave. No one got any sleep that night, waiting for the detonation. The next morning, Harold called the college and pleaded a death in the family. He would return, he said, for the beginning of the next semester. Ellie emailed the women who were coming to the baby shower and said that, due to a death in Harold's family, it would have to be postponed. She would let them know. Then they packed and got on the road about noon. Cat drove. Through the Hampton Roads tunnel and up the interstate toward Richmond. They were so frightened they didn't relax until they were almost to Fredericksburg, when they decided to pull off and eat a late lunch at a Cracker Barrel restaurant. The trio ate in silence, each absorbed with his or her own thoughts. Now that they were safe, relatively, the enormity of the disaster that might engulf every one of their friends weighed on them. Oh, Cat had stressed that they couldn't tell anyone, because the information was classified and might lead to panic, mass panic. And if the media got it, it might even cause the triggerman to detonate the weapon. Heavy, Harold thought. Very heavy. Then he began thinking of his friends. He had a few he trusted, friends he knew who wouldn't tell anyone else, who would appreciate the opportunity to escape, if they knew. And what if he didn't tell them and the bomb went off? How would he live with that? It is one thing, he thought, to take your wife and her unborn child to safety, but leaving your friends to die when it would be so easy to warn them. He made up his mind, and while he waited for his entree to arrive at the table, he excused himself and went to the men's room. Sitting on a throne, he got out his cell phone and turned it on. He had 6 friends that he thought would do the same for him if they knew. So he sent them an email. The Chinese were believed to have a bomb at the Norfolk naval base. He had it on excellent authority that the Navy was looking, but they might be too late. He advised his friends to leave the area, and of course not to tell any of their friends about this. No Facebook, no emails, no Twitter, no nothing. Just pack and go. Somewhere safe. Then he pushed the send button and the little telephone sucked the email into cyberspace. He went back to the table and felt a little better. Yeah, he was taking his family to safety, but he had given his friends a warning. They had families too. He attacked his hamburger. Ellie played with her salad, ate some of it and drank unsweetened iced tea. When she finished, she went to the restroom, taking her purse. She consulted her contact list, thought about each one as she selected the name. The message ultimately had 10 names after she put over a dozen on and deleted a few after deliberation. She demanded that they tell no one else what she told them. She knew they wouldn't, because they were trustworthy and they would understand that the news could cause catastrophic damage if it got out. There were another 20 or so people on her list of contacts that Ellie wished she could tell, because they were so nice. But she knew she couldn't rely upon them to keep the secret, so she sent no warning. She told herself she was just being realistic, and being Ellie, dismissed the moral dilemma of warning some friends and not others without further thought. When Ellie returned to the dining room, Kat excused herself. She too went to the ladies. She had 2 good friends from church, almost like sisters, who lived in the Virginia Beach suburbs. They weren't military, nor were their husbands. They had grown children and several grandkids. She told them the news she had gotten from her husband, not mentioning her source, and advised the strictest secrecy. Although she knew they would know her husband had told her, that was the power of the warning and the reason it would be believed. It wasn't fair to him to name him. She advised her 2 girlfriends to get out of the area as quickly as possible, taking their families with them. If nothing happened, well and good. If something did, at least they would be safe. And say nothing to anyone. She sent the message and took a deep breath. Butler would be angry she sent it, but he would understand. It was he who had demanded she leave the area with her daughter and son-in-law, and the baby soon to be born. What a world this child would arrive in. Feeling she had done her duty to her closest friends, both Christian ladies who had endured their share of adversity and then some, while not betraying her husband, Kat walked back to the table, left a cash tip, took the bill to the register, paid it with a credit card, and accompanied Ellie and Harold to the parking lot in the waiting car. Sitting behind the wheel with her seatbelt on, she sent a text to Butler, who was probably in it up to his eyeballs. In Fredericksburg, she typed. She put the phone in her purse, started the car, and put it in gear. He never received the text. Kat didn't know it, but cell phone service to the Norfolk metropolitan area had been disabled on order of the military authorities for the duration of the security exercise. However, the emails the trio had sent did go through, on landlines. The recipients would find them when they turned on their hardwired computers. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Captain Joe Childs Seals finished searching the Craney Island Corps of Engineers depot, across the broad mouth of the Elizabeth River from the carrier piers. They had been at it since dawn. Hundreds of acres of mountains of silt and mud dredged from the mouth of the Elizabeth River and the Hampton Roads estuary over the years made the task one of the labors of Hercules. To truly search that morose, stinking landscape would take a half-dozen bulldozers and 100 man-years. All his 40 men could do was walk over it with metal detectors and look for anything suspicious. That they had done. Then they tackled the monstrous junkyard of old naval equipment. Bulldozers, vehicles of every kind and description, equipment that went on the highway or didn't, things taken off ships, stuff no one could name and stuff that was probably a worn-out one-off, constructed from some project long forgotten. They looked, concluded that there was nothing there, and gathered around their team leaders. Buses were waiting to take them to the next areas on the list. Child used a landline to call Admiral McKiernan, who had demanded to be kept personally informed. McKiernan called Jake Grafton, who was at CIA headquarters in Langley. "They've done Craney Island," he said. "Results negative. The SEAL said it was like searching a hog pen for a diamond. It must be in the water, under a Carly float, on a tug or barge, somewhere in that yard. Or on a ship. Or it isn't there at all. I am beginning to like the idea it is on a boat that will come roaring in off the Chesapeake." Jets were overhead. Helicopters were buzzing around. The base was sealed due to the routine security exercise, and Patriot missile batteries were standing by in case anyone penetrated the prohibited zone the FAA had established over the Hampton Roads area. The Coast Guard and Navy patrol boats from the amphib base at Little Creek were patrolling around the clock. "It's not on a boat," Jake said. "Too iffy. Too many things can go wrong. It's there now. It was there yesterday, and it hasn't moved." At 2 o'clock, Sarah Houston came in with Jerry Chu's laptop, thumb drive, and cell phones.
"I've gotten everything I could and sent the rest to NSA. Maybe some of the mathematicians can make something of the crypto stuff, but it will take a long time."
As Jake knew, NSA employed more PhD mathematicians than any other company, university, or government agency on the planet. "Phones?"
"We have the numbers and are working them. Nothing for Zoe Carey, but you knew there probably wouldn't be. If she calls him or he calls her, they will ditch the phone."
And ditto the watcher, Jake thought. If Jerry Chu had a number, it was in his head, and he'd never tell. "Get a car and take that stuff over to the FBI. Sign a chain of custody form and get signatures when you turn it over. Then come back here. You and I need to talk about China."
"Yes, sir."
She walked out with Tommy's trophies. The autumn leaves were all gone, but the sun was out in the mountains of Virginia. I drove along with the top down and the heater going, taking my time. I thought about Anna for a while, then about our times together, all too brief, and then about nothing at all. I wondered where Zoe Carey was. Not in the States, I decided. She was long gone. Not to China. I couldn't visualize her in China. She was a Europe kind of person. Germany or France, maybe Switzerland or Italy. Not the Balkans. Not Russia. Certainly not the Middle East or Egypt. But somewhere. Gradually she faded, and there was only the road, the mountains covered with a forest of naked trees waiting for snow. Waiting for winter, under a clear blue sky with lots of sun. When I die, I want to be buried on a day like this, a day sent from heaven. The plastic urn with Anna's ashes was beside me, strapped into the passenger seat with a seat belt, so it wouldn't come open in a crash. It was actually a small urn. They had cremated everything they could salvage, they said, but she was so close to the bomb. The good news was that she hadn't felt a thing. Here one heartbeat and then gone forever. No transition. Just gone. Maybe Anna was lucky. I don't know. No old age, no debilitating illnesses, no nursing homes and endless painful medical procedures. No wishing her life had gone differently. No waiting for the inevitable end. No wondering when it would come. None of that. Boom, and she was gone. But that bomb robbed her of a lot of good years. Robbed me of what might have been. Robbed us both of the happiness we so deeply anticipated. If life had worked out the way we wanted. So few things in life do. Work out the way you want, that is. Another little tragedy, in a world full of them. Ah, God damn it all to hell. I drove through Hot Springs by the homestead and took the 2-lane highway south. Up the highway a ways I turned left on a side road, following the airport signs. Met no traffic. Wound all the way to the top of the mountain to the airport and parked next to the only vehicle in the lot beside the little fixed-base operator's terminal, a 10-year-old pickup. Went in and looked around. "Can I help you?" the man at the counter asked. There were no airplanes on the ramp. "Just looking." I went back to the car, started down the hill. At the first overlook, I pulled off. Unstrapped the urn, got out, and stood looking over the mountains stretching away into the haze to the west. Looked at a hawk up high, circling. Tested the wind. It was from the southeast. No cars here, nor did I hear anyone pulling the grade. I opened the urn and trickled the ashes out. The breeze caught them and whisked them away toward the valley below. Some of the bigger pieces reached the ground. Pieces of bone, maybe. The little stuff was lost on the wind. The rain and melting snow this winter would make the ashes part of the earth. Goodbye, Anna. When the urn was empty, I put the cap back on, got in the car, and headed back down the mountain. Back to Washington. Zhang and Choi Lee spent the day aboard his Boston whaler fishing offshore of Old Fort Monroe in Hampton, across the roadstead from the mouth of the Elizabeth River. At least, Choi fished. Zhang sat at the helm with binoculars and watched the helicopters flying here and there over the base and the open water, the jets running high, Navy harbor boats with a machine gun on the bow and 2 Coast Guard patrol craft. This activity was more than he had seen since he arrived in America, but Choi had translated the newspaper story about a routine security exercise. Zhang bought it. He knew the lengths his Navy went to when their sole operational aircraft carrier Liaoning was in port, entering, exiting, or underway. She was formerly a Soviet carrier, Varyag, bought from a Ukrainian shipyard 70% complete, and towed on an epic voyage to the Dalian shipyard in China, where, after much study, her hull was completed and she was fitted with engines, radars, arresting gear, and all the equipment necessary to turn the unfinished hull into a real warship, a carrier of armed warplanes that could project Chinese power for many hundreds of miles. The Chinese also purchased 3 other retired carriers, hulks, incapable of operating aircraft, that they studied for years. The Australian carrier HMAS Melbourne and the former Soviet carriers Minsk and Kiev. Finally, Melbourne was partially dismantled, and the 2 ex-Russian carriers were converted to resort amusement parks to favorably impress the public with the future of their navy. For a reasonable amount, you and your wife, girlfriend, or concubine could sleep, gamble, and drink aboard a real warship. However, until these hulks were scrapped or converted, the plan had kept a watchful eye on them with harbor craft and helicopters. Liaoning, now operational and equipped with Shenyang J-5 fighters, was guarded day and night. Unlike these complacent Americans, Zhang thought, the 3 Chinese fleet naval bases were closed to civilian maritime traffic and spies. Actually, the American Navy's security operations were what he expected. 5 aircraft carriers in port at one time, plus several helicopter assault carriers, was a juicy target. Better than Pearl Harbor in December of 1941. Much better. The Americans weren't such fools that they didn't know that. Yet the Chinese preparations were adequate. The attack would be a success. He glanced at Choi Li from time to time. Choi's usefulness was almost at an end. He thought Choi might suspect that, so he would have to be watched carefully. He seemed quite calm today. Had even caught a couple of fish, one big enough to keep. Fortunately, the day was fairly benign, with broken high clouds that the sun peeked through from time to time. Not too much wind and only light chop. 6 or 7 miles visibility. Zhang lit another cigarette and went back to scanning with his binoculars and checking the radar presentation from time to time. He was watching when he saw the blip of a large ship appear on the scope, trailed by 2 smaller ones, passing Point Comfort, heading into the bay. Using the binoculars, he saw a helicopter assault ship and 2 destroyers emerge from the haze, like ghost ships becoming real, on course westward, no doubt to moor at the carrier piers at the naval base. As she steamed along, he watched her with his binoculars. She was a gorgeous gray ship, not as big as Liaoning, but impressive. Helicopters filled her flight deck. He would, he decided, motor into the mouth of the Elizabeth River later this afternoon, at least an hour before darkness fell, for a look around. Then he would fill the tanks of the whaler at the marina, again. He filled them every evening just in case. Choi Li would have been relieved if he had known Zhang thought him calm today. He had a big decision to make, and he was sorting his options. Since he hadn't decided what to do, he was here today, to give himself more time to think, and to watch Zhang and see if he could get a hint of Zhang's mission and plans. Choi sensed that Zhang's expectations were rising. He was more tense, never smiled, never made a joke. He is waiting. For what? For the American carriers, obviously. But why? Zhang was watching the helicopter carrier now. Should he tell Sally Chan of his suspicions? Would she go with him if he disappeared? Or would she demand he call the Navy or FBI and tell them what he knew, and suspected? What would become of him if he did? Bored, he took his cell phone from his pocket and turned it on. No service. Maybe he was too far from a tower. But there should be cell service out here. There always had been. He pocketed the phone, thought about telling Zhang. Something made him refrain. Zhang was using the binoculars again. Oh, God. What to do? He went back to fishing. The emails from Kat Spears and her daughter Ellie and son-in-law Harold started a firestorm in cyberspace. By the time they were on the Washington, D.C. Beltway, over 10,000 people in the Norfolk, Portsmouth, Virginia Beach area had seen some version of one or more of the emails and were forwarding them on to friends, acquaintances, and coworkers. People from all walks of life received the news with varying degrees of belief and disbelief. Some thought the whole thing was a joke and said so. Others weren't so sure. Some people merely forwarded on the email they received. Others undertook to rewrite the message on other websites. The Chinese had a dozen bombs hidden on the naval base. Airplanes were going to drop bombs. Intercontinental ballistic missiles were going to wipe out the fleet. The missiles were already in the air, or they were being prepared for launch. Some folks even added that the security exercise at the base was a war preparation. A great many of the people who received these messages or read the Facebook posts didn't stop to ask themselves or anyone else if any of this might be true. They hustled the kids into the car when they got home from school. Some went to schools to get their kids and told the school authorities why, threw in whatever duffel their car would hold, and headed for the roads out. Within an hour, the roads were clogged. Traffic accidents began to slow the exodus. The news reached the local television and radio stations at about the same time, which was lightning fast. Some producers just put the rumors on the air. Others called the public affairs office at the naval base to get their reaction. They were going to do a story about the rumors anyway, but would be delighted to give someone in uniform 15 seconds to deny everything. The public affairs officer, or PAO, at Naval Base Norfolk was Lieutenant Commander Heidi Fritsch, and she was winding up the day's business when the first call came in. She listened, incredulous, and asked the television station dude to hold the line. She rushed down the hallway to the CO's office and asked the civilian